history, prestige, legacy. Words synonymous with the most coveted title in chess. To be a world champion means your name etched in the history books alongside greats of the past.
Ding Liren, a deserving world champion.
Ding is overtaken by emotions. What a match this has been.
But for 8 men and 8 women, it's here and it's now, as the road to the World Championship goes through Toronto, Canada. Over 3 weeks, chess's elite compete for their right to challenge for the crown. For some, it's a story of redemption.
He knows this might be the last few moves of his world championship.
Oh my god.
There's experience, there's youth, and for one nation on the rise, fortune could favor indeed.
An amazing day for Indian chess, making their way into the Candidates tournament.
Only one will advance. Only one will play for it all. Watch the 2024 FIDE Candidates on chess.com.
A view of the beautiful city of Toronto, Canada, which this year plays host to the long-awaited 2024 FIDE Candidates that will determine the challenger for the next World Championship match. It's a big day today. The players are well-rested, or relatively well-rested. Yesterday was a rest day, allowing the players a chance to recuperate their energy after a very intense third and fourth round. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to round 5. I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and alongside me today, it is an honor to welcome the legend, Grandmaster Judith Polgar. First time commentating with you, Judith. It's a real pleasure, and of course, also a pleasure to commentate with GM David Howell. Judith, I will throw to you first. You've been on the sidelines the last 2 days. What were your impressions, and what are your thoughts going into today's big 5th round?
Well, I'm very excited to be here with you too, and looking forward to analyze this round. I'm very excited because there are some imbalances happening already in the candidates. 2 things with it. I mean, when I was here on round 2, he made an incredible game against Nakamura. Then he lost 2 games. So let's see how he can bounce back. And that Nepo is leading again in the candidates.
David, it seems like a lot of people have just sort of subtly shifted their tune. All of a sudden, everyone's on the bandwagon. Yeah, of course Jan can win a 3rd time in a row, but somehow a couple of months ago, I was hearing 3-peat at the candidates. That's not possible.
Yeah, I think it was unexpected. I was one of those who said, watch out, experience is key. Only he and Fabiano Caruana have won the candidates before from this pack of 8, and he looks on course to do it again, but still 10 rounds to go. Anything can happen, of course, especially with such a young, such a mixed, ambitious field. So I can't wait to delve right back into the chess.
Neither can I. And for those of you joining us on this busy weekday, we hope you've cleared your schedule. In case that for some odd reason your weekend was spent doing things other than watching the broadcast, we have a nice little recap video to summarize the proceedings from round 4. Let's take a listen. The 2024 FIDE Candidates is back with the 4th round contested today.
Pragg is also moving up and down on his chair very comfortably. He's super confident that, okay, there is nothing to worry about, and the game is about to finish.
And there it is.
That's Hikaru telling the arbiter that queen d1 would be a 3-fold repetition.
Yes, and then he says like, okay, please then let's go and check it. But it's really a 3-fold repetition.
I think Pragg should be very proud of the way he actually held this to a confident draw with black for Hikaru. Another frustrated game with the white pieces.
Bishop e8, rook takes d5, and he's played bishop e8. Oh my gosh, rook takes d5, bishop takes d1. Arresting the rook.
Oh,
and I think that might
and look
be
at
a disaster.
Jan is looking. Yeah, Jan is looking at the diagram that he really played bishop e8.
Wow.
And look at, he's shocked.
He knows that this is in the bag. He's calculated this through.
Look at Vidit. Probably he has realized what he has done and he's in a state of shock.
What a game by Jan Nepomniachtchi. And it is resignation. He gets the point. He jumps into the lead. This wasn't a game played by him. He just orchestrated a masterpiece.
She made the wrong move, and it goes rook d5, check. which allows black to draw. She is very fortunate if she does in fact make this draw. Is Caruana now down to 4 minutes?
She is, and look at that.
No way.
Yes.
It's equal.
It is equal.
Caruana is gone. She's like, I cannot believe I spoiled that position. I really am super impressed. I thought after yesterday's result, where she did struggle against Vaishali, that she could be in some trouble, but you don't get into the candidates by accident, and you don't become as strong as Nurgil Salimova without losing a game somewhere and then bouncing back, and she's doing that marvelously.
Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi on camera there. He holds the clear first lead with 3 points out of 4. We showed an interesting statistic during the previous broadcast that all of the winners of the candidates from 2013 held clear or tied first after the 4th round. So Jan's got to be feeling pretty good, but that's not the only narrative to follow. We don't have time to flesh out all the storylines, Judith, but apart from Jan being in the lead, the younger generation is handling themselves pretty well. Pragg with some exciting opening preparation, and Gukesh close second with 2.5 out of 4. Not bad.
Well, absolutely. I mean, these candidates, I was commentating previous candidates, and it's always very exciting. But this one is even more exciting because the players are getting younger and younger. I mean, the youngest participant is 17 years old, I believe. It's Gukesh, and we see that in the games, the energy, the ideas, the passion, the initiating the lead in the game. I mean, we've seen such a games like Gukesh versus Pragg versus Gukesh, for example, where you see the real battles, right? Like really one is one to win and kill the other one, sacrificing pawns for the initiative, and the other one is just defending, and then holding on and making a draw or even win the game. So this candidate, I think it's something that we see a lot of exciting ideas and a lot of exciting games, and we see extremely motivated players.
David, motivated players is a great way to put it. We take it for granted, really, the professionalism displayed by the younger generation. For many of them, it's their first time at the candidates. Pragg, he wasn't even over 2,700 a year ago, and now he's handling himself so well on the greatest stage. It's really amazing to be alive at a time when the youngest generation plays like this and when each and every player brings such effort, such passion to the table.
Yeah, Danya, Judith, you're both wearing green today, and I'm green with envy at the talent of these young players. They're phenomenal, as you mentioned. They work so hard. The levels of professionalism, they're just growing year on year, and this is just the beginning of their careers. No matter what happens in this candidates tournament, the likes of Pragg, Gukesh, they'll be back and they'll be stronger, and they still have a big kind of say in the destiny of who becomes challenger. Maybe it will be them, and yeah, I mean, just the fire that they've unleashed on the board in the first 4 rounds, the first segment of this event, it's been really fun to watch. Like Judith said, all of those battles, it's just fascinating. So long may that continue.
Well, we expect fire on board in this round as well, but we've had fire on board throughout the candidates' storied history. It seems like every time the candidates happens, there's a different narrative, a different storyline. And of course, the candidates has been a proving ground for some of the greatest players, essentially all of the greatest players throughout chess history for many decades. Let's take a look at a video that puts the candidates in proper context. This is an incredible tournament with such a tradition. Let's roll the tapes on a little explainer video to put things in their proper context.
Every chess player dreams of becoming world champion, but to even make it to the main stage, first they must win the candidates tournament, a grueling event played out over 3 weeks featuring some of the top players in the world. 8 competitors will face off in both the candidates and women's candidates. Each has qualified in a unique way. The runner-up in the previous world championship match, the top 3 finishers of the FIDE World Cup, the top 2 finishers of the FIDE Grand Swiss tournament, the winner of the FIDE circuit, or, for the women's section, the top 2 finishers of the Women's Grand Prix, and last but not least, the highest rated player in January that hasn't already qualified by other means. Both the candidates and women's candidates tournaments consist of a double round robin with classical time controls. This means there will be 14 rounds, with each player facing one another twice, once with the white pieces and once with the black. If 2 players are tied for first at the end of the 14 rounds, they must play a 2-game tiebreaker with rapid time controls. and if more than 2 players are tied for first, a single round robin will be played, also with rapid time controls. Further ties will be broken by a repeat of this format with even faster time controls until there is a winner. Players will also earn prize money for their efforts, but make no mistake, they are all here for one thing and one thing only: a shot at becoming part of history as the next FIDE World Champion.
The Candidates is a 14-round double round robin event, which means everybody plays everybody twice. And there are the standings after round 4 of the Candidates going into today. Jan Nepomniachtchi holds clear first with 3 points out of 4. Gukesh and Fabiano, perhaps the pre-tournament favorite, they are trailing closely behind, but you can see how tightly packed the field is. 1.5 points out of 4 is last place, but a single win could propel those players to the middle or even to the top of the tournament standing. So the tension, it could not be higher. And currently in Toronto, it's a temperate 16 degrees centigrade, but well, the temperature in the playing hall, literally and figuratively, is quite a bit higher. And we have the perfect guy to take the temperature inside the playing hall, where action will be happening in just a couple of minutes. We've got our correspondent, Fun Master Mike, the one and only, live on scene in Toronto. Mike, on to you live for your take on what's going on in Toronto.
Thanks, guys. A very intriguing round 5 awaits us. But before we talk about those head-to-head matchups, we need to talk about the big celestial event from yesterday, the eclipse. We're not quite in the path of totality here in central Toronto, so FIDE chartered a boat and allowed anybody that wanted to jump on and get into the path of totality on Lake Ontario. Only 2 players took them up on their offer, Anna Muzichuk and Nijat Abbasov, both trying to turn around their fortunes. Also, they were joined by many FIDE officials and journalists, yours truly included. When we set out on the lake, the clouds briefly opened up. We put our sunglasses on, and we were able to see the beginnings of the eclipse. But at the moment of totality, Mother Nature did not play along, and we had a bunch of closed files. It was all cloud cover. Eventually, though, the clouds did open up a little bit for us to catch the end of the eclipse before we got back to shore. A once-in-a-lifetime, or at least once-in-a-generation experience for most. Today, we have a lot of unknowns in the FIDE Candidates tournament. Of the 8 players in those 4 head-to-head matchups, only 8 lifetime classical games have ever occurred, with only 2 decisive games. Will Nepomniachtchi be able to protect his lead? He has a 2879 lifetime Candidates tournament performance rating. Basically, if all he ever played was Candidates, he would be nearly the best chess player of all time. Quite an amazing stat. Gukesh has white today against Abbasov. Gukesh, on paper, this is his best chance to get another win and equal Nepomniachtchi and make a tie in the Candidates. Will he be able to do it? We're going to find out. Over in the ladies section, we also have very few lifetime matchups, only 9 of them in history. Tan Zhongyi still leads, but today she has to play the only round 4 winner, Nurgul Salamova. Interestingly, Nurgul's second Grandmaster Ivan Sheparinov played in last night's FIDE Blitz tournament, and he tied Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, who is Abbasov's second. So the seconds got in on the action yesterday. They did really well. We will see if the players that they're here to support will do just as well. Now, back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Mike, for your amazing coverage. Just always going the extra mile to track the players' progress, to see what they were up to during the rest day. And I completely blundered the eclipse in my own right. Yesterday was a rest day for the commentators as well. And even though Charlotte was one of the best places in the country to watch the eclipse, I may or may not have been spending a little bit too much time in bed yesterday. But we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the playing hall and all of these amazing players who are preparing for the 5th round of the Candidates. Alireza Firouzja has the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. It's Abbasov versus Gukesh, Nepo versus Pragg, a battle of the generations. And of course, Caruana versus Vidit, as we pan to all of the players. Judith, these are tough moments for the players right before the game begins. They just want to get into it.
Well, absolutely. And the players and the match, what we see now on the camera, Vidit, of course, lost 2 games in a row. Now, of course, well, I think his stomach maybe has this trembling that what am I going to do? How I'm going to be playing, what Fabi is up to. And I think it's very, very important to play solid, I believe, because it is not an easy decision how to play right after 2 losses. So I think, and especially that he had a free day, which was not something good after such a loss, but maybe it stops and he's going to be going for it like he did in round two also. So let's see, I'm very excited about this game as well. And something is happening over there.
They're applauding you, Judith, for your insights.
Oh, yeah. I think Andrea Bocelli is right there with his wife Veronica.
Whoa.
I was fortunate to meet them in person. Veronica first, and she shared her experience, and she said that Andrea loves to play chess himself from his young period. And I also met him personally when he was in Hungary and giving a concert. So he's a really passionate chess player.
Wow. The world famous Italian tenor Andrea Bocelli will be giving a concert in Toronto tomorrow. But today he is in the playing hall delivering the ceremonial first move. David, no better way to set the tone as we see handshakes across the board. And the games from round 5 of the candidates begin. Let's fasten our seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's time to say goodbye to pre-game nerves. Andrea Bocelli, a legend, a great chess player in his own right. But now it's down to these 8 that we see on our screens. And okay, some quick moves. Early days, of course. We see Vidit, bottom left, meditating. No moves from him. Does he realize it's no longer the rest day? Vidit, it's time to move. But also Pragg, on the bottom right of your screens. There we go. After a brief pause, just composing himself, he makes his move too. So all the games have officially begun, Dania.
E4 on all 4 boards. And I remember playing a simul against Boris Spassky many, many years ago. And in the very beginning, he loudly announced, all of you play E4 on all boards. Well, Spassky's not present. Bocelli is. Judah, I don't think any of us, and I don't want to speak for everybody in the chat. David, maybe I'm speaking for you, but you also play E4. I love to see this.
I'm happy to see E4 from my end. Obviously, I was playing for more than 3 decades only E4 in my life. So I have quite a lot of experience. And also at some points of my life, I had quite a huge headache with this Petrov, what Jan is playing against Pragg right now. And also on the other versus Gukesh. So he's also playing it. So let's see, why are they getting so solid? Well, I know that Abbasov is trying to be extremely solid in the tournament. We could see it in the last few rounds also, that maybe his strategy is that I want to play extremely solid and then force mistakes or provoke my opponent. The players, of course, they want to beat him because he's the lowest rated. So the provocation, let's see how it works out.
Wow. So many rich openings. We have an Italian in Alireza versus Nakamura in an early B4, 2 Petrovs, and of course a Rosolimo with an early knight f6, which I'm pretty sure we've seen before. Before we delve into all of these openings, a very quick shout out, folks. If you want yet another way to get involved with these games, vote on the outcomes of the results to win big. First prize is a $250 Chessable course voucher that you can use, among other things, to purchase courses by Peter Lecco. Judith, I think you also have a course on Chessable. So both the open section and the ladies section have voting available for big prizes. Make sure to jump in. How do you think the games will finish? Lots of prizes are being debated. Well, lots of E4 openings are being debated in this 5th round. Let's go back to the bird's eye view before deciding on a particular game to focus on. I don't think that King F1 was played. As much as I'm a big fan of Pragnananda's novelties and opening choices, there we go. He has indeed castled kingside. And the Petrov, not a surprise at this point, coming from Jan Nepomniachtchi, who in the previous few years has really formed himself as one of the top Petrov experts.
Yeah, it was first Fabiano Caruana who, in his run-up to the 2018 World Championship, in his successful candidates campaign just before that, it was Caruana who became one of the world's leading experts. He was taking people down in the candidates as black in a Petrov, waiting for them to overpress. As Judith said, just really solid play and kind of putting the pressure on white to do something, create something. And now it's the turn of Nepomniachtchi. And as you say, Danya, in the last few years, his score with the Petrov is incredible with black. He won some very important games in the previous candidates tournament from the black side. I'm remembering a game against Rapport, for example, a game against Wang Hao. And yeah, it's a recipe for success. So why deviate? And it's very much up to Pragg here to prove that he's got a specific idea. But for now, it's very much mainline.
Well, I guess we will see some idea from Pragnananda. Youngsters always come up with new ideas. They work with the engines and great coaches. So I'm expecting to see something to try to give a hard time for Nepomniachtchi. But he's the tournament leader, so he can play very relaxed in a way that he does not have to win. And of course, he's not the player who wants to win definitely with the black pieces, not in the candidates for sure. But of course, it's a nice thing and it's a nice feeling for him to be in the lead. And but it seems like he can be balanced. This is something very special to see for me, that how balanced Jan is. And he takes his opportunities. He took the opportunities which was given to him, and he can play very calmly the candidates.
Mm-hmm. And this particular line, David, I'm not a big Petrov expert for either side, but it has featured very prominently in the last couple of years. The sides continue to blitz out their moves. I want to say, what's the main move in this position? Is it bishop f5, bishop g4? I think both bishop developing moves have been played by Jan, but I want to say bishop f5 is more in line with his recent preparation.
Yeah, and you called it, Danya the Prophet, bishop f5. And now there's some big theory, as far as I'm aware, after moves like bishop to g5. White, of course, can play other moves, rook e1, for example. But yeah, I'm just curious. Definitely feels like Pragg has an idea much kind of further down the line. Because he hasn't gone the most direct path. Often when you're kind of preparing in your opponent's comfort zone, you either go straight for them, you play something a bit offbeat and try to kind of get them on their own as early as possible, or you kind of play down what they know best, but have a little idea, maybe sometimes even as deep as move 20 or so. It feels like Pragg, it might be the latter option, but he's spending a bit of time in these early days. Which move will it be? Bishop to g5 has been played, hitting the black queen. And often when the black queen moves, you'll see white use ideas like knight to h4 to harass this bishop, which at the moment is undefended. Judith, you mentioned you'd had some experiences against the Petrov, but would you say it's more popular these days, especially at the top level?
Well, it started to be popular back many years ago, like 20 years ago or something. I remember that it was very upsetting when I saw Boris Gelfand, the big Sicilian sharp player, who I was always expecting the Najdorf and going into the deep and long lines and being very tactical, calculating everything. And then he started to play the Petrov. So that was kind of a disappointing when people who were very sharp and very original players, they decided to go to a more solid direction. And but I like very much this idea for white when white can go knight h4, and it's basically, I believe that it's the most challenging idea versus this bishop f5 development, because once black develops properly with the knight to d7, keeps his bishops, puts one of the rook on e8, even sometimes black plays b5, knight b6. I mean, then black is just doing fine. So this is the key idea for white, somehow to grab one pair of the bishop. I know it's very painful for you too, when you have to give up the bishop. But with the pair of bishop, white can try to figure out something that maybe later on from c4, the bishop moves away and white can go c4, strengthen his position, one day to have a passed pawn with d5. But the main idea for white is not having a winning position out of the opening, but more to get a position where you can press black and a little bit play against his plans. So this is the question, whether Pragnananda will be able to do that.
And they're just continuing to blitz out these theoretical moves. Nepo's going to take laterally on g5, and Pragg is going to drop the knight back to f3. No, he did not blunder a piece. Some interesting historical context. This is a very new line. This position occurred once in 2011 in an obscure game, but the first serious player who's essayed this with black was Fabiano Caruana in 2018. He had this position against Anish Giri in a game in Germany. Fabi lost that game, and he very likely got this idea either from explorations through his opening laboratory and maybe a correspondence game from earlier in 2018 helped him discover this line. Since 2018, it's been very popular. Now over 100 games in my database in this position. We really do live in modern times, David. Now, after knight f3, I'm pretty sure that queen a5 is standard fare. A couple of other queen retreats have been played, and white actually has to sacrifice the c3 pawn, which black very rarely takes because, as Judith pointed out, developing the knight to d7, completing the development, making sure that f7 is protected and your pieces are coordinated, that's far more important.
So my question would be whether after queen f6 or queen h6, let's say wherever the queen moves away for it went to a5, but probably the bishop should be going to h3 possibly, or b3, because I was thinking to put the bishop on h3, not to allow the development of the knight, and it's played. So it's very interesting. In my times, we didn't have this, that you can do something like this, but how important it is, right, that black cannot develop properly, because of course in this position knight belongs to d7 and later on f6, or just keep it on d7 as the best place, connecting the rooks, controlling the e5 square. But after bishop h3, white is giving up the pawn and it's taken, but
Novelty.
Black is still, yes, it's novelty.
Bishop h3. Sorry to cut you off, Judith. Please continue. But it was Mamedov versus Nepo from a 2022 rapid game, a game that Nepo lost. Queen takes c3. The only time out of 5 occurrences, all 5 games continued queen to c7. But Pragg clearly expecting this.
Well, he did not spend too much time until this point, that's clear. And it's clear that his style is very straightforward and he does not mind to give up pawns in return to get initiative. And this is the way I like to play my chess as well, that whatever it takes, I want it to get initiative. And if I have to offer it in order that black is behind in development, it is very tempting to continue this way. So now the question is whether how black is going to be continuing, whether b6 or b5. But after that, the good thing is for white that black still does not have the developing move knight a6, because then rook c1 and capturing the c6 pawn becomes weak. So it's getting extremely interesting right now. But I believe that Jan should be also extremely well prepared and he should be knowing and having his home preparation, though his face impression can mislead or give a different impression to me.
Yeah, I just want to say, Judith, it's incredible hearing you commentate, because bishop h3, which is quite a rare move, just a few turns ago, I've looked at this position in a bit of depth, but I was only ever looking at bishop b3. As soon as you say bishop h3, oh, it guards the d7 square, I'm like, wait, I've spent dozens of hours with a computer looking at this position. Why did I not go back to basics and think of such a kind of important thing? And like you say, it's all about this black knight. I also want to point out that Pragg, in most of his games, if not all of his games, has been a pawn down in the opening. I remember he sacrificed 3 pawns against Gukesh, or he attempted to at least. He sacrificed a pawn very early against Vidit in that game that he won, and now sacrificing a pawn again. So definitely maybe the influence of Peter Svidler, his second, coming to the fore there. And really interesting idea, rook b3 hitting the black queen. Watch out for that white rook maybe swinging across the board later, somewhat on the third rank. But yeah, just going back to basics, I think that's the key behind finding great opening ideas. But in the meantime, black continuing to rattle out his moves here, Nepo.
Well, at the same time, I think you were looking bishop d3 only because that's where the bishop belongs in this system. And this is what we were looking for 1 or 2 decades of analyzing, that the bishop should be on d3 because it's giving the impression that it attacks on h7, supports the c4, and it just controls the whole table. And bishop h3 is a very concrete approach to it. Yes.
5. Let's go. And somebody needs to tell these players, Title Tuesday ended about an hour ago. The next one, it's starting in 2 hours, but look at the speed with which they continue to carry out their moves. Both players in preparation. who will be the first to flinch? And another pawn sacrifice, David, taking things to a different level. Queen takes d5, loses a piece to rook to d3. Now, presumably, the idea is both positional and tactical. My untrained eye tells me that c takes d5 might be met with the knight d4, which is a very exciting positional concept. You push a pawn, vacating the square, and then put a knight on that square, and often that square gives you tremendous access to attacking posts on f5, and also shuts down the black queen. Nepo, he better have seen this move before, or else I'd be pretty scared for him.
I like exactly very much what you said, Daniel, after c takes d4, knight d4. But it's not only that knight f5 is coming to attack, but also it blocks the opportunity for black to develop with the knight to c6, which is also very important, I think, that every move which white can make and still black cannot develop with his knight from b8, it means that his two pieces are out of the game, a8 rook and the b8 knight. So I really love this idea. It seems like with Pragnananda, every day we can see that the least is one pawn sacrifice, but mostly two.
Yeah, just incredible. Amazing preparation here. And I'm trying to look at the camera. Jan isn't at the board at the moment, as far as I'm aware. Otherwise, there we go. Otherwise, we would get an insight on as to whether he's looked at this pawn sacrifice before. Surely, if you get to this position, if you're clicking around with the computer, surely you look at a move like pawn to d5. But we'll see kind of the depth of his knowledge as soon as he returns and sits down. I want to mention as well, this pawn might be up for grabs at some point, but for now, black cannot consider taking that pawn. The black queen would just be too far offside, and d takes c6 would be a double attack, kind of hitting this bishop as well. I guess, although now I'm thinking about it. Some stuff to calculate here, Daniel.
Now that you mention it, David, now rook d8 is a possibility because knight d4 is not currently a threat, in my understanding, because the queen then can slide up and take the pawn on d5. So maybe Jan will choose to keep the tension. Again, I find it hard to believe that he's not aware of this move, but as Grandmaster Nakesons points out in the chat, I think we all agree Pragg, probably the best prepared player thus far this tournament. Every game coming out with something exciting, just where it looks like everything might have been explored already. Nope.
Well, I believe that d5, the more I look at it, the more I like it. But also, I think that was the only move. Basically, to cut off the queen completely from a5, that it cannot go to d5, blocking the d4 pawn. And also the queen on h5 could be very well placed as well. So cutting off the queen, it's very important because also, rook d8 is possible. But one day maybe the bishop will be coming back through f5 to attack. But let's say after rook d8, I think simply white can go rook e1. So queen d5 is still not possible to queen d3, rook d3, and then queen c5. I think something like rook d6 will be in there.
Yeah, let's maybe jump in because this does look like the most interesting game, at least in the early stages of the round so far. Let's jump in with some moves. And just to show your variation, Judith, rook d8, really nice that... actually, first I'll point out queen takes d5 just for everyone at home. To put it on the board, this is a skewer and white...
Or at work, David. Maybe they're watching at work. Let's not criticize anybody who chooses to, have this open during a meeting. Sorry, continue.
We encourage that, or at school, or in the park, who knows. But rook d8. So rook e1 and just the same motif. I wanted to show it, Judith. Really nice tactical vision. It looks like white has blundered something. For example, bishop takes h2 check could be a discovery hitting this rook. But once the dust settles at the end of the line, always back rank checkmates. And I guess in the current position, I mean, with or without the inclusion of rook d8 and rook e1, just to put this on the board as well, pawn takes knight to d4. This just looks terrifying. Suddenly the eval bar drops, so maybe I've missed something here, but ultimately, I mean, it's terrifying for black. The knight landing on f5. If the bishop ever drops back to f8, the white rook can swing across to g3. It's just about the kind of the emphatic nature of the second pawn sacrifice. And we talked about kind of this narrative of Nepo being prepared very deeply. He's played the Petrov in as kind of his main weapon in the last two World Championship matches. And this long pause now, the fact he's come back to the board and not moved yet, means, or at least hints, that he's not 100% sure. Maybe he's just composing, remembering, but definitely under pressure, as you said, Judith.
Well, if it's a surprise for him, it's definitely something that he has to calm down his mind. I think that to deal with something like this home preparation of Prague, it's very very difficult. At the same time, of course, well, we can see that he's probably it's not his home preparation. I have the feeling looking at his reaction, which makes it very difficult. What I would believe that Nepo is going to be trying to achieve is to develop with the knight, even if it costs him an exchange. So something like that, what you analyzed before, you showed rook d8, rook e1, c takes d5, knight d4, and then even in this position, I would consider to play knight a6, just give up the exchange by playing after knight c6, even I don't know whether queen a2 or something. But if black could consolidate his pieces after knight d8, rook d8 with knight c5 and bishop f8, then he would be extremely happy. And I can imagine that something like this can be the solution against d5. But definitely, black has to be extremely careful in such a position after d5, because one or two moves, and really the white knight comes to f5, the rook from b3 comes to the king side to f3, or even the queen to g4, and then simply white has all the pieces playing, apart from the h3 bishop. But for the moment, the h3 bishop is cutting off the a8 rook and b8 knight for the moment. So it takes a very serious role.
Yeah, I mean, rook d8. There's also the possibility of rook b3 to d3, trying to encourage black to clarify the tension. And the idea of knight g5 starts calling my name once the rook leaves f8, because you could have a potential sacrifice on f7. I understand it's not a bullet game, but this is a very dangerous idea. I mean, again, black's complete lack of development makes any kingside sacrifice look totally devastating. And knight d7, queen h5, you don't even need sacrifice in many cases. Probably many roads lead to Toronto in this case. But again, just to echo both of your points, if Nepo either isn't aware of the move d5 or he's aware of it vaguely, but maybe has forgotten his preparation, we take it for granted that these players remember all of their files. And in many cases they do, but that's not always the case. They're human. They have to keep so many things in their mind at any given time. And I think, David, we should probably go back to the bird's eye view and just quickly check out the other games before we go on our first break. But this is a huge moment in the early going of round 5 of the candidates. How does Nepo react to potentially a very nasty surprise and more incredible home cooking from Pragg?
Just blistering start to this game. Pragg trying to throw the pawns off the board as quickly as possible. But I agree, Dania, time to check out the bird's eye view for the other games where things haven't developed as much. This game, I think we're at move 19 already, if I can count. Some of the others are only on move 6 in the case of Vidit versus Caruana, very early in that Rossolimo Sicilian. We're at move 9 in the clash between Gukesh and Abasov, the other Petrov of the round, a much quieter version with maximum pieces on the board, at least for now. Another interesting one, I must say, between Firouzja and Nakamura, especially Nakamura's last move, kind of undeveloping a black knight to b8. Looks a bit quirky, but is grounded in a lot of logic. And yeah, I mean, it looks like the others are yet to heat up. It's all about Pragnananda against Nepomniachtchi right now, Daniel.
I mean, Firouzja, Nakamura, it seems that they keep playing a4 and b4 earlier and earlier in the Italian. First it was kind of an exotic move. Now it seems to be a sine qua non of any Italian setup. And Naka playing this kind of Breyer style, moving the knight back to b8. And in the Ruy Lopez Breyer variation, the knight circles back to d7. But here, I think c6 followed by d5 could be a pretty nasty idea. That bishop on c4 might need a little bit of luft. So maybe we'll see the queen dropping back from b3 to a2. Judith, on any of the other boards, any surprises for you, or pretty much standard fare in that Rossolimo on the lower left, and a very, very different kind of Petrov between Gukesh and Abasov?
Well, yeah, I mean, Gukesh game is very solid. It has to be built up, and I think it might get something interesting out there, because the white e5 pawn, of course, gives a pretty uncomfortable situation for black for the moment. h3 was played, because h3 is the kind of move which is useful most of the time in these kind of positions, just in case that eventually bishop wants to go to g4, so it's a prophylactical move. But at some point, I believe that black has ideas to play f6, or if he doesn't or cannot play for whatever reason, though I don't see why f6 cannot be played, rook e8 is also a very common move, and then put his knight to either knight f8 and knight g6, or to put bishop on f8. But eventually, at one point, definitely black's aim is to play f6 and get rid of this central pawn on e5. But white can go sometimes b4, improving his bishop to d3. I'm pretty sure we're going to have some interesting middle game, but it's going to be a very tense game. Only one pawn got off on the board, so all pieces are on. And we have a very slow game with Vidit against Fabiano there in the left bottom. So that is like very slowly, very solid game for the moment. And it's very understandable by Vidit that he played 3 bishop b5, because he wants to play for a win. He wants to play a full game, I'm sure. But as I mentioned before, losing 2 games in the previous 2 rounds, it's not funny when after 2 losses you play against world number 2 Fabiano Caruana. But this is the tournament, that this is what happens. So that's why you cannot lose, because the next game you might end up playing with someone even better.
Well summarized, Judith. Obviously, the most exciting game so far. Once again, Pragg implicated in some incredible opening preparation. And for Gukesh, I think ignorance is bliss, because if he had gotten up from the board and looked at the position of his compatriot, he might have been thinking, why didn't I come up with this? Why didn't I play this line in the Petrov? Maybe he can politely ask Nijata Basov, maybe we can take all of this back. I can try a different line against the Petrov, as we see Ali Reza in the top left, striking with d4. So that game heating up as well. But it's a perfect time for us to take our first break of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching round 5 of the candidates, the players fresh from a rest day, and we see some replays there of the initial handshakes. Andrea Bocelli making the ceremonial first move. The atmosphere could not be better. The tension could not be higher, and we will be back with more action from the 2024 FIDE candidates after this short break.
In this video, I'm gonna show you top 5 scholar-made attempts in Champions games. Before we dive into the games, I would like to show you the pattern if you have not seen it yet. Well, this happens when white goes with 1e4, black responds with e5, and white plays queen to h5. This queen gets into the game way too fast, attacks the pawn on e5. Now black plays knight to c6, guarding the pawn, and white goes with bishop to c4. White's 2 pieces are attacking on f7 and would like to capture this pawn, and if black is careless and plays knight to f6, then we have queen to f7, and this is a checkmate. Scholars made attempt 2 by Hikaru. Here we have this game between Hikaru and Filipov Anton, and we have 1e4, e5, queen goes on h5, and g6 once again. Hikaru plays queen to f3. Once again, gives a try to checkmate black's king, Black says, no, I see that, and knight to e2. We have seen already this kind of position earlier in the first game, so Black plays bishop to g7 to make sure that the king is castled, and here Hikaru goes with d3. Black responds with d5, attacks right away in the center. White captures this pawn, and Black goes with knight to b4. The pawn on c2 is hanging, so White has to play bishop to b3 to guard this pawn, and now we have knight to d5. And here we have this endgame where White has very active pieces, both rooks are controlling the open files, and the bishop is controlling this diagonal. As you can see here, those pieces are concentrated mainly on the queen side, and they are not actually so active. And the king is all the way here on the king side, just alone. So White is using this and plays rook to e7, gives a check. If king goes on the back rank, it will be a checkmate. So Black goes to king h6 now, and here we have rook to d6. The pawn is hanging, and it's not just a pawn, it's going to be a checkmate. So king goes back on g-file, plays g6 to guard the pawn, and we have bishop to c4 attacking the rook. But what is actually the idea of this move is that White wants to play bishop to d3 and checkmate this king next move. There we go. This is the checkmate that happened in this game, and second attempt of Scholar's Mate in fact worked out. This game has ended in 39 moves. It was not a checkmate in 4 moves, but I think White got really nice play on the king side.
We are back with more action from round 5 of the 2024 FIDE Candidates from Toronto Canada. Candidates Canada, same thing. A look there at Vidit, who is struggling. After that early victory, he has suffered 2 painful losses. We saw him hiding back tears before the rest day, so maybe the rest day came at a good time for him, but he's already burned quite a bit of time. And he faces a very difficult challenge in Fabiano Caruana alongside GM David Howell and GM Judith Polgar. I'm GM Daniel Naroditsky. We hope you've been enjoying our coverage in the early going. Judith, you were talking about Vidit during the break. He's got a pretty difficult task, right? Fabiano Caruana, after 2 losses, not exactly a dream scenario, even with the white pieces.
Oh, absolutely. It's not a dream scenario, that's for sure. And I think actually Fabiano must be happy with the position right now. It's not because he has such a fantastic position. He might be even a little worse possibly, but it's a game for a long time. It's going to be a very interesting middle game, I believe. Later, at some point, maybe White can go g4, for example, now, and after bishop g6 to go knight e5. H4 possibly to play aggressive, as Vidit can do something like that, or to play something more solid. But I would be actually not surprised at all if g4 will be standing on the board in this position. I'm pretty sure that Fabiano wants to play just a long game, interesting ideas, complications. And we shouldn't forget that Vidit is already spending quite a lot of time in the early phase of the opening. And he spent nearly 30 minutes already while Fabiano is blitzing out his moves until this point. And we know that Fabiano has a huge experience. He was also one of the winners. So I would not like to be in Vidit's place right now because it is very difficult, I believe, to play this game.
Judith, it's funny how you're so optimistic about g4. I would be terrified about playing a move like that with White, especially if I just lost 2 games on the bounce and my opponent was clearly well prepared. But I like it. The more I look at it, why not? Just go for it. Sometimes the way to shake yourself out of bad form, bad results is to force yourself to be energetic. And kingside Pawnstorm would make a lot of sense. kind of lack of options as well might force Vidit's hand here. Just castling, playing moves like Queen E2, bring the rooks to the center. Is he really going to be better? Black does have the bishop pair after all. Black has no weaknesses. Yeah, I would love to see it. I think all of Vidit's many fans would love to see a move like pawn to G4. The downside being that it is extremely risky here, Danya.
Yeah, it definitely is. And maybe we can take a page out of Peter's book and rewind a couple of moves, Cemento, because Black used to have doubled pawns, and it's always fascinating to me how suddenly and how unexpectedly the pawn structure can change. We saw the move bishop f4, preventing e7, e5, which is a very typical Rosolimo move, before or after bishop takes f3. And Caruana switches to a different procedure. He says, you're going to keep the e4 pawn undefended. I'm going to punish you for it. So c4, and suddenly that d3 pawn may be unable to deal with all of the responsibilities on its shoulders. Obviously, d takes e4, extremely unappetizing. Black swaps queens and picks up the pawn on e4 with a huge advantage. So Vidit was forced to ignore the tension, play knight c3, allowing Fabi to undouble his pawns. Now, it's not the end of the world for white. It's not a huge concession, but now we have these kind of Scandi pawns on c6 and e6, which might not be the most intimidating pawns, but still they're controlling some important squares in the center. Black does have the bishop pair, and I think the onus, Judith, might be on Vidit, as David was implying, to really prove something here. And in that sort of thinking of it that way, really encourages you to play g4 while you still have the chance to do so.
Well, I understand completely why David is hesitant about that he would not like to play g4, and I understand that it's my move. I was a g4 fan all my life. Yeah, it's not the logical continuation, even if it's good at this stage of the tournament situation. At the same time, it is also tricky. I mean, what are you playing for, right? Are you going to be castling and leave the pawn behind and on d3 and not to play d4? Or at what stage can white play d4? Because for the moment he can't really do that, because then bishop f3 will be on the board and white queen cannot take back because the d4 pawn can be captured. And of course, white does not want to make the double pawn with gf3. So it's not so simple, and white has to take a very clear decision on what is his strategy. What is he playing for? I guess it would be very nice to have castle, to have pawn on d4, queen on d3 or e2, have one on rook on d1, the other one on c1. At the same time, was mentioning the pawns are on c6 and e6, it stops everything. So white will not go with breakthrough d5 or anything like that. And if one day black, let's say, just captures on f3, bishop, queen f3, you can say that it's a passive position for black, but nothing more, I think. Because if black can play queen b6, rook d8, black develops properly, then there is not much to do with white, I believe. Or, well, that's what I feel. So that's why I think that g4 is the most challenging. It has to be checked. I'm pretty sure that Vidit is checking it. Because after g4, bishop g6, somehow knight e5 and h4, would like to make the g6 bishop asking that, how are you going to be escaping? And if black goes h6, then the black pawn structure will be very much ruined after knight g6. Thank you for showing that. Takes queen b3 suddenly, and then a double attack. I mean, this is something black should not be very happy with, I believe. Pawn on e6, the weakness. Even though even here it's not so obvious at all. I mean, black can take maybe on d3, queen b7, king f7 simply. It's a very difficult pawn structure what we have on the board.
Yeah, it might be now or never though, Judith. And I want Vidit to play g4. Don't be a coward like me, Vidit. Play g4. Go for it. I quite like the idea of kind of...
Sorry, but play g4 if it's good.
Yeah. If it's good, and it's not bad. At least we see no reaction from our the all-seeing friend over there on the left of the board, bishop g6. I do wonder whether you can play everything with tempo. Whether, I mean, another move you mentioned in that variation, Judith, queen b3 now. I'm just.
But I think queen takes d3. And after
And can I take
95,
on-
queen a6.
Big beast.
I wanted to take here.
Okay.
Maybe. And this looks good, but yeah, I was just wondering how you react. And maybe it's queen b6. Kind of that's the standard way in most openings of meeting queen to b3. That kind of quells my enthusiasm a bit, but maybe now 95 and you just pretend that you don't care about pawns, the pawn structure. Open up white's rook if black ever takes. This is more my kind of cup of tea, where queen's off the board, g4 doesn't look such like such a risky move.
I have another question. What do you think about... Sorry.
Oh, no. Go ahead, Judith.
I have a question, whether maybe you will be very much outraged on my idea. If not queen b3 after g4, but to play, let's say, queen c2 and long castle. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that was gonna be my kind of take, was to play queen e2 actually, followed by long castle. And I have a short interjection before we pick up the discussion again. We have Mike Klein in Toronto who's live with Andrea Bocelli. So David, Judith, we're going to continue discussing this position, but let's pan out to Mike, who's standing live with the guest of honor in Toronto, Andrea Bocelli. Mike, take it away.
Thanks, guys. It is my honor to be here with Andrea Bocelli, world-renowned tenor. Also, of course, chess player following the action. Mr. Bocelli, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
A couple of games already are the Italian game. Do you think that the ladies played it in your honor?
I really hope that everyone can give his best, because who plays chess play to win, not just to play, you know. So I really hope that for Fabiano, for example, he's Italian, and I hope he can do very well.
Are you following Fabiano's game in front of you right now?
Yeah.
Have you ever had a chance to play or meet Fabiano?
No, I met him today for the first time.
And I know you have met the chess.com CEO Eric Alabest. Did you play him in a game?
Come?
Sappiamo che ha conosciuto il CEO del chess.com,
Ah, sì.
Eric. Hai mai giocato con
No.
lui?
I only spoke with him about the possibility to increase the accessibility for blind people, and we had a dinner together, but we didn't play. He's much better than me. So.
Well, please let us know. What kinds of features should we add on the chess.com app?
Ha detto, facci sapere quali sarebbero le figure che dovrebbero aggiungere su chess.com.
No, the inaccessibility would be better. For example, if two horses can do in the same square, like in this case, one of the two goes here, would be great to know which one goes here. In this moment, the application doesn't say this, and you must go to check which one is gone here.
That makes sense. And finally, what do you love about chess?
Oh, I like it because it's very important for the brain, I think. And for me, it would be very important to create a study in every schools of chess for children.
Fantastic. I couldn't agree more. We have tenor Andrea Bocelli clearly on Team Fabiano. We will see if the support of Andrea will help out the one-time Italian player. Thanks very much. Now back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Mike, for all of your hard work. And thank you, Andrea Bocelli, for gracing the candidates with your presence. For those who don't know, you can look him up, but Andrea Bocelli is a world-famous Italian tenor who has been blind from an early age, but that has not prevented him from an incredible career where he has toured the world. And he's got a pretty nice voice, that guy. Maybe he should try singing. Great to know that Andrea Bocelli is a fan of chess. And my favorite Bocelli rendition is his Besame Mucho from 15 years ago or so. Do yourself a favor. Maybe look that one up during a break. But so nice to see so many celebrities, so many accomplished figures in other spheres also engaging directly with the chess world. Just really heartwarming.
He also has a very nice song singing together with his son. And in that video clip, they are playing chess as well.
Judith, you said you'd met him a few times, him and his wife.
Yeah, I met his wife a long time ago, like during when I was commentating in 2016 in New York, the World Championship match. Then I had an opportunity to meet her in a UN event for women, and she was very happy and looking forward to introduce Andrea, because she was telling that how passionate her husband is. And you could see that, I mean, he's playing online on chess.com, and he has his improvements to ask for. So this means also that he's is very active, and he also said it that he believes that in every school it should be taught for children. So he's a big believer that chess has very good benefits for children as well.
Mm-hmm. Well said, Judith. And on that note, we'll return to the games. I'll mention that Jan is still pondering, literally pondering, which pawn to take, whether to keep the tension after the move d5. That was not intended, I promise. But just to summarize that Vidit Caruana game, maybe it makes sense to wait for Vidit's next move, because if he plays g4, if he plays a move like queen c2 or queen e2, if he castles kingside, the position's going to change quite a bit. And we saw Vidit there on camera. I thought he was about to push g4, but a little bit of hesitation. We've seen that before from him. It's a committal decision, and this is a big moment early in their game.
Vidit, that hesitation, again, rewind just a few days back after that amazing win against Nakamura. I think he would not have hesitated. He would have played the move g4, but it's just results. I think we've all been there, right? They knock confidence. Confidence is key in chess. You have to trust your calculation. You have to trust your instincts. I mean, the clock situation might come back to haunt him, as it did just before the rest day against Jan Nepomniachtchi. If Vidit continues this indecision, I mean, I'm one to talk. I'm the biggest time trouble addict there is, but ultimately he spent a long time. We're only on move 9 in a fresh position where his opponent is better prepared than him. So g4 or not g4, he just needs to decide quickly, and he needs to kind of make this decision and stick with it. Judith?
Well, I think g4 is a move which, if he would be playing a bullet game, blitz game, or rapid game, he would be playing it instantly. But right now we are playing the candidates, and it's a classical time control, and it's round 5, and he knows exactly how much it would be so great to win this game. At the same time, I mean, we know that we cannot think about this during the game, right? We cannot think about that, oh, I play g4 and I'm going to be very aggressive and I'm going to be winning. That's not how it works to win against Caruana, Fabiano, right? So the question is whether is he calculating g4 and checking after g4 what he wants to do, because if he plays g4, bishop g6, he has to make the next move immediately. He can't afford, it's not a good message to the opponent if he goes after like 10 minutes of thought, thinking to play g4, bishop g6, and then again he's going to be spending 15 minutes of his time. That doesn't work. So now he has to be planning. If he goes g4, bishop g6, he's just flashing out his next move. And that maybe is a question whether after g4, bishop g6, if let's say he follows our idea to castle long, where should I take my queen? d2, c2, or e2? All three of them has a lot of sense. I believe that after g4, queen c2, or queen e2 is the best. And we have g4 on the board.
Yeah, let's go. And I wouldn't exclude, by the way, the possibility of castling kingside. I'm not saying it's a particularly appealing option, but bishop g6, queen e2, and I think Judith Vidit will follow your advice. You don't play g4. Oh, I didn't expect bishop g6. Oh my gosh, time to spend another 15 minutes. One way or the other, his next move will also give us a lot of data, perhaps about which way he wants to castle. But queen e2 and castle short is not something I would rule out, because anytime black pushes h5 to try to induce more weaknesses, white can shut down the king side with g5. So I wouldn't consider it a foregone conclusion that we will see the king On the queen side, maybe it will remain David in the center, particularly if the queens get traded with queen b3, queen b6. But I really do like your suggestion of queen to b3.
Yeah, and I'm saying it just because I hate having an airy king, but getting the queens off the board here, I actually think positionally White would be doing quite well, because the worst piece in any kind of late middle game, any early end game, is going to be this black bishop. It is kind of hitting a wall of pawns, this concrete wall of d3, e4, and yeah, just to put a couple of moves on the board, the move I would be advocating for, I mean, I'm not sure exactly in this position, but let's say I try and force the queens off, and we see this pawn suddenly being hit, maybe a pawn to a6. Even if I just shuffle the white king over to c2, okay, not moving it like a knight, but king d2, king c2, how white's pawns will ever be weak, and I don't really see how this black bishop will ever get in the game. So white will be able to hop around later with some knights into the likes of c5, knight e5, round to c4. Positionally, I think there's a lot to work with here. I think it's far from a dry queenless position. So this would be my bet, but yeah, as Judith has highlighted, there's far more aggressive, far more ambitious ways to play this one. Knight to e5, even moves like h4 already. Yeah, as well as castling queenside in the next few turns. But we said it, Vidit needs to play his next move quickly. He hasn't. Again, it's the confidence just gnawing away at him. He played g4, and now it's been 2 minutes and still no sign of a move. That's a bit worrying for his fans.
Yes, I completely agree with you, David, that it's not a good sign that he's spending already a few minutes. He really has to make a move. He cannot show that he's unstable and he's hesitant and he's debating with himself how to continue, because I mean, these minutes and the time itself also will be needed in the later stage of the game. And also still Fabiano has spent only 5 minutes until this point. So it seems like he knows exactly what he's doing. Everything is under control. He makes his decisions very fast, contrary to Vidit, who is very, very much hesitating what to do. How sharp should I be playing? Where should I be putting my queen? Castle is something that I would be not a big fan, and I tell you why. The reason is because I want to be pushing my pawns on G and H pawn, and maybe one day even the F pawn, moving away my bishop to e3, knight e5, or knight somewhere, f4, f5. Of course, I understand that it's kind of a dreaming, but I think white can push the pawns and give more unpleasantness for black after the king is gone for the queen side with long castle. That's the idea which gives the most danger for black and the most excitement for us and entertainment.
It's definitely what we want, Danya.
Yeah.
In the meantime, though, Vidit is thinking maybe it's time to zoom out and check on some other games that are currently heating up.
And Vidit, just as you say that, following David Howell's advice, always a good idea. And the queen does make its way to b3. I think an encouraging sign for Vidit fans. It doesn't mean that he didn't know what he was doing when he played g4. Maybe just double checking, understanding that these next few decisions are pretty critical ones. But Fabiano presumably will spend some time. Queen b6, not the only way to defend the b-pawn, but perhaps the most aesthetically appealing. Of course, rook b8 is a move you would normally be considering, but c7 and b8 are both protected by that white bishop. I'm also looking at the top left at that Firouzja versus Nakamura game. Hikaru has given up a large control of the center, but might be trying to strike with d6, d5. So maybe time to zoom into that crowd favorite game. Hikaru burned a lot of time on this decision to trade on d4, and we can understand why. It's a very committal decision, one that presumably was undergirded by quite a bit of direct calculation involving this idea of d6, d5. But he starts with a5.
But for me, it's somehow, it's a strange chess, I must admit. He goes 2 moves ago, he went back from c6 to b8, isn't he?
Let's
right?
do a quick action replay. You're right, Judith. We had this position just 2 moves ago, and here Black's knight is maybe a bit in the way. I was assuming he wants to play the move pawn to c6 followed by d5, and the knight might well get hit later. So knight back to b8, undeveloping. Don't try it at home, anyone. Normally this is not a good idea, but here it has some logic. You need pawn breaks after all in chess. But white strikes first in the center. And yeah, a bit odd, as Daniel said, to kind of spend so much time here, but eventually take. And rather than c6, d5 ideas, a5 first. And Judith, continue from here because you were surprised and you're surprised by knight b8. And
yeah, because first of all, I'm surprised that knight b8 is a move which is provoking white, right? It was kind of a provocation, inviting for white to go d4 and really control the center right immediately there. And giving up the center is always something that you do it if you have something concrete in mind. Otherwise, you cannot give up the center like that. So after a5, white can go, I think, different ideas. To be honest, even e5 is something I would consider with white. What happens after that? Because the queen on b3, bishop is on c4, on that diagonal, this can be very, very difficult for black. If once white can go with e5, take great initiative. And I can even imagine just to go e5, and if black would be taking, then knight e5 is possible, or d takes e5, and bishop b2, castle, and even giving up the b4 pawn, I wouldn't care much. So I don't know what Hikaru has in mind after e5.
It's scary. I mean, he's undeveloping his pieces, getting ready for the next game. By the way, we do have some major action in Pragg versus Nepo, so we'll go there next. But just to complete the point, Judith, I really like your point. Maybe we should point out that if white plays b5, I think this would be the instinct of a lot of players just looking at this intuitively. But here, this allows black this opportunity to play d5, e takes c5, and then oftentimes the pawn is recovered via the knight maneuver to d7 and then to b6. And if black can recover the pawn on d5, you have an IQP situation with the square in front of it nicely blockaded. So, David, I think Firouzja does sense the urgency. Maybe now is the only chance he'll have to push e5. And much like Judith, I mean, again, the onus is on him to demonstrate something concrete in response to this scary-looking move. And speaking of concrete, I can't take my eyes off of the move that Pragg just played.
I think it's time to jump there, but I agree. This dynamic move that Judith suggested, pawn to e5, I love the look of it. It's very much Firouzja's style as well, throwing fire on the board. Pawn to b5, maybe less ambitious. Actually, that was my instinct, as you mentioned, Dania. Just the lazy man's move, pawn to b5. But of course, action happening elsewhere. Let's jump to one of the games of the round involving the leader and Nepomniachtchi. How much trouble is he in? Is he in trouble? He spent a long time on the clock, and this is the position over there. Knight to g5. Wow. Judith, you're the attack. Well, you're one of the world's best attackers. How kind of are the alarm bells ringing now for Nepo?
Well, definitely white is... Yeah, white is not hiding his intents, right? I mean, obviously, if it white would be the move, just knight h7, king h7, bishop f5, I believe, and rook h3. That looks quite killer. But it's black to move. So the first question is whether can black play h6, which is obviously a huge provocation. And then the question is whether knight f7. We were discussing it in the break already, that maybe this can be the idea, but also sometimes I believe knight e6 has to be checked in these kind of positions because it can be very dangerous for black. But you know what? Even knight e4 kind of move has to be checked because black maybe cannot take on e4 because queen d6 and rook g3 and the attack is very strong. But definitely after h6, we have to check knight f7 first.
Oh, let's go. Knight g5.
Let's
by the way,
jump in,
David, I want to point out that knight g5 deviates from kind of my initial instinct, which was knight d4. Knight d4, though, just kind of a lackluster move. And perhaps it would have given black a chance to slide the queen back into the action or play bishop e5. It just didn't kind of do the trick. And obviously, knight g5 still part of Pragg's prep. So knight g5, h6, knight takes f7. The line that Judith mentioned, which we discussed during the break, was the fearless king takes f7. Now you start praying, but I think Black's prayers might be answered here. Rook f3 check. And it seems like a dead end after king g8. But one piece of advice that was shared with me a long time ago is that when you're attacking, you don't want a tunnel vision checkmate. Oftentimes you can kind of exploit the weakness of the enemy king in order to do something else, such as win material or deliver a double attack, or in this case, actually trap a piece with bishop e6 check, king h8. And now before or after, let's say we trade the rooks for the sake of simplicity, bishop takes d5, and Black can resign because he loses the exchange. Nope. Fooled you. Black has the move knight c6, spotted by Judith. And after bishop takes c6, that paves the way for the rook to escape immediate death. But now, David, I think you second me on this. White is better. This is not just a draw. Oh, we have opposite colored bishops. Let's sign the score sheets. With the queens on the board, White has very clear potential to continue the attack in the long run by circling the bishop back to the b1 h7 diagonal. Yes, I see the eval bar is indicating zeros. This is not a position I could see Pragg accepting a draw in, particularly if it takes Nepo another 20, 30 minutes to figure all of this out.
Well, there are many.
Still.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Judah. I was going to say this still looks ugly for Black.
I think there are some very nice ideas also if we would go back after h6, knight f7, king f7. I had an idea that, first of all, after rook f3, here rook d3, I think is also something to consider, maybe. Interesting. But if we look at, we can come back to this, but I had another idea also after rook f3, king g8, bishop e6 check, king goes out to h8, obviously is the safer one, not to h7. And now bishop e5 immediately. Mm-hmm. So Black has to go knight c6 and then bishop c6. So now Black cannot go rook d8 because rook f8 and Black is losing material. So Black has to take rook takes f3.
Maybe queen e5 is also a move I could throw in.
Queen e5. That's a good one. That I forgot about. Yeah, and maybe this saves Black. I mean, rook f3 was also possible, but queen e5 I like very much because it becomes a strong central queen there. That's, and Black is fine. Yeah, that's important. And if we go back, can we check rook d3 instead of rook f3 check in this position?
Scary move.
Imagine handling this position. No preparation. You're right, Danya. This is another level of scary.
But there's another option.
Quite low on the clock.
Queen g4 instead of rook d3. Also something to be checked.
No threats. I'm kidding.
No, not at all.
Just a minor one.
And if I run for the hills, back.
Queen e6 and the bishop is hanging.
Yeah. And finally I can develop my knight. Oh wait, rook a3, is that a thing?
I thought rook g3 simply.
Yeah, maybe queen c5 instead of knight a6, trying to play with tempo, but a point is well taken. Queen c5, queen g6, and the party can... but then maybe I can develop the knight to c6.
Knight c6
or not.
G3.
Bishop f5. No, then rook f5 and knight d4, but you have rook g3.
Rook g3 first and then bishop f5.
The party never stops.
Wow.
h6 on the board.
Here, Danya.
Let's pat ourselves on the back. I think we might have called it.
Ooh, it's given a question mark. Rather harsh there from the computer. And the blue arrow, it appears here, the fateful blue arrow saying that White's best move by quite a distance is knight takes f7. But I think we've deduced that. Lack of options. You would love to play a move like queen to h5, but this might allow ideas like d4 in the near future with a skewer. So yeah, why not? You've said A. Why not say B? Knight takes f7. And Pragg, what do we think? Is he going to do this emphatically? Just bang, knight takes f7 on the board instantly.
Just
Of
like he makes all
course.
his moves, right, Judith? All of them
Of
are
course.
banged out, slams the clock down so impolitely, just like we're used to from Pragg.
Less than a minute he will take.
Ooh. Nepo here. Just the psychological impact of the opponent playing so fast and continuing to do so, especially a move like knight takes f7 could, that could be decisive if he's not able to recover from the shock. But we haven't found a knockout, at least for white, in that line with king takes f7. Black still wriggling, surviving just about by the skin of his teeth.
I have some crazy ideas also that after knight f7, king f7, at some point to go bishop f5 and come back to b1 with an idea to have the buttery with the queen on d3 and c2 and try to give checks. I think it should be very slow, but of course, knight f7. How many? 20 seconds we had to wait for it?
Wow, it's on the board. Double exclamation mark from the computer. It is a sacrifice after all, and it is the best move. So
yeah,
I'll allow those exclamation points to exist, Danya.
Jan got up from the board. Like, does he think that Pragg, you play knight g5 and don't expect h6? I think it's not the kind of getting up from the board where he thinks he's going to have 20 minutes to spend. He just wants a little bit of a break from the position. I think he's fully aware that he's very much caught in the middle of Pragg's preparation. And to second your point, king takes f7 has been our focus. Obviously, rook takes f7 is a candidate move, but it looks deeply unappetizing to me after bishop b6. In a classical game, I might force myself to calculate further, maybe knight d7, but I would only go for such a move if there existed no other alternatives. And king takes f7, at the very least, as you're saying, it doesn't appear that there's an immediate knockout. I really like Judith's suggestion of queen g4, of course, but also rook d3. I've been kind of looking at and can't quite figure out a satisfactory response here. I was thinking, just so hard to find a move, because if you play bishop c5, then maybe you run into queen f3, queen takes d5, queen takes a8, bang, bang, bang. Nope, I'm sorry. What? How is queen f3 so wrong? King g6. And you can't take
queen
h5.
h5 you can go.
So queen h5 to circumvent this whole operation? Nope.
How about rook f?
rook f3, the only other
rook
check.
f3. Correct.
Now we take.
Okay, but with 2 hours on the clock, Pragg would find this move.
Yeah, and black collapses on the light squares. Wow. Yeah, this is terrifying. I mean, no matter what Pragg plays. Actually, after king takes f7, we've already found, 3-4 candidate moves for white. So imagine Jan having to calculate all of that. But he's played it, king takes f7. Very quick reply. And
rook f3.
Move pass back to Pragg.
Rook d3. Judith's move.
Wow. Nice. And okay, let's ignore the question mark here. I think we can all admit this is computer preparation. He's definitely analyzed it with one of the state-of-the-art engines out there. So yeah, this question mark, I'm going to remove it. I'm going to replace it with something else, a star. There we go. Great move there from Pragg, and big threats facing Nepo now. D5 is the first domino to fall potentially.
Wow. So what can black do?
Okay.
What about playing knight c6 finally?
Okay.
And after rook d5, can black go bishop c5? Giving back some material?
Oh my goodness.
It looks scary, yeah? Queen b3 or something.
Looks like, yeah, queen b3 could be fatal for this king. Never lead from the front. Never lead your army from the front if you're a king, right, Danya? This is
well spotted. Yeah, king g6. I mean, at this point, it's very clear because black is just excommunicated on the queen side. You don't have the defensive firepower, and you're suffering on the light square. So after rook d3, we've ruled out so far bishop c5 and knight c6. let me suggest the possibility of running. Can we try king g8? It's sort of the most direct and primitive defensive approach. Why does it fail? I feel like it fails to bishop d6 and bishop takes d5.
Exactly.
And knight c6, I think this is a really important subtlety. That old idea, knight c6, bishop takes c6, that's why Pragg put the rook on d3. Now the bishop on d6 is in the crosshairs of white's pieces, and queen e5, nothing works because you're just going to eliminate the bishop. So that's off the table as well. You need something more sophisticated.
Wow. But where to even start? Rook d3. Oh, this damned question mark.
I mean, there's
remove it
rook
once
d8,
again.
but no, I'm at this point I'm very pessimistic because rook d8 suffers from the same problems with this, again, queen h5 or queen f3, and then bishop e6 takes d5. Maybe there you can play knight c6. So can we try this move?
Check.
So check, king g8, king h8.
Check.
Queen g6.
But here...
Knight d7 would defend, I guess, maybe. Knight on f8, there is no mate. I need to get back.
The hair on your chinny chin chin.
Oh, I'm a lucky boy there. But
Black wins.
This is scary. But black does win, yeah. Okay, rook d8, Daniel. Let's try and refute this. If it's possible.
The rook e1 is also quite tempting.
Bringing the last piece into the attack. Makes sense. And now if black runs...
Bishop e6.
This labyrinth
rook,
is
rook d5. Rook d5, by the way, was not off the table, but we can follow through on bishop e6 first. King h8, bishop. But here, bishop d5, knight c6. And maybe...
Bishop c6, and the e1 rook is hanging. That's the problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Black is holding on, although even here, I should point out, bishop e4, and back to our old idea, positionally, you know, white's like, I take my hat off, you found 15 computer moves, now why don't you suffer in a slightly worse middle game? Congrats.
That's just the dream these days, modern preparation. It's like you test your opponent, test. It's like an exam. They need to get all the questions right, and then, you're still not risking anything. They're the ones who still have to suffer.
But if I may interject...
Maybe the minimum, but...
If I may interject one more time, in that line, rook d8, rook e1, king g8, sorry to, to point out so many presumably wrong moves. Rook e1, king g8, rook takes d5, actually, I think. Can we figure out why that fails?
What about knight c6?
Wow. What a move. And we should point out for the crowd at home. But you're blundering your queen, Judith. I thought.
Oh, I blundered. Okay, then already bishop h2.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. And I was hoping that you'd blundered your queen, and it's an equal endgame.
Black's a pawn up.
Actually, yeah, black has a pawn up, but happy to survive.
Easy clap.
Wow. But imagine seeing this type of variation, and it would be so easy to panic here, as I was doing. But yeah, knight c6, you've got to see it from afar. You've got to calculate it from afar. Far from easy.
Maybe it's the only move, right?
Maybe.
I told you that I
wouldn't
don't
be
like it
surprised
when
if
it cannot be developing. So you have to take your chance to develop your knight.
Wow. Can we go... And here's the thing, knight c6 also protects the rook on d8. So if white plays a prophylactic move, no, but then black has already gotten the knight out. So it's, I was thinking maybe g3, but way too slow. Even bishop...
Yeah.
Bishop
somewhere,
b4 you can go.
Bishop somewhere.
Maybe bishop g... bishop somewhere.
Wow.
Yeah.
Riveting complications, David, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, riveting, and it's going to be a tightrope act. He's going to really have to navigate all the pitfalls here. I mean, we stumbled across rook d8, I guess, by process of elimination as a defensive move, but Nepo, I mean, first he has to kind of fight all these nerves, the panic, the kind of stress that's naturally going to occur when you're hit by an opening bomb. But yeah, even after composing himself, he's got to navigate this maze and find some crazy only moves potentially just to survive into that slightly worse position. So yeah, Pragg yet again impressing with his preparation, so creative. I think out of everyone so far, he's definitely been one of the most innovative and one of the most ambitious with his opening play. And often that tends to be rewarded in tournaments like this.
Huh. Without question, another sparkling case of opening preparation. Nepo, he's not on the ropes objectively, but he's walking on hot coals, and we will leave him to think about this very important move. Can he uncork the cold-blooded defensive move, Rook to D8? Well, it's time to go on another break, but before we do, as seen on Shark Tank, we wanted to remind you of a very exciting product called Chess Up. As seen on Shark Tank, the Chess Up team returns with a brand new Chess Up 2, an electronic chessboard that combines the best of online and over-the-board chess. With built-in Wi-Fi and Chess.com compatibility, Chess Up 2 carries all the convenience of online gaming, like access to the millions of players in the online chess community, without losing the unique experience and feel of over-the-board chess. And when you finished a match on the board, you can save games directly on Chess.com and analyze online. Learn more about Chess Up 2 and save $100 when you pre-order on Kickstarter. Head to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use !chessup in chat. And we will be back and keep monitoring Jan Nepomniachtchi as he faces off in a fascinating battle against Pragnananda, as well as the other games from round 5 of the 2024 candidates. We will be right back.
Mom wore this to my wedding.
Yeah, she did. We'd each make one move every morning before starting our day. Never got to finish this one. You been practicing?
Not since I was a kid. Why first? You gonna be all right, Dad?
I'm gonna be good.
Love you. Love you too. Come to Angelina's party?
I'll be there.
All right.
Hello?
Ready to play?
When did you do this?
Don't worry about it. It's your move. Playing Grandpa.
Really?
Yeah. He's kinda about to destroy me. He's pretty good. Nice one, Dad. Grandpa-granddaughter showdown.
Going down.
Sure about that?
Yep. I believe you go first. Let's see if I can make this magic work again.
Already off to a good start.
Really?
Are you sure about that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll just see.
All right, well.
Gotcha.
Oh my. Oh. She's a smart kid.
How did she do that? That's incredible. Nice going.
You underestimated her, Grandpa.
We're back at the 2024 FIDE Candidates. Some lovely footage of the two-time repeat winner, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he is in the lead once again. 3 points out of 4, but potentially on the ropes against Pragg. There we go. Some beautiful shots of Jan Nepomniachtchi. We are so lucky to be in a time of plentiful camera angles, and there's another one, a crowd favorite. The view of Jan Nepomniachtchi thinking about his move, and he has just made a move. We come back at the perfect moment. The game that we have been focusing essentially all of our energies on, and I don't think there is a single person in chat who's thinking, man, I really wish they wouldn't spend so much time on this boring Pragg Nepo game. And Jan Nepomniachtchi has made an incredible defensive move. We thought Rook D8, that was kind of our main candidate move. Obviously, we're not thinking about this as long and as deeply as Jan is. He's played the move Knight to D7, throwing away his extra piece in order to coordinate his rooks and buy himself a tempo, presumably that he will use to try to hide the king on that heaven square, H8. That just seems so far away. It's actually only 2 squares away. If he can reach that square without losing all of his pieces, I think he's going to be happy. Pragg continues to respond instantly. Rook takes D5 on the board.
Well, it's quite an amazing position.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, blue arrow appears, strikes back. That's the computer telling us that bishop takes h2 is by far the best move. And that's not an obvious one. Dania, Judah, I guess that's what Jan is relying upon. Throwing his bishop out the way and then playing the blocking move, knight c5, from where the knight defends everything.
Well,
Tough.
it does look extremely scary what's going on from the black side. At the same time, after bishop h2, king takes h2, knight c5, blocking the rook from attacking the queen and also moving out from the attacked piece. The king is on f7 still, right? We should not forget about that. And it looks so scary, like rook d6 or something, and then queen comes into the game. And the bishop comes to c5. Well, if this is going to be a draw and Jan survives this, then I have, well, anyway, I have great respect for him. But then it means that I think he has really increased his chances into winning this event again. Because to handle such a opening preparation, which is scary, dangerous, and obviously you know that you're playing against not only Pragnananda, who is a great top player nowadays and a great talent, but also playing against all the engines and his team and Svidler and everybody. I mean, to have these nerves to sit there, calculate, play against.
And he's played the immediate knight c5. without taking on h2, which is an understandable decision. Judith, you pointed out the king on g8. He wants that extra tempo. He says, listen, yeah, I'm not going to take on h2, but I'm going to use that tempo to evacuate my king to g8. I totally get it. But after rook takes d6, king g8, you know what's weird? If he had gone bishop takes h2 check, king takes h2, knight c5, David, maybe we can show this just for people to keep this straight in their mind. After bishop takes h2, king h2, knight c5, I agree that the intuitive move is rook d6. And paradoxically, the move he's just played doesn't actually save a tempo, because after knight c5, rook takes d6, king g8, we get the exact same position, except with an extra pawn on h2 for white, which might be partially responsible for the change in evaluation. So now he gets the same scary position, except he doesn't even get to suffer for a pawn.
Oh, that's a really important detail there, Dania. Really nice kind of, again, pattern recognition, but comparing variations. That's what the top players do. The comparison method when they calculate quite often. And yeah, as you say, it might not look important that white has an extra pawn on the king side right now, but watch out for any potential endgame, especially if white wins another pawn in the process, then suddenly material might play a role. And I mean, here, should we try and look into the future? Black's king has to run. That's the only
queen d5
kind of logical follow-up.
King h8, queen e5. That's the line which is circling my mind, and I'm not seeing a satisfactory response. There was one line that I noticed, which is just nice. It's probably not relevant. King g8, rook g6, rook f7, rook takes g7, but and queen to d5, picking up that rook in the corner. That poor rook on a8. First it was the bishop hunting it down from d5. Now it's the queen forking the rook and the king. But clearly black has a better defense at some point. Judith, maybe you can you spotted something along the way.
Well, I don't know. I can just only repeat that it looks so scary for black, not only because I see on the screen the double question mark, but the f7 king is not something that you like to have, and white has such a bishop on h3 looking on the square e6 that eventually will give it check or something, and the queen is going to come up to d5 most likely. Yeah, I mean, rook d6 seems to be the most logical. At the same time, it's interesting that Pragnananda is taking the time for the first time that, well, actually, maybe it's time to think about it. Probably in his preparation, it was bishop h2, and he knew that, and he only knows that knight c5 is a much worse move, worse defense. But after bishop h2, I want to highlight also the fact that when the king goes to h2 and the queen goes to d5, also the rook is unprotected on f1. So I wouldn't be surprised if this would also make a difference, that at some point queen goes to b5, defends and attacks at the same time. But obviously to have an extra pawn for white, it means a lot, especially because the white square bishop is a much better piece, especially if it can be regrouped through f5 to b1 to that diagonal. But let's see, after rook d6, what you were mentioning, king g8, queen d5 check, king h8. Obviously, you never want to go on white squares, so you go to h8. You said queen e5, which threatens with rook h6 because of the pin.
Maybe queen takes a2. I mean, maybe rook
exactly.
h6 is actually not that scary. Not as scary as it looks, which is a crazy statement, I understand.
Well, it's awful to look at queen a2 after rook h6.
Sign me up. I love black's position.
Well, strange taste, I must say. Probably I would be going, can I go rook e6?
Hoping for knight takes e6. Bishop takes e6 would be a nasty double attack against the black king and queen. And also stopping rook e8, Judith, I guess. Really nice, just to kind of prevent black from bringing his defenders to the cause. Rook e7 looks really scary. I just don't really see how black's going to guard the king long term. Imagine the white bishop landing on the square like g6. There's going to be mating nets all over the place.
But maybe it's not. I like queen a2.
Like queen a2. I was going to say, if the king were on h2, at least we could consider moves like rook takes f2. But yeah, unfortunately, Nepo didn't choose that one. looks terrifying.
But maybe he can go
D8.
knight d3 and f4.
Aha. It's annoying. F4 just in time. Yeah, maybe not rook e6, maybe another square. Rook c6, just to always pretend you're taking this knight.
Or rook g6. On rook c6, rook e8 was my problem.
Yeah. g6. Oh, I just want to point out a tactic. Sorry, guys, I'm going to jump in here. Rook c6. Let's say I play rook e8 and the white queen moves to a bad square.
Yeah.
Queen h5. Just want to point out queen takes f2, check. And sneaky checkmate. So, yeah, don't take your eye off the ball if you're Pragg. But, sorry, yeah. I mean, this line, it just looks so promising. I mean,
but also
maybe there doesn't need to be a knockout blow. Sorry, go on, Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, rook takes h6. I mean, of course I'm influenced by the eval bar, but that actually might not be forced. And that thought planted some seeds into my mind. Okay, maybe you can start by trying to improve that threat with a move like bishop f5. I can't quite put my finger on what it is, but king g8, and I've been stuck on this position for a while. Maybe no,
what about playing bishop f5 instead of queen e5 after king h8?
Uh-huh. So same idea, different order. That's
keeping the domination.
Though maybe you can go knight a4 or something, and then
knight
you can
b7 maybe.
Or knight b7. That's nice.
Trading by force. I like queen e5 threat. Why not?
Queen d4 is also another idea. Maybe the queen can be better on d4, so I don't have all this rook f2 stuff.
Makes sense.
He's taken, by the way. He's taken on d6, so we're very likely going to have, at the very least, the position after king g8, queen d5, king h8. And presumably at that point, Pragg will pause to consider all of the candidate moves we've been putting on the table.
Yeah. So rook takes d6. This is the current position, the game position. I mean, those all looked very promising for white. It's just kind of finessing the details, and with all of that 1 hour and a lot of minutes left that Pragg has, you would imagine that he's going to find a very convincing way forward. And I mean, it's that point you mentioned, the moment that someone stops thinking when they've been preparing this really long and impressive line, that's actually worrying for Nepo. It means that he knows for the first time that he's actually played a bad move. If the opponent keeps blitzing, you've normally played a good one because it's top computer line. But yeah, now he knows that Pragg has something to work with, and whether Pragg punishes black or not, that's the big question. Ooh, yeah, king g8 forced. As soon as Nepo's back at the board, I think we'll see that one appear. And yeah, don't know how long the game will continue, but it does.
If he comes back to the board, if he comes back, maybe he'll pull a FIDE Candidates and he'll be too disgusted with his position. He'll be, all right, let's go to dinner. I'm kidding, of course. King g8.
You know what is an interesting? Yeah. Sorry. No, I was wondering
I was just
that
say, during the World Championship matches, he was always away from the board there too. But go on, Judith.
Yes, but they had a screen in the room where they could rest, right? I thought also an interesting idea, if after king g8, white can even think about playing g3 and coming back with the bishop through g2 to d5. It seems to be a little bit slow, but just an idea to come back and centralize the bishop, it might be not so bad, because the queen is not standing too bad on d1. And the only piece which is out of the play right now is the bishop from h3. Of course, we would like to have it on f5 and queen on g6. That would be idle. But also if bishop could be brought to d5 and queen d4, centralizing the queen, it can be also very unpleasant.
G8 on the board, David.
Yet again. That's right. And queen d5. These aren't my arrows, guys. This is the computer saying that queen d5 is by far the best. So I loved your g3, bishop g2, Judith, but I guess maybe here brute force is the way forward.
But how is it so good as the bar shows?
Well, after Queen D5, King H8, Queen E5, I don't mean to keep bringing us back to that position, but did we find a satisfactory? What was our actual consensus here? Queen takes A2.
Rook
Bishop
H6.
F5. But
what do you think?
Can we come back to
Play
Bishop
after...
F5 for a second?
Now?
Yeah, King G8, and I feel like in this position, it just... I mean, of course, the eval bar hints that there is something, but let's just take a moment here because I feel like something must materialize. What can it be? Bishop... Bishop... I'm under the gun.
Bishop B1. Rook G6.
Rook G6, Rook F7.
So
and
close.
It's almost there.
Yeah, I wanted to play like Rook C6 there just to take on C5 and like yo-yo back and forth and then get Bishop B6 in, but it's very slow.
Bishop B1, some people in the chat are saying, but Bishop B1, Queen F7, what exactly is...
And then Bishop G6 with the tempo.
Oh.
Maybe not. Queen F4 you have. Queen D5, King H8.
Let's put that on the board. Queen F4. Ooh. Black survives here.
Yeah, not Bishop G6.
Mm-hmm.
Could we
C5
do
knight
really
is
classy?
good.
Could I play like Queen B2?
Oh, Bishop A2 is threatened, and King H8, there's the old idea. Rook takes H6. Well spotted.
And Queen C2 sometimes too.
Yeah. Just trying to set up a threat. Looks hard.
Nice
Black
move.
to deal with this.
Incredible. Look at the geometry.
Okay.
Just using every corner of the board.
Yeah. Queens, bishops, they're long-range pieces. Got to use that. The Black Knight now can't control any squares. But yeah, I needed your Bishop F5, Bishop B1 first, that the two of you were suggesting. But Pragg, he's capable of finding this type of thing. It might just be one of many as well that look very promising for white. But first he has to start in the game position with Queen to D5 check. And I'm expecting a long think here. How about you, Daniel?
I mean, there must be... I mean, Queen D5 is the kind of move in a blitz game you would play instantly. In a classical game, once you start thinking, you realize, okay, can I play slowly, right? This is always a question you want to ask yourself. Can I make a slow move? Do I have to create a threat? And I personally know that I wouldn't be able to resist the temptation to at least start with Queen D5, King H8. Realistically, I would also probably impulsively go Queen E5 and then start regretting it after Queen takes A2. So I think the middle ground approach is the one that provides the most decisive path. Queen D5, King H8, Bishop F5, and maybe decisive is too strong of a word. Or sorry, Queen E5, King G8, Queen E5, Queen takes A2, and then Bishop F5, I meant to say, instead of Rook takes H6 check. That to me is such restraint has to be shown in order to play Bishop F5 in that position and not grab that pawn on H6. So a lot of people in the chat are looking at this thinking the game is over. That's it. You know, Jan is washed. His candidate's run is over. Wait a second. Let's wait for Pragg, first of all, to make the right next few decisions. We know how resilient Jan is. He's already saved an incredibly difficult position against Gukesh. The circumstances there were very different. Yes, of course. But still, there's a lot of challenges knocking on Pragg's door that he yet has to solve.
Well, it's also interesting to see the other players walking by, like Fabiano was checking on this game. He was standing, and I'm sure he was calculating quite some moves, what is really going on. And of course, the players are getting the information during the game also about the other games. And of course, it's very clear that Pragg has an incredible preparation. And it also means that in this position where he has a huge advantage or quite significant advantage, very unpleasant to play it with black, if he's not going to be winning this one, it's quite annoying, even though I don't know whether it's winning or not, but that's for sure that, I mean, you cannot dream of something better preparation than this one, that you know what you're doing, you make a very scary novelty, you make your opponent to think you have nearly an hour of advantage in the game, and you have a much better position. So it is all the eyes are on him, that what is he going to bring out of this position. But I completely agree, Daniel, what you said, that after queen d5, queen e5, queen a2, I mean, it's not an easy move to play bishop f5 and to stay away from the immediate rook h6 capture, because it is very interesting that tempos does count in chess, and many times the threat is much more painful and more scary and beneficial just to threat than actually to execute. Because in these positions, of course, tempos are very important for black's defense. So if black can bring his rook to e8 and bring back the queen to f7, let's say, then the c5 knight is placed so excellently and defending the e6 square that black could even possibly defend the whole game. So for now, there is a discoordination with the black pieces, because especially with the queen standing on a5, that's the biggest problem for black. So that's why it's a momentum for white to play on and continue the attack.
Well, there are some big moments here for Pragnananda, but I think the smoke has temporarily cleared, and presumably he will be taking quite a bit of time. The other games, however, are not slowing down. In fact, a lot of them are speeding up. So we love this game. This has been the game of the day so far, but a lot of the other games are now have exited their kind of slower stage, and we've got some great imbalances. I'm looking at the top left. David, I'll kind of give you this final say of where we go next, which position we delve more deeply into. We've looked pretty extensively at Vidit versus Caruana as well. Vidit followed your advice, queen b3, bishop e3, and he's castled queenside. So he's checked all the boxes that we were hoping he would check. Of course, he started with a g4. And Gukesh versus Abasov, not a game that we should sleep on either, with some interesting pawn structure imbalances there. But the Hikaru game, the Gukesh game, David, I'll put you on the spot, as I sometimes like to do.
You've asked Mr. Indecisive. Thank you, Daniel. But I'm going to guide us first to the Gukesh against Abasov game, purely because we haven't actually gone into detail there. But then it will be a race towards Firouzja against Nakamura. But we start here because it feels fitting to go from one Petrov to the other. And this one, as you mentioned, coming to life. We see black with a very strong pawn center here, and a nice knight on e4. Maybe threats of pawn to a3 as well, kind of probing away at white's queenside. It's level material, looks level on the face of things, but plenty of imbalances, and essentially who's in better form will win this game. I'm not even sure where white should start. Pawn to c3, pawn to c4, bishop to d3. Plenty of options, but Judith, who do you prefer here at first glance?
Well, I think I would like to prefer to play it with the black side, because what you mentioned of the possibility in the next move, black can play a3. Also, I like very much the option that bishop f6 can be played. Probably white is not worse, and a3 was just played in order to stop a3 from black side. But I don't think black can be really having any problem, to tell you the truth. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised even if black can go b5 actually to stop white from playing c4. Because the c6 pawn is weak, but I think it's completely doable to defend, and there is not much white can do about it. So black is more active having his knight on e4. And when we were talking before at the earlier stage of the game where white had still an e5 central pawn, if we can go back just a few moves, we could say that I was mentioning that probably f6 will be the move for black, and black played a5 first, trying to push back the white knight on b3. So white played, I guess, bishop e3.
Sorry, it was white playing knight b3 here.
Knight b3, a5. Sorry. Knight b3. Interesting.
And now f6. Your move. It did appear, Judith.
Now f6. Yeah, but this is the very typical move, right? To break up the center, activate your pieces, and then somehow Abbasov was able to centralize and activate both of his knights, which was eliminated just in the last moves. White came back to d2, and then after a4, I mean, Black has really beautiful position, I believe. Don't you think so?
Yeah, Danya, are you in agreement? Do you feel that Black's position is maybe, if not better, then at least easier to play?
Yeah, I mean, aesthetically, that pawn chain looks great. Yeah, I do think c2, c4 is a serious force to be reckoned with, and I really like Judith's proposal of b5. I also have an interesting little stat for chat to chew on. I did play Nijat Abbasov. We faced off over the board in the under 12 World Youth Chess Championship in 2006. When we played that game, Gukesh was 5 months old. And now here I am commentating the candidates, a game between Gukesh and Abbasov. Just incredible how time flies. Crazy to think that that was 18 years ago. That game ended in a draw. But so far, Abbasov, speaking of draws, he's been really solid. 3 draws out of 4 games. He's chosen a strategy to play solidly. That strategy has largely worked. I don't think a single person is blaming him for making some of these more conservative decisions. But this time he's been dragged into a somewhat more double-edged position, and I don't think he's necessarily unhappy with that. After b5, he's got that f-file pressure. He's got some clear ways to improve his position, build up the kingside pressure, maybe queen e8, queen g6. Maybe the bishop from e7 can slide up to d6. So as primarily an attacking player, I definitely approve of Black's setup, but I can also see how things can get really flimsy in the center, again, particularly if you allow c2, c4.
Well, also sometimes too many options can lead you to get in time trouble and also to get confusion. Because what you mentioned, Daniel, is all these ideas, yeah, it's all there. And even we did not mention yet queen e8, queen g6 opportunity for later case. Or even, I must say, rook f6, rook g6, if let's say Black plays bishop d6 first. But it's true that c4 is the move for White, I think, to activate himself, not only to break up the center on d5, but also for the queen from d1 to c2. It would be a great placement, and also to bring the rook from a1 to d1. Then I would say that White has a pretty active game. So I think it's a very important moment at this point, how Black is continuing and what plan he's going to be deciding on.
Yeah, we're very fickle here as commentators. We have that right. We might change our mind. White might be better in a few moves, and we'll say, "Oh yeah, we knew it all along." But for now, it definitely feels like Abbasov. He's emerged. I mean, the Petrov. It's a good opening. He's
Actually,
emerged in decent shape.
I have a question. What about c5 from Black's side?
Ambitious.
It's not the first move comes to mind. That's true.
Black structure's already so beautiful, but yeah, it makes some sense to kind of seize the moment while Black is very active. And yeah, maybe we can just jump in before we switch over, as promised, to that Faruja against Nakamura game, which is heating up. And maybe we just jump in with a couple of moves here. But pawn to c5, Judith. Bit of a threat, I've got to say, with d4. Maybe I'll play bishop to d3 just to try and slow you down, keep some pressure on this knight.
Yeah.
Expecting bishop f5?
Yeah, bishop f5 was my plan, but maybe you can
C4.
go c4. And there is some problem on the e4 knight. So
Just
I cannot go d4.
Yeah. And White would win a pawn. So yeah, c5's attractive, but maybe just not quite ready while the Black pieces are still dozing in the corner. I actually really like your queen e8 move. This one suggested, Danya, even now, because big threats. I don't really see how White's guarding king h1.
Yeah. Yeah, jeez. Scary.
Like gonna...
And 95, the queen just slides over, hits the knight. It doesn't seem like anything too scary. So point is well taken, David.
Yeah. Anyway, it's really rich position, full of possibility. Abbasov, very professional clock handling, I've got to say, by both these players so far, both still over an hour. Key moments still ahead, but understandable that he's thinking now for 6 minutes, trying to find the way forward. Does he go attacking queen e8, queen g6? Does he play very positionally, pawn to b5, just to cemento on the queen side? Yeah, either way, I think one to check back in on a bit later. Shall we zoom out and check out the other game we mentioned?
Yeah, I would be very much interested on Hikaru's game.
And here we see the bird's eye view. Hikaru was about to make a move. We saw that on the camera. And yeah, in the meantime, no developments in the big kind of tactical melee that is Pragg against Nepomniachtchi. And Vidit versus Caruana, a bit of maneuvering ahead. So yeah, let's jump in. Firouzja against Naka. And,
Perfect.
Yeah. Oof. Last we left it, Black had started retreating, and he hasn't really stopped. Whose position are we liking here? I'm also wondering how the bishop got to g2, because wasn't that on c4 a few moves ago?
Was this in Italian? Again, it's like that Abasa Firouzja game, which started out as a Nimzo Indian and then was a Queen's Gambit accepted. It's like a chameleon position. That bishop had quite the journey. It went up to c4, and then it circled back to f1, and then it re-fianchettoed itself on g2. That's actually quite rare. But just to point out, e5, Judith's move was played, and Hikaru, after quite a long think, with knight to h5, such a cold-blooded reaction, just keeping the tension in the center. Knights on the rim are incredible, as the expression goes, of course. But that knight on h5, yeah, it has prospects to jump to f4. So I'm only half kidding. Alireza then played b5. I mean, he has to, as he said, cemento. Not sure who coined that phrase. For the first time, the queen side pawn structure, Hikaru with knight f4 as predicted, and some tactics. g3. So that's the etymology of the fianchetto. d5, counter strike. And that's part 2. Bishop back to f1 and mission completed. On the 16th move, we have a fianchetto. And Hikaru, without wasting a single second, Judith, obviously I want your take on this, but preparing, I think, queen b6, and he's got the space disadvantage. Firouzja has the bigger chunk of the center. So Hikaru kind of taking the hyper-modern approach, right? Saying, okay, I'll give you the center. I'm going to attack it from a distance with that lovely blockading knight on e6 and maybe a queen that might appear on b6.
Yes, I believe queen b6 makes a lot of sense. And eventually, at some point, he wants to also grab the pawn on b5. Also, bishop can be standing on b4 at some point, which can be quite unpleasant for white. At the same time, it's I think black has to be very concrete and very fast, because if, let's say, white can stabilize the development, let's say queen e3, bishop b2, let's say from f3 knight I can jump away and I'm able to play f4, then it can also be a nice advantage for white. But at some point also black can maybe consider to play f6 or even f5 to stop everything what I mentioned before. So I think maybe both sides are happy with this position. I don't know, of course, the black knight on e6 is blockading the e5 pawn and attacking the d4. That is the best piece by far in black's camp for the moment. After queen b6, it can be an attack over the d4 pawn, though I'm not so sure that black wants to grab it necessarily, because if white gets diagonals for the bishop, for example, bishop on b2, it can be extremely powerful. So for white now, he has to be really looking after his development, how he wants to be settling with the queen on b3 is not doing much anymore. That's very clear, because after c6, the d5 pawn is just protected. So I think the b3 queen has to find a better location. And then what about the c1 bishop and the d2 knight? So it's not clear. And the bishop on g2 is not necessarily standing too well. I would be playing probably later on at a later stage bishop h3, for example, and bringing it to f5. This is also a kind of position where the bishop on f5 could be standing better. So I still think that the bishop's journey is not finished on g2 in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Judith, you've been watching the Pragg game too much. The bishop might be the one delivering checkmate, well, helping to deliver checkmate later. I mean, it's interesting. I think he can put a few spins on it. Like you said, Furusha is an attacking player, so often, I mean, it's quite likely he'll be looking for those type of ideas. Wouldn't be surprised if he tries to set up f4, f5 later. But again, looking at it from a different point of view with different eyes, I'm thinking it's a bit like a Carlsbad structure, apart from the fact that white spawns on e5 rather than where it would normally stand on e3, so which would arise from a bunch of different openings. And white's kind of accelerated this minority attack. So I'm wondering whether you can switch to positional means and start playing moves like bishop a3, partly because I want to avoid your bishop b4, Judith, which looks a bit annoying. I'm wondering whether you trade off dark square bishops. I'm reluctant to trade because black's a bit cramped, but kind of that's white's bad bishop. This is black's good bishop. So you could play it positionally, bishop a3, followed by rook fc1, put pressure on this potential backward pawn. Yeah, it's different ways. If he wants to be more ambitious, maybe bishop b2 or rook e1, bishop h3, like you said. Daniel, which kind of strategy do you think Furusha is going to adopt? What type of mood do you think he's in?
Well, I really like your bishop a3 concept, just trading off the dark squared bishop, making some dark square weaknesses. By the way, I know Chad is very anxious. Queen d5 check was played in the Pragg Nepo game, but once again, Pragg has settled into a thing. So nothing surprising there. But before we decide on a further course of action, as we await Alireza's next move, we have a nice little video highlighting his path to the candidates. Our team working so hard to produce these segments, really contextualize and humanize all of these players, each of whom has such a unique path to the candidates. Let's roll the tapes on Alireza's journey to the candidates and his state of mind.
Youth and experience? Furusha has both. At 20 years old, he is this year's third youngest candidate, but he also played in the previous candidates tournament in 2022. This year, Furusha needed to scramble in December just to get here. He went to the Rouen Open, of all places, and scored a perfect 7 out of 7.
There were some matches that were organized at the last minute. There were other tournaments, but I will say that Alireza gave it his all for that rating spot.
That gave him enough rating points to overtake Wesley So for a spot in the candidates. Back in 2022, the candidates didn't go so well for Furusha, but don't expect him to indulge in any late-night bullet sessions this year. Increased focus would go a long way towards putting the 2022 experience behind him. We're looking for the Furusha who was the youngest player to ever reach a 2800 rating. Will we find him?
And there we have Alireza's journey at the 2024 candidates. Those late night bullet sessions, not sure what that's referring to. Total fake news. I think. But so far, another tough run for Alireza. 3 draws and a loss so far to Jan Nepomniachtchi, echoing his tough performance in the 2022 candidates. But so many games yet to play. And to circle back to his current position against a struggling Hikaru Nakamura, who's also on -1. Alireza, I think, has basically kind of what he wants. He had that slight edge against Caruana with the white pieces. And bishop a3, the more I look at it, David, your suggestion, the more I like Alireza's position from a strategic point of view. Space advantage, queenside pressure, maybe not enough time on the clock, not as much as he would have liked. But yeah, I like what I'm seeing here. I like what he's putting down so far.
Yeah, feels like after a really creative opening, he's kind of turned things slightly in his favor. At least it feels easier for white to handle this position. But yeah, of course, the clock might play a factor. Hikaru's really good at kind of wriggling in these types of positions, and kind of when that transition happens, whether it's kind of a more dynamic one or whether it becomes purely positional, Furusha has to be ready. And yeah, Danya, I've got to ask, you've probably mentioned this a few times to people in the past, but did you not feel guilty playing all those bullet games with him back a couple of years ago? Can you promise that you haven't sent him any cheeky bullet requests this time around?
I can promise that there has been no prearranged communication between myself and Alireza. Definitely, 2022 was an unforgettable experience. I will say that it didn't start out. I didn't start out planning for a 250 game match. I started planning for a 20 game match. But you know, with bullet, you can't stop. As we see, bishop b2 also was on your radar, David, played by Furusha. But I talked a lot about it then. I still kind of stand by the fact that there's nothing, terrible about blowing off some steam when you're having a bad tournament. Yeah, it's the candidates. One could argue it's not the most professional approach. And one could argue that I'm an enabler. But at the end of the day, listen, playing chess during a chess tournament, there are worse things in the world that I could name. But all of that is in the past now. I can't believe that was 2 years ago, and now we're commentating another candidates tournament.
Yes, it's interesting. When I heard that story that Firuza was playing all night until 6 a.m. bullet chess with you, then I was just shocked. How different is this generation? I mean, I was playing still with all these top guys, with Kasparov and then Kramnik. I mean, it would be impossible to do not only a candidates tournament, but generally speaking, during any tournament, it would be something shocking to hear. And of course, the next day he played a very important match against Nepomniachtchi, and I also consider that maybe some of the colleagues were not happy about it either, because it was a very important game, and he played a very bad opening with white, Firuza, and Jan took the chances and won a beautiful game against him. So, well, let's see what kind of adventures we're going to be able to follow during this tournament. But looking at him right now, he does not have on his mind to play bullets. He wants to win this game. He knows that this is his chance. Hikaru is not in best form so far. So he was, after game 2, losing against Vidit in a very interesting and very difficult game. After that, Hikaru still is not back to where he can be, and playing for a qualification maybe.
Well said, Judith. And there is a battle of generations going on at this tournament in this game. I think Hikaru might have been relieved to see bishop b2 as he plants that knight on b6. It's just a complicated, largely balanced middle game that will continue to unfold. Let's take it back to the bird's eye view. It's almost time for a break. But let's just do a quick status update on the games. We saw queen d5 check, king h8, Pragg taking a second long think. Queen e5 was our top candidate move, but he can also play something slower. Bishop f5, g3, lots of options, a lot to calculate. David, before I take it to another break, anything catching your eye? What should chess fans with a good eye for complications and intrigue be watching for in the next hour of action?
Well, it's all about that Pragnananda against Nepomniachtchi game that you mentioned, Danya. Not just because of the standings, where Pragg could catch Nepomniachtchi, open up the field, take down the leader, but also because of the position on the board. Within the next hour, we could well see anything from kind of simplifications and Nepomniachtchi surviving, all the way up to Pragg delivering checkmate if he's accurate. Feels like a big attack for white. The computer, at least the eval bar, does say big advantage for white. That's a big giveaway, but of course the players don't know that. Pragg is out of his preparation finally, and now he needs to be accurate. On other boards, it looks very balanced, and we'll be breaking down the nuances a bit later after the break. But ultimately, that is where the action lies. Pragg against Nepo.
Well summarized, David. Of course, Vidit also trying to recover from a little bit of a tailspin. So a lot of narratives to spin, a lot of games to follow. And the game of the day, Pragnananda versus Nepomniachtchi, will probably be getting a move soon. It's time for another break, folks. We hope you've been enjoying our coverage of round 5 of the 2024 Candidates Tournament in Toronto. And as we see Vidit tucking away his king, some beautiful shots of the playing hall, we'll have a lot more action and a lot more intrigue from all 4 of these games when we come back in just a few minutes.
we have Magnus Carlsen's most incredible moments as world champion. This one right here is Viswanathan Anand with the white pieces versus Magnus Carlsen in 2013. Here we go. So this is Nimzo Indian, famous variation, right? And the last move here was B3 from Magnus, just saying, hey man, I'm trying to queen this pawn. And of course, Anand is saying, I'm trying to mate your king. Cool, you can get your little queen. I'm just gonna try to checkmate you, right? So of course, this is a hint to move F5, B3. And he's like, cool. Viswanathan Anand says, hey, okay, you can get this queen. I'm going to try to go for mate. So he goes queen f4. You get another piece in the game. This looks very, very dangerous here. Knight c7. What the heck is going on? Knight to c7. He thought it'd be something spectacular. He was like, yeah, I'm waiting for this one. But it's just knight to c7. Defensive move. Cool. Allows f6 to happen here. f6 is going to take on g7. There's going to be kind of annoying, scary things happening with knight h5. Magnus plays g6. Okay, it's locked up. It's going to be scary if a queen gets to h6. Also, if the queen and a rook get to the h file, it's going to be a wrap for black here. Magnus is going to be mated. Okay, cool. So Magnus understands that. Vishy Anand understands that too and plays queen to h4. Where is he going, class? h6, right? He's about to mate. He's also trying to get the rook over here too as well. Okay, cool. With that being said, your move. What do you do now? It's black to move. Here's the move, hence knight c7 to put the knight on e8. The saying goes, a knight on e8 is actually f8. That's is what they say. There is no mate. Anand understands this. He said, oh, there's no more mate. That's cool. I'm gonna put my queen right here. What I'm trying to do is bring the rook up to f3 or f4 and actually go for this mate on h7 because you stopped the g7 mate. That's cool. Perfect. Well, Magnus understands this. So what does Magnus do in this position? Black to move. Here it is. Magnus says, cool, you want mate? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Go for it. B2. Do your thing, big fella. Go ahead, Viswanathan Anand. So he says, okay, I will, young fella. Rook f4. He goes here and he's going for rook h4 mate. Wow. This is scary. Well, are you going to get your queen? You did all of this. Are you going to get your queen or not? Of course we are. B1 queen, right? And after B1 queen, knight to f1 from Anand. And the move here that seals the deal is what, guys? There's two queens on the board. Magnus has two queens, but is he getting mated or not? It's black to move. He goes queen e1, and then the game's over. The game ended right here, believe it or not. There is no more PGN, right? What do you mean, queen e1? How, what sense does that make? Well, let's see what happens. The idea here is after queen e1, where were you putting your rook? h4. Well, I can just go rook h4, but guess what? After I capture it, queen sacrifice, sacrificing one of my two queens. After queen takes h4, let's do a piece count. You have a queen, you have a bishop, and a knight. I have a queen, a bishop, a knight, and a rook, guys. So after that, this is done, right? I have an extra piece, an extra rook, and there's no mate here. So that's a resignation. And Magnus wins. That's incredible, right?
An incredible view of the playing hall. Vidit locked in a tens battle with Fabiano Caruana there at round 5 of the 2024 candidates to determine the challenger to Ding Liren. And we have some huge news from our game of the day. Pragg for what seems like the 5th straight time, pulling out some incredible preparation from his opening laboratory, reaching a nearly decisive position, and he has now just made a serious error after a long think. He's decided on a move that was on our radar that we discussed, but that potentially succumbs to a very powerful defensive tactic. Let's take you straight to the bird's eye view and then to Pragg versus Nepomniachtchi. Now, we talked about Hikaru and Firouzja before the break. We talked about Vidit and Caruana, but look at that bottom right. Bishop h3 to f5 has been played. He eschews the move queen e5, and he's allowed the response knight c5 back to b7, forcing either the queen trade or the trade of minor pieces, and giving black a new lease on life. Shocking. Let's go to that game.
Yeah, big moment here. I'm not sure whether this is a tactical miss or whether Pragg simply thought he had nothing better. I'm very surprised personally, because if he sees knight b7, which is highlighted by the blue arrow here, then surely he would want to avoid this. This would be a last resort. Playing for checkmate looked so tempting. Very understandable to want to add the bishop here. We were talking about maybe bishop dropping back to b1 in a lot of variations and lining up with the queen on this beautiful diagonal, trying to checkmate later. But yeah, just right idea, unfortunately wrong order. And I think Judith here, I mean, there's tactics to calculate, but black doesn't have too many options actually. So process of elimination, he might have to find knight b7, because simply what else? Do you think Jan is going to play this move?
Actually, I'm pretty convinced that he's going to be playing knight b7, because I don't see anything else that if really white can regroup his bishop to g6 or b1, it can be very dangerous, though rook e8 does not look so bad either at first, looking for an opportunity to play rook e1. But of course, knight b7 is something cannot be missed by Pragnananda, I believe. It is very strange, because after knight b7, it seems like white has to exchange the queen. I started to check if rook h6 is a possibility to play, with an idea that if black captures the rook, queen d4 check, king goes out, the only move king g8, bishop e6, king goes to h7, and after that to play queen e4, let's say, and grab the knight. But it's not going to be enough, I believe. So, but after knight b7, if white has to exchange the piece by playing queen a5, knight a5, then this is something, white is better, bishop e4, let's say, and black goes rook d8. And why is it so good, by the way? I mean, this diagonal and the h7 weakness is nothing without the queen, right? So especially if black could exchange one pair of rooks, then it's absolutely not even white who is going to be playing for a win necessarily, if I can get out with my king. And of course, knight b7 is on the board.
Yeah, Nepo's not missing that, David. Nepo is not just letting that fall by the side of the road. And frankly, you know, as commentators, our job is always to focus on the positives. It's never to pile on the players. You know, this is unacceptable, that's unacceptable. They're playing the candidates, for goodness sake. The nerves are unimaginable. This is a retreating knight move. Famously, retreating knight moves are among the easiest types of moves to miss. But with all of that being said, having issued that disclaimer, it's not like Pragg played bishop f5 instantly, right? He took something like 7-8 minutes on queen d5 check, another 7-8 minutes on bishop f5. It's just like, what exactly was he expecting Nepo to do? And to second Judith's point, in that endgame, yeah, white's better. If you showed Pragg that endgame at the start of the game and said, you're going to have this, yeah, he would have said, okay, that sounds pretty decent, I can press. If you showed him that endgame after move 22 or move 23, he would have said, I'm avoiding that like the plague. So, David, do you share my surprised bemusement at this turn of events?
Definitely. And it's partly, as you said earlier, the hand is itching to play a move like queen to e5, itching to go for checkmate. And if you see that the queens are coming off, you kind of kill that variation, put it on the back burner, and only come to it if you really don't see anything else. And those other variations we looked at, we only really found one line that maybe knocked black out, but they look so promising in general, and instinct-wise, you feel you should be attacking this black king. After all, it's got no defenders around it. So yeah, very surprising. I think we, as a three now, and also the viewers at home, need to try and watch Pragg on the camera to see for any tells here, for any signs that he might have missed this move. Maybe it just wasn't on his radar at all. As you said, backward knight moves, sometimes we forget to look at them. And it does look a bit counterintuitive. But okay, he's composed himself and now he does trade queen. So we're actually heading into this endgame. Maybe it's a good judgment call. Maybe he's going to grind out a win from here. But yeah, I think objectively he's missed a lot. And if things start to turn even slightly more against him now, he is going to be kicking himself at that missed opportunity.
Maybe he wants to continue after knight a5 to go g4, at least to stabilize the bishop on f5, and then to open up for the king, to go king g2, to try to push h4, h5. Of course, if he can keep both rooks, it means that he can have a huge advantage. But I think black will not allow that, and white has to waste time to move away with his bishop.
Yeah, g4, knight c4, David. I mean, knight g4, knight c4, and that knight is just running amok. You know, knight d2, knight f3, knight d4, or knight e5. So it's like you either have to allow the knight back into the game, or you have to allow an exchange of one pair of rooks. And 34 minutes doesn't seem like it's such a bad deal in this kind of endgame. If Pragg had played queen e5, try playing 12 moves in that position with 34 moves. Two different stories.
It's still not going to be a fun journey with black. After g4, knight c4, I go rook d5, probably rook d8, yeah, rook d5, rook d8, rook f d1. And in exchange, I don't want to allow so quickly for you to go back to e5.
Yeah.
But it's going to be...
Pleasant.
It looks unpleasant, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bad black rook remaining, and white has an easy plan of targeting some black pawns. I really love your g4, Julia. Really classy dual-purpose move. Just creating some luft for the king. Easy plan as well. The black king's not going to be entirely safe, and there is this old adage that rook and bishop work better than rook and knight. So if you can keep this material balanced on the board and not allow black's rook and knight to connect, then big chances. Pragg's taken all the risk out at least. So I think in his defense, at least some kind of very understandable practical value behind what he's doing. But yeah, margin for error now is much lower. One slip, if all the rooks disappear, it might just be a draw. So yeah, he has to be really accurate in pursuing this advantage. I'm expecting either bishop e4 or this really nice g4 move. Either way. Nepo, how do you, Dania, estimate his drawing chances here? Stylistically, is it going to be a position that suits him? Is it going to be kind of a task that he's up to?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the trend of the game is very important here, and great call g4 on the board. Jan is relieved, I think, to have this endgame in the first place, and more motivated, I think, now to save the game. So I wouldn't overstate the case. Again, I think it's so important in these situations. Fans often react emotionally. It's a blunder. That's it. No. Jan still has a very difficult task ahead. It very well may be the case that Pragg grinds this out into a win. And the other thing I'd say is that bishop f5 I wouldn't categorize as a blunder. This might be a semantic point, but I would categorize it maybe as a serious mistake or as an oversight. But it doesn't change the evaluation from completely winning for white to completely winning for black. It's maybe clearly better to winning for white, and it takes it to, I would argue, like better, maybe not clearly better, but just a better endgame. And Nepo's under no illusions here that he is one step away from making a draw. I think he knows that at the very least, until time control, he will be suffering. And he just has to strap himself in for a new set of challenges, maybe more manageable challenges, but challenges nonetheless.
Maybe he can continue actually with knight c4, rook d5, and rook e8. Not to think about exchanging necessarily the rook. Maybe to keep the rook e8 with your idea, Daniel, with knight e5, because knight e5 can be a very powerful knight there, unless white is going to be pushing f4, but if black can go g6, so if black can look for counter chances, then activity is very important for black, because that's the biggest danger for black. If white is able to really bring up the king to g2, g3, to bring the other rook, to play h4, h5, and to keep the black king on h8, and white is just improving the position. So this has to be stopped by black with either rook d8 or rook e8, and a good placement with the knight.
Yeah, I was saying just before the break earlier, it could go one of two ways, either simplifications or white delivers checkmate. And I think, yeah, I'm a bit gutted that we didn't see a bigger attack, or at least more fireworks in this game. But I'm also extremely excited that we're going to see a long, drawn-out endgame. We're going to learn a lot either way about these bishop versus knight kind of imbalances. So maybe this one, Dania, is one to kind of step away from, at least for now. We know it's going to go on for a long time. That's guaranteed.
Yeah, we know the nature of the position for the next couple of moves, and I think we have some major developments in the Caruana, the Vidit versus Caruana game on two separate fronts. It appears that objectively Vidit now has maybe not a commanding advantage, but a clearly better position. But again, he is struggling with the clock, and again, there's a crescendo of tension happening just as his clock is dwindling to a rather disturbing degree. So here is the current position. Fabi's last move was a7, a5, revealing some pretty violent intentions on the queen side. But that knight on h4 can eliminate the bishop on demand. Vidit can continue to expand in the center with d3, d4. And that pawn, which was the laughingstock of white's position, can potentially now become the hero if it reaches d5. And ironically, it's now black who has the problem of deciding where to castle, because castling kingside could run into knight takes g6 and then h4, h5. Castling queenside is, well, obviously out of the question given black's last move, and remaining in the center can be dangerous if, in fact, white blasts open the center. So kind of a reversal of fortune here. Judith, move 16, 35 minutes for Vidit. What's your take on the trend of the game?
Well, it's developing very interestingly, because in the beginning of after the opening around move 9-10, it was very interesting that Vidit was spending so much time, and I fully understand why he did so, because of the tournament situation is not simple at all. It's probably having one of the most difficult situation in his life for Vidit, to play in the candidates, having such a good first two games, and then ending up into losses in the previous round. But he was very smart, I think, that he chose this way, and he decided to play objectively, I think, what he considers the best. So g4 was very interesting, and I was very happy that I saw it played on the board. Also, the idea, the follow-up, going away with the queen and long castle. And now, to be honest, I was not very happy to see to take on g6, but he believed, I guess, that, okay, he has to take actions, because this was a question. How can white improve the position and give a difficult time for black, either to somehow try to play f4, f5, which was not possible in previous move because of the black queen on c7, and the d6 bishop is holding on all kinds of f4 possibilities. But of course, I understand that in one hand, it would be nice to go there, f4, f5, somehow to support it with knight e2 or rook f1 or something. But this is a very straightforward thinking. That actually capturing the bishop, which was not a good bishop, black had to capture it with the h-pawn. And after d4, white has a very strong center, right? And already now d5 is always in the air, especially after the move was played, the a5 move. We can say that black is looking for a counter chance. At the same time, it can give also a lot of weaknesses for the black camp, the b5 and especially the b6 square. So now I can imagine that white is going to be playing rook c1 maybe, also threatening with knight b5, but especially this breakthrough in the center and d5. And the huge challenges for black, definitely the one what Daniel said, that there is the black king going to be castling. Because long castle is out of the question. Short castle, well, for that you have to have very good nerves and to believe that after h4 and h5 you can save yourself. So it's a very unpleasant position for black, not only because you cannot castle either side because some problems will occur, but also it's very hard to find counter chances and looking for activity. This is the biggest problem of black.
Yeah, I just feel Vidit has outplayed Fabi. I don't know exactly what the idea was with A5. I guess the very, very optimistic idea of just launching a pawn storm, but it's kind of well known in these types of positions, which arise in a variety of openings. I'm thinking some kind of Slavs as well. That this attack is very slow. Often, if you don't control the center, then flank attacks like this don't work. A5 was surprising. It really reminds me of kind of the last candidates, maybe even the last two candidates, where Fabi occasionally against players he's kind of hoping to beat or expecting to beat, he takes a few too many risks with black, and maybe just the sight of Jan taking the lead again in the tournament has spurred him on, and he's thinking, okay, I need to take risks. I need to win as black, even against someone super strong like Vidit. But yeah, it feels like just at least the last half dozen moves. I'm not really sure how black's position has improved. I mean, I was trying to kind of see how he spent the last few moves. He kind of went queen b6, back to c7, wasted a bit of time there. a5 looks a bit of a waste of time now. And yeah, I mean, I'm a classical player. I like the white's pawn center, and as you guys have mentioned, just big practical problems as well. Finding a plan for black is kind of the toughest task of all. So yeah, despite the clock situation, I think Vidit inside, he should be thrilled with recent developments.
Yeah. Whew. I mean, I'm not a classical player, and I still like white center. And the big line, I think, is b7, b5, and white just strikes with d5. And simply put, things fall apart. The center cannot hold. That was Yates, not me. But I think the poem words apply very nicely to this position. I mean, b5, d5, I find it very hard to believe. Very hard to believe, even as someone who favors, in many cases, these types of dodgy concepts. You know, Jude did point out just the amount of weaknesses in black's position. A4, okay, big deal. Queen c2. And you've made all the tempo moves. I take off my hat. Congrats. Now your center is going to fall apart. And no matter how you try to keep things locked up, you know, if you play e5, white's just going to go d takes c6, and then queen c6, rook takes d6 at a minimum, among other things. The tactics just play themselves here because black is not castled, nothing's coordinated. And the more I look at this, the more disturbing this becomes. Initially, I thought, okay, white is better. White has the initiative. Now, I think my evaluation has changed to black might lose this within a couple of moves if he's not ultra precise. And I don't see a good answer for d5.
Could I suggest, I mean, I don't really like it, but I'm trying to get optimistic about Fabi's position somehow. Maybe in this position that you mentioned, Daniel, after queen c2, could I take and then castle? I'm scared I'm going to walk into some tactics
DC,
on the d file. DC,
yeah,
and
primitive. And
knight d4.
Just knight e4.
Even better.
Ooh, boring. Into your winner piece. Yeah, black had one more move to get the king to safety and get one of these pieces out.
Bishop
of dodge,
d6 to e6, okay. David. You're missing a defensive move.
Oh,
or
how could I miss that one?
Or to c6, even better, pinning the knight.
It's interesting. These days we consider these kind of moves like which are legal. Is it because there are many events with the freestyle and Fischer random 960, or why is that?
King of the Hill, 3 check. I mean, I recently hung out with Yasser, and Yasser is a big fan of this format that I think is called Saruhan chess, where you have a piece called an elephant, I think, and a piece called the hawk. And the elephant moves like a knight and a bishop, and the hawk moves like a rook and a knight, something like that. So if you play too much of that kind of chess, it kind of starts to corrupt your thinking in quote-unquote real chess. But Yasser might have a few things to say about that line of thinking. And I played it for a while, and I was still U.S. champion and still played, 15 Olympiads.
I vote for Saruhan chess any day of the week, but that's a question, a topic, I guess, for another day. Yeah, this just looks horrible, unfortunately, for Fabiano, and I think a long kind of pause here guaranteed as he mulls over his options. Really difficult for black. Okay, is it time to move on as Fabi stews in this position? What do you think, Danya?
Judith, I defer to you. I mean, I'm maybe the second most indecisive, probably the most indecisive person. I can't decide on, a restaurant item. Take it away, Judith.
I'm happy to go to either because we haven't seen Gukesh game for some time, but also Alireza, I think it's a very interesting game because some structural change has happened. So, Hikaru Alireza? What do you think?
I follow your lead.
Safe bet. Safe bet.
Okay.
Because there are some actions coming up, I think.
Yeah, and that's in the top left of our screens right now. Farouja's away from the board. It's Hikaru in thought right now, and yeah, a couple of pawns have disappeared. He's playing kind of semi-positional approach here, Farouja.
He did not took your advice, David, having the bishop on a3 and exchanging the black square bishop, because he had something else in mind to go bishop b2 and c3. Interestingly enough, he decided to take on b6, and I think the reason is because he was afraid of if he goes bishop c3 immediately, then black could play c5, and he did not want to allow it this way. Even now it happened, but still, without the b pawns, there are more opportunities for white to undermine the weaknesses of especially the square of b5. So if we go back here after c5, I think white might want to play very positionally and play rook f1 to b1.
Mm-hmm.
And now the black knight is under attack, but maybe the continuation is or could be c takes d4, and after knight d4, knight takes d4, bishop d4, bishop b4 maybe. This is the first thing I would be considering. Giving up the d5, that nobody cares. But
Hikaru definitely doesn't even care.
Sorry?
Hikaru definitely literally doesn't care about that pawn.
Yeah, having a b4 bishop, I mean, one pawn is no big deal. Though maybe it's possible to take it, because the d5 bishop is, today we talk a lot about these white square bishops, and they are very powerful.
Yeah.
It's
definitely possible. Big moment here.
Yeah.
It's really instructive that Black just needs to play for activity. Sometimes I just want to mention in this structure, Black suffering long term anyway after bishop to c3. So yeah, you might as well play down.
But what can he have in mind after
your structural defects?
After c5, what does he have in mind after c5, rook fb1?
Well, rook b8. Oh, rook b8 blunders the pawn. Rook a6, bishop f. Rook a6, bishop f1, c4. So can I get away with this very awkward, tenuous defensive move? Although I liked your proposal, Judith, with the positional pawn sack as well. But maybe this holds the fort, and white center, I mean, starts to collapse pretty quickly. So if you can hold on the b file, then you might start turning the tables.
Yeah, probably taking on a5 is not giving advantage for white, giving up the bishop. We don't want that. Bishop a5, rook a5, queen b6. And then probably black can simply capture the queen and then take on d4. Right?
With the pawn.
And knight b3, but after rook a7, I'm not able to taking on d4 because of takes and bishop c5.
Maybe white can play more slowly. Yeah, that's a very important detail. But instead of knight takes d4, maybe white can play a5 or something like that. But it just doesn't feel like it carries much of a punch, to be honest.
Indeed.
Okay, so current position is after c5. Alireza is thinking, so Judith, surely he must have had a move in mind here. And if it's not rook fb1, are there alternatives here? Can he try to keep the tension? Can he play rook fc1? So I guess what I'm really asking is, what is black's next move if white makes a plain vanilla move like rook c1?
Well, the big question whether he really wants to push c4, I think. Because he can try to play c4 and after that go bishop d7, and the threat is simply to go queen e8 and capture the a4 pawn. So the a4 pawn can be in big danger after knight b6. And what you said, rook a6 is a great spot for the rook to defend the knight if it's necessary.
I'll put this on the board. Rook fc1, c4, drive the
Yeah.
pawn in, and now start hunting for this very weak and easily targetable pawn on a4. And look at how nicely black's piece is suddenly. It may have looked like black is quite awkwardly placed. Everything is in the right place. The knight, multi-purpose, protecting d5, hitting a4, the rook, also handling multiple tasks at the same time. And then the queen could jump into the action. I've experienced this against Hikaru so many times. Suddenly all of his pieces are in the right place at the right time. Does this give Alireza more of a sense of urgency? Does that mean we can expect him to play rook b1? And you think rook a6, Judith, is Hikaru's intended response? Or could it be that pawn sack we started with?
Well, I believe rook a6 is the move. Your suggestion, I think, is very good because it is true that after c4, the whole position is changing completely and completely new targets are being spotted from black's side. Because black was very passive just a minute ago before playing c5. And after c5 at first, I was considering that the main idea is somehow to take on d4 and play bishop c5 possibly and activate his pieces. But c4 seems to be very good, especially if after c4, queen c2, bishop b4 can be played by black. That could be very powerful. So I think white has to be very fast in considering what to do because it may be too slow looking at the situation right now. I'm even considering, to be honest, to take on c5, which I'm not so happy with because if knight would be taking back on c5, it would be okay because I move away with the bishop to c2 and control the d4 there. But probably black can capture it back with the bishop, and then he's even thinking about pushing to d4 his d5 pawn. So black starts to be very active, and you don't like it when Hikaru is getting active with his pieces. That's sure.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want him feeling confident. He needs that first victory, and he will not miss his chance. I wanted to take us to the Gukesh game and to the bird's eye view, but before we do, just really quickly, just that moment when Alireza played bishop b2, such a natural move, completing his development. It was part of a larger setup, but made me regretting, in retrospect, not trading off those dark squared bishops because, of course, hindsight is perfect, but it would have made the c6, c5 advance a lot harder to achieve, but also quite a bit more ineffective. That dark squared bishop is it might be an invisible cog, but an important cog in black's overall machine that controls some of the key squares. So definitely the ball is in Alireza's court. Clock time's not looking great for either player, so this will be a juicy game as it continues to progress into this super tense middle game. Let's go back to the bird's eye view because we've got developments on all of the other boards. Nepomniachtchi has gone rook e8, as you indicated, Judith, and we also see Fabiano in a clear sign of desperation, throwing away his a-pawn to try to accelerate the pace of his queenside counterplay. So that's another game to keep an eye on. And Gukesh has a small advantage. I mean, not that much going on in that game. We've had some transformations, but there might be bigger fish to fry for us. Where do we take it from here? Back to the Fabi game? Should we look at Gukesh? What do you guys think?
I'd be happy to see the Vidit game against Fabiano because what is this? It was such a desperation by Fabiano where we have to sacrifice a pawn just for little activity because we can't even say that it's such a big thing. There is nothing concrete after giving up the pawn on a4, sacrificing. I understand that it takes 2 tempes for white to collect the pawn. At the same time, what can black do after knight comes back to c3? Even though there is a very good question, what happens if simply white goes knight c5 and ready to exchange one pair of pieces because I have an extra pawn, right?
Yeah, this is mysterious, but it could also be inspired in kind of practical terms. he's forcing Vidit to think again. He's at least hoping to make the White King feel a bit nervous. Maybe we need to jump in, Judith, and kind of go through those two moves you mentioned, but also just to do a quick action replay for the audience to see how that pawn was given away. If we just go back a couple of moves, d4, a4, just Fabiano's another one who literally doesn't care about pawns. Knight takes and b5. And Dania, you've spotted something. Are you doing some calculation?
Well, definitely, Judith, I want to defer to you, but knight c3, b4 is a move that looks like it undoes the results of the previous move. But after knight a4, that knight is suddenly caught in the crossfire. I think queen a5 or a7 forces white to move to c5 and give the pawn back. That's obviously not what we would want. And if white plays knight e2, then perhaps the power of the move d5 is diminished, and maybe black can even castle here and try to very quickly strike with c5. So I actually am a very big fan of this decision by Fabi, and I second Judith's proposal that knight c5 should be very seriously considered by Vidit. It might be a more practical move, particularly given the impending serious time pressure. We're not even at move 20 and already half an hour only with no increment. We remind you, no increment until move 40 on the clock for Vidit.
Well, David, what do you think? Are you happy with black sacrificing a pawn?
Judith, I think it was about 11 years ago that I last sacrificed a pawn, especially if I didn't know that I would get it back.
So what is your tactics? David, what happens if you have a very bad position, you cannot castle, you cannot do anything, and then you think that, well, if I give up the pawn, I at least get some air. I don't know what happens after that, but at least finally my rook is going to be. So what do? You just stick to your very bad passive position, or you give up the pawn?
I would like to say that I'd be dynamic and give up a pawn, but
no. It doesn't get into bad positions.
Exactly. Thank you, Daniel. That's the key. That's the key.
Sorry for hypothetically saying that if ever happens something like that with you.
No, but I just try and curl up into a ball and kind of suffer for 7 hours in the hope of getting a draw. But yeah, b5. I do like it though, and I do kind of admire Fabi for doing this. And I just want to mention knight c5. Maybe you even just put a bishop on e5, and you say, okay, so what? You just castle in the near future. Game goes on. It's not the worst pawn in the world to be down. I remember kind of many years ago watching this Kasparov match where he played odds against an English titled player, Terry Chapman, and every game Kasparov started 2 pawns down, and he ended up winning the match. And this was against a very, very strong player. And it reminds me of that. Sometimes you just throw a pawn off the board. And again, I couldn't do it, but dynamic players get away with it.
Especially these days when Alpha Zero just throws pawns without any problem for initiative, right? But what I like about this pawn sacrifice myself, that if, let's say after knight c5, and what you said, knight takes c5, d takes c5, bishop e5, I think I like that, that black has an idea of plan to play rook a4. And I think rook a4, attacking on the 4th rank, the pawn on e4, and also possibly black can really go castle and rook a8. That can be something really interesting, because now the e5 bishop is standing much better than the e3. So maybe that's why I might be even trying to exchange those bishops by playing bishop d4. Or maybe I just go h4 and try to push h4, h5 so you cannot castle. I still believe, though, by whispering, saying that I have a pawn up with white.
That's the spirit, Judith. That's what I tell myself in the mirror every day.
I'm still up a pawn. And by the way, a quick status update. We don't have to rush to that game, but it looks like a serious error has been committed by Nijat Abbasov, who's got himself into a pickle quite suddenly against Gukesh. So my proposal, we've got a minute or two before the next break. Never mind. Vidit has just interrupted me. He's made a decision, and it is knight c5. kind of along the lines that we suspected. And I think knight takes c5 and bishop e5 has to be what Fabi is intending. But we could take a quick look at the Gukesh game, because I just can't take my eyes off of this incredibly powerful move that he has just played. But before we go there, I'm being told we're going to take it to a quick break. And right after the break, we will provide a status update on Gukesh as well as the other games. Before we do, if you're watching the stream without subscribing on Twitch, well, first of all, you shouldn't do that. Second of all, you're missing out on all the emote action that takes chat to another level, with sub-only emotes updating for every event. Your subscription unlocks reactions of players like Fabi and Hikaru, and hosts like me. Apparently, I'm a host. You can even use your Prime to claim a free subscription, so use !subscribe in chat now to level up. And on that note, we've got action on all 4 boards, turnarounds, flip-flops, and emotions and reactions, and we'll be back with all of that and more from the 2024 Candidates Round 5 in just a couple of short minutes.
I'm Gotham Chess, and I'm about to film the most extreme chess challenge I've ever done. I'm gonna be playing 4 games at the same time, and every kid is gonna be armed with a giant super soaker gun. Let's see if I can win all 4 games. Okay. Why did I sign up for this? This is like extreme sports. Oh my gosh, I can't even see. These two are like really brutal. I feel like I haven't even been attacked on that side. Why are you all defending your kings? Like, just let me win. Okay, all right, that's fair. I'm gonna be so excited when your water guns run out of water. I'm just gonna like... Oh yeah. How about you all do it at the same time for like 30 seconds straight? Hey. It's just... Yay! I play this. It is mean, yes. How does she still have water? Oh my god. Checkmate. Good game. For some reason? Well, that means he probably enjoys chess, right? For some reason. No? That was so fast. I'm down to 2 boards. Ah! How do you still have so much water? Okay, no problem. Okay, yay. Ah, I had a feeling she was lying. That's checkmate. Good game. I can sacrifice my queen. I'm just saying, don't so mean. Ah! Good game. You lasted the longest. I'm trying to shake your hand. Woo! That was very fun. Thank you for volunteering. You know, actually, I feel like getting revenge.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With chess up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Back at the 2024 candidates in Toronto, a look at Gukesh, 17 years old. It's hard to say, it's hard to believe, given his maturity, his demeanor, his style, and thus far his performance at the 2024 candidates. 2.5 points out of 4, and a commanding advantage in his game against Nijat Abbasov, a game in which he hopes to overtake the leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Gukesh, a crowd favorite. So many Indian fans watching the 3 Indian grandmasters competing at the candidates tournament with Gukesh, with Pragg close behind, showing the best results thus far. Let's dive in alongside Grandmaster GM David Howell and Grandmaster Judith Polgar. I'm GM Daniel Naroditsky, offering coverage of this very important 5th round and this very important battle between the lowest rated participant, Nijat Abbasov, who started off pretty well. David, I'll start with you, but now seems to be in a major pickle, an unrecognizable turn of events. White's got the e-file locked down. White's got the center locked down. Black's position seems awful all of a sudden.
Full control. Black had a really nice pawn structure, but ultimately, yeah, it's a massive turn. And right now we see a blue arrow appear as well. So the computer gives it away like an arrow to the heart for Nijat Abbasov. Queen to c2. I must say that's not an easy one. That's kind of not kind of self-explanatory. I'm still trying to figure out as I talk exactly the reason that Queen c2 is actually a strong move here, but essentially it might simply be because Black struggles to find a move, struggles to find a plan. Queen c2 is, I'm going to say, almost zugzwang. If White does put a queen on this square, it ties down the Black rook on a8 to the defense of the a4 pawn. It also peers down this diagonal, and yeah, I'm struggling to find a single move for Black. We talked about the pawn structure. White has 3 on the king side versus Black's 2. And that's not to do with any endgame. That's far in the distance, of course, but it's to do with king safety. And Black's king, a bit like Nepomniachtchi's king with this pawn structure that we saw earlier, it does have some weak squares around it. And Judith, how big do you feel this advantage is for Gukesh?
Well, I think there is this huge thing what has happened in the last several moves. Before the last time when we've seen the position, the Black knight was on e4, which was a very useful knight, completely blocking the power of the e1 rook, but there was also the bishop in earlier stage. And now suddenly everything changed to Gukesh's favor, because this is the dream. This is what white is playing for, to control the e-file. Basically, this is the biggest debate in these kind of structures, whether who can occupy the e-file. That's the only open file on the position. So now white has a huge advantage, because having the battery on the e-file, all three major pieces, he's having queen on e2, the double rook on e6, e1. And then basically in this position, Gukesh will be thinking how to improve the position, but there are many tempting ideas. Queen c2 is suggested, which is quite nice, to keep an eye on the a4 pawn, but also keep an eye on the f5 knight. So rook e8 is not possible for several reasons, because both of them would be hanging. So after queen c2, the idea, I can imagine that, for example, white can try to push the rook from e1 to e5, for example, to give extra pressure on black's position, and maybe after that even to come back with the queen to e2. But basically, black is suffering a lot in this position. At some cases, I think even maybe g4 can even trap the knight. But for the moment, it's not the case, because black can jump away and the white f3 knight is hanging also. I'm just saying that you never know at which point of the game white will be able to play g4. So basically, the big question is how black can hold himself. I would definitely bet that Gukesh will win this game. He has also a little bit more time, and he is a stronger player right now, and his position is just incredibly beautiful. Very difficult to play this with black, so it's very easy to crack. And we've seen Abbasov how he cracked and collapsed completely in the very interesting tough game versus Caruana, where he had time trouble. He gave up a pawn and he completely misunderstood the position and had a lot of weaknesses. So I think this game actually Gukesh will win. And I would like to take this opportunity to ask you guys, what do you think? How many decisive games are going to be today? David?
Ooh, so Daniel, we should mention on the first 2 days, Judith and I, with Robert, we were guessing how many decisive games we would get. Bravely on the second day, I said 3, kind of slightly tongue-in-cheek, but we ended up getting 4 decisive games. So I'm going to say 3 again, just because I'm ever the optimist. How about you, Daniel?
I'm going to predict 1, which I know sounds insane, but I feel like the Nepo game is trending in the direction of a draw, and I'm going to predict that we're going to see some incredible action, lots of back and forth in 2 of the 3 remaining games. I do think Gukesh has this under control. Just to be different, just to be contrarian, I'm going to predict 1. And Judith, I want to make 1 point about this game, but first I definitely want to hear your prediction. Sorry, did you already state a number?
No, not yet, but I wanted to pick 3 as David, but now I have to go for 2. Now that I see the
Sorry,
games,
Judith.
okay, 2.
You should have gone first.
No, don't worry. Don't worry. It will be 2. 2 minimum, I think. Oh my God, black goes g5 with Jan's game, but okay, we'll get back there.
Yeah, we'll get there, and there's a lot to cover in the other games. It's crazy. Jan's game was the most interesting by a country mile. Now one can claim the opposite. I just wanted to point out one thing, David, very quickly. 3 moves ago, everything was under control, and the 21st move by black was just shocking to me. Knight takes f5. Maybe we already pointed this out. I might have missed it, but I can't really believe that he didn't play queen takes f5. Maybe he was worried about knight f3 to d4, but then the queen could have slid back to g6, and a knight coming to e6 is a lot less scary in my view than a rook coming to e6. Here, rook e6 can be met with rook f6. So I wouldn't say that this is exactly ultra pleasant, but I think it holds the balance. So these issues were caused by Abbasov himself. He allows the rook to infiltrate with tempo, and that tempo gives white the opportunity to cemento, I should say, the e-file. And h6 is a clear sign that black is trying to cover all of the infiltration points, but he's got so many weaknesses on both sides of the board. This is bad news and a tall order for Nijat Abbasov to hold this position.
Maybe he was not... Sorry.
Oh, sorry, go on, Judith.
No, maybe he was not feeling the fact that the e6 square is weak this way and that way as well. But the big difference is that with having the knight on d6, probably black has this counterplay by playing rook e8 in one way or another. And this is the big problem here, that f5 knight stands pretty well, but it cannot help the rooks to be able to exchange or go to e8. This is the big problem. And it's much more important to control the e8 than to control the e7. And the e6 you cannot control.
Too many entrance points for white's pieces. And yeah, I just wanted to point out a couple of things. But firstly, g4 would actually trap this black knight if it weren't for the move knight to g3. So black's very, very lucky. This is the only move to survive. And the white knight would be loose and black would actually have a better pawn structure in the ensuing positions. But also this queen c2 move, which I think is incredibly difficult, and I'm not sure at all that Gukesh is going to find it. Maybe there are other good moves, but the computer pointing out this one, I've got to put both of you on the spot here. Find a move for black. Find a logical, productive move.
Queen d7 seems like one.
Judith. That's supposed to be more difficult.
Yeah, but now g4, maybe there's a stronger case to be made for this move, right? Because the point is not so much to trap the knight, but to pave the way for a rook infiltration at e7.
And after knight g3, knight d6.
Rook e7. Man.
This looks scary.
Queen g6, but somehow black never dies. Yeah, rook f7. And now
I wouldn't say that
positional move. Black is on life support, shall we say.
It's still wriggling, still kicking. Difficult position, but first it depends on white being accurate, and I mean I love queen c2 for various reasons. I just another thing that we mentioned the other day, Dania, with Judith was is it called Alekhine's gun if the pieces are around this way? Because if not, then you play queen c2, you do play rook e5, and then you switch the queen back, and she's the I don't know much about guns, but like she's the one propelling the pieces forward from behind, supporting the two white rooks. So this could be a really instructive way to kind of add pressure to black's position. Queen d7, maybe rook e5 as well. Just a less committal way of doing things. It's really, really strong.
Well, I think the biggest problem and the biggest issue for Gukesh, that he understands it, that suddenly he has a huge advantage, because that's very clear, right? Because controlling the e-file and having all the pieces on the e-file already is a huge thing. And basically he's thinking that what is the simplification, or what is the technique that he can improve his position. Whether even I think maybe it can cross his mind to play knight d4 to eliminate and exchange the knights and then control the 7th rank, for example. To go queen d3, queen e5 I think also makes sense generally, but maybe after queen e5 now, knight h4 can be a move that it's, though I have rook 1 e3, but then probably knight f5. Yeah, this works, I guess. Yeah, taking back the knight. So I think he feels it, that he has an incredible, fantastic position, but has to find the way how to strengthen, improve, giving a difficult moment for the opponent to make decisions, to not allowing counterplay in this position, and then most likely he will be able to convert a victory. But I'm sure he feels it, and let's face it, he's just behind Nepo, so he knows that if you have a chance, you have a fantastic position. He plays against the lowest rated player. He has to be able to win this game and convert this game into victory, because it can be crucial, even though we have only 9 rounds left after this round. Even early round points counts a lot.
Well said, Judith. And you don't take 15 minutes on a move by accident. Maybe the ghost of that failure to convert the Nepo position haunting him a little bit. He feels even more of a weight on his shoulders to convert this position. But I think it's a good time for us to zoom back out, take a look at the bird's eye view. There have been no big evaluation turnarounds in any of the games, but still, A lot of moves made on the top left in Nakamura versus Furusha. It's been a while since we've revisited the Nepo Pragnananda endgame. It seems to me, and I haven't really delved deeply into the position, that Nepo continues to make progress. He's still worse. He's still suffering, but he's kept his clock under control. He's kept the position under control. So maybe a status update there would be nice. But also the Furusha Nakamura game just continues to get more and more complex. The center has opened up. Hikaru with a queen on a7. That's on the top left of your screen. So David, once again, I love putting you on the spot. There's really not much more I like to do as a commentator. So shall we look at Furusha? Should we pay homage to what was once the most exciting game of the round?
And yeah, you mentioned the status update, and yeah, I'm going to call the Pragnananda and Nepo game up for a moment, partly because I love my endgames, partly because I actually think that this, in the kind of grand scheme of things for the tournament, could well play a role later on. Nepomniachtchi, I questioned whether this was his style, kind of defending a difficult endgame, but he's doing it so well. And Judith, earlier you kind of exclaimed, oh, he's played g5. That's really committal, but multi-purpose move, firstly clamping down on the dart squares. Now imagine if a black knight ever lands on a square like f4, there's going to be big trouble for the white king. But also, I just wanted to commend a couple of nice tactics here for black. He's holding this together based on the fact that white would love to play a move like rook e1, hitting this knight and driving it away, but the knight can leap. I'm not sure even which direction it goes, but for example, knight to d3, and after rook takes rook, the white rook was hanging, black can flick in the intermediate move, the intermezzo check, hitting the white king and then recapturing. Suddenly, I would be a bit worried here if I were Pragg, because this black knight has become the strongest piece in the position. So strategically and tactically, kind of justifying everything there, Jan. And yeah, very much kind of coming around to your way of thinking now, Danya. It does feel like momentum-wise, kind of the path of the game, it's only going one way, and it's not towards a win for white. We see it on the camera there. Pragg slightly shaking his head, leaning back in his chair, looks a bit frustrated with how things have turned recently.
Queen c2.
Yeah, just...
David, quick interjection. Gukesh has played Queen c2.
Nice.
But please continue.
I mean, perfect moment. It definitely feels like this game very level for now, or at least it looks like it's heading in that direction. And Gukesh, meanwhile, heading in his direction in the other game, Judith.
Well, to be honest, I still like it a lot with white, the Pragnananda's game, because white can go back with the bishop to f5. That's a great outpost for the bishop. And after black played g5, there are no talks about g6 to kick my bishop away, right? So, and also bishop f5 blocks the rook. And also it's important, I think, that I can defend the g4 pawn in order to play h4 at some point. Also, after bishop f5, rook d1 or rook c1, I would be thinking to try to get with one of my rooks to the 7th rank. The other one now from d6, it can go to d6 and give an attack and bother the h6 pawn a little bit. At the same time, I fully agree that the knight on e5 is very stable and stands very well, especially after g5, so white has no f4 dreams. Unless I can really make another, let's say if I would be able to make few moves, I would go bishop f5, I would go king g3, probably h4, rook d6, rook c1, rook c7, or to open up after h4 and to bring my rook to the h5. So white should still try to attack. But of course, with black, I mean, after bishop f5, for example, maybe he just goes rook e7, and rook e1 is still not possible because of knight g6. And then with all the tactics on f4, and also if rook e7, then knight e7, and the bishop is captured. So I think I still like it pretty much with white. At the same time, Jan is improving his drawing chances from move to move. All his pieces are very active, and this was the biggest problem of him in the opening phase of the game when he couldn't develop properly. So now it's a fantastic defensive chances for him. Also, maybe he just wants to double the rook on the e file to play rook f7, rook e7, or making it with rook e7, rook e8, king on g7, so everything is on on black squares. And then the bishop on f5 stands beautiful, but what can it do, right? So maybe that's the main idea, that how can white improve really this position?
Yeah, I think that was a good breakdown. We would all prefer white's position, but in the context of his impressive opening preparation, thus far, unless things turn around or he can use Nepo's clock time as a weapon, it seems like his initiative might be slowly fizzling out. Let's talk about someone whose initiative is only building up, and I think it's a perfect time maybe to switch to Hikaru's game. Vidit continues to nurture that extra pawn, so his game is kind of stable for the time being. I'm keeping an eye on it, but Nakamura's game getting more and more complicated. The center opens up. First impressions, David, we pointed out that weak pawn on a4. Hikaru currently attacking it. His last move was bishop to d7. And his d5 pawn, it's isolated, but white's not controlling the square in front of it, which means that pawn is actually a lot more of a strength than a weakness and can move up to d4. It could have done so on the previous move. Hikaru delaying d4, but I think it makes a lot of sense to complete his development. And more moves coming in. Alireza, that bishop, did not stay fianchettoed for long.
Wow, an easy one to miss. That rook was trapped, actually, and Naka instantly reacts with a block. And not just blocking the attack on his rook, but also unleashing his own queen and bishop combo on the long diagonal. And suddenly it's pure calculation. I was actually going to say, kind of in static terms, I was really loving black's position, but now it's coming to life. The tactics unleashed, and both sides just over the 20-minute mark as Naka gets up from his chair. Judith, do you think this one is turning? Earlier we liked it for white, but everything Naka's doing, again, momentum-wise, seems to be on his side.
Well, to be honest, after c5 or since c5, I'm pretty much on the black side. I like it from the other side because white was very active before, but since b takes cc, b takes was happening, and black could go knight b6 and c5 and started to get active, I started to like it very much for black. For example, the queen on a7, having the battery there with bishop on c5, attacking, putting pressure on f2. It's extremely important, fantastic placement for Nakamura. Also, by having those two pieces there and the fantastic, amazing knight on e6, it controls completely the d4 square, which means that the d5 pawn, which is an isolated pawn, it's not only that white cannot blockade on d4, but once that pawn will start moving. And that is not going to be funny for white, because the bishop from d7 will go to c6, control and be attacked on the long diagonal also, especially that the bishop moved away to f1. So I would definitely take black's side of this game, because white has more attackable pawns. The a4 pawn is attacked, the f2 pawn is very much attacked, and of course one day the d4 move is also there. And this is a typical position where Nakamura feels very comfortable, very energetic, he's calculating well. So for Alireza, it is a very difficult position right now. I believe he's behind in time, and this is something he was struggling with in this tournament so far, that almost in every game he was behind in time, and he made some of the mistakes because of his time shortages.
Yeah, Danya, what do you see to kind of that speaks for the white position? Or is this just going to be a game changer in terms of the tournament for Hikaru?
Well, there's a big development of the Vidit game. We'll go there shortly, but to answer your question, big decision here for Alireza, whether to take on c4 and try to harass that c-pawn maybe with knight f3 to d2, or to ignore the knight and circle around to b3 and try to prioritize kind of immobilizing the d5 pawn. So it's not a good thing that you have a decision between two tempting options. It's a bad thing. You were down to 20 minutes. And as Judith pointed out, Hikaru is, I think, much more happy with a time scramble, not only because he's good at it, but also because his position is easier to play. My instinct would be to play knight b3, try to keep the structural status quo. To me, knight takes c4, d takes c4 opens up that long diagonal for black's bishop. So I would go knight b3, maybe bishop b6 or rook d1 and try to bring all hands on deck to stop that d5 pawn. Still, black's position has a lot of potential energy. The d pawn can be defended in various ways, bishop c6, queen a8. So I think the next 5-6 moves are going to be crucial in terms of dictating the trend of the game. And yeah, speaking of the trend of the game, we had a big move by Fabi, so I want to let either of you contribute further to the discussion. But we have this beautiful two-board view, and we see e4, e5, not on move 1, but just a couple of moves later by Fabiano Caruana, attacking white's bishop.
Wow. Big move, and replied by a very impressive move.
What a blow.
Whoa. Queen g3. Pin and win. Dania, could this be a game changer?
Judith, I think that might have been missed by Fabi. I mean, instead of e5, he had options. That move was not forced. His position was nasty, but he could have castled kingside, scary as that looked. Has he overlooked queen g3? And how bad is this? f6, g5, bishop f6, white still plays g5. Is black just busto here?
Well, I think Queen G3 could be easily missed, and it's a typical situation. As I always like to highlight these situations when you make a move and you create a new opportunity for the opponent, because Queen G3 was not there in the whole game. It was not possible because pawn was standing on e6, and just by playing e5, suddenly Queen G3 is possible because the c7 queen is unprotected, right? And it doesn't even seem so bad at first for black, because what's the big deal, f6? But g5 seems to be a very strong move. Though after g5, I would consider to take a look at king f7, for example. But of course, queen b3 sometimes going back. But of course, f6 I think has to be done. I don't see anything else. If queen a7, then white can just take on e5. I believe with the, well, probably with the queen. And after rook a2, maybe white is just playing b3, simply.
Wow, maybe we put this on the board because
I think
Fabiano
it
has to have
makes,
something up his
yes.
sleeve.
I think queen a7 is the first thing which he could have in mind. But what about playing queen e5? And after rook a2, I would just really play b3 very quietly.
Just covering the checking square that the black rook wanted to use. One thing black should not do now that I nearly suggested was to castle. Whoops.
I also
Oops.
nearly suggested this. But wait a second. Oh yeah, you can't play rook h8 to a8 because we're not castled yet.
Yeah.
But queen a3, can I get away with
Queen
that
b8
move? No.
was my plan, but maybe it's not good enough. Because
But
I
bishop
thought queen
b2.
b8, but
You can start with bishop b2 perhaps also.
that's true.
Nice. Defending the white king. Oh, sorry, my arrow is there, going rogue. Defending the white king, and if queen takes b3, that would end in checkmate. Okay, queen g3. I mean, either Fabiano, one of two things has happened. Either Fabiano, he's missed queen g3 totally, or he's banking everything on queen a7, queen a5, whichever, or maybe queen a7, and he's kind of maybe just misevaluated this whole idea of going for counterplay. But, yeah, it's hard to know which one. He's suddenly spent 3 minutes, and Vidit's the one, despite only having 18 on his clock. He's getting up from the board confidently, walking around. You think? Should we delve once more into the variation just to kind of figure out exactly what Fabiano's missed?
Actually, to be honest, after queen a7, queen e5, rook a2, black even doesn't threaten with anything. Because if you go rook a1, I go king c2, queen a4, b3, and I always have my bishop to pull back to b2.
How do you want to spend your move then if black's not threatening anything?
I just wanted to point out that you don't have a threat. So I thought after that it's evident that you have to resign.
No, never resign.
You're not that type that you give up, yeah? So what about going queen g7?
Yeah.
Munch.
Greed is good. I approve. Rook f8. You just want to make a new queen.
I don't know.
Back to
I
home
can
base?
go.
Queen e5 looks...
Nope.
Oh, no?
Bad.
Ooh.
How dare I suggest such an unnatural move?
How dare
Maybe
you
Queen
centralize
E5.
your queen?
Yeah, I know. Queen e5, Queen a4. That is one thing to keep in mind, sort of geometrically. Queen a4 cuts off the escape square.
So what about
so
b3?
Now b3. Now queen a3 because your
Rook
queen cannot
h3.
deliver.
I wanted rook h3.
Oh, wow. Really nice defense. Guarding from afar. It looks so scary. I mean, in a blitz game, I would be terrified, but White King, there's no way to check it. Yeah. It's hard to evaluate. You can see why Fabi might have got a bit carried away or a bit excited here as black. Oh, you get a rook to a2, but maybe now it's dawning on him that, yeah, White can just ignore all the threats.
I would argue by far, to me, the likeliest explanation, I don't like to, it doesn't matter at this point, but I think by far the likeliest explanation is that he missed queen g3. And sometimes you kind of tell yourself a story even during the game. I think a lot of us have done this where you miss a move and then immediately you say, oh, no, I was aware that this kind of remote possibility existed. So you try to soften the blow, but you know the truth of the matter. And to me, what our analysis is indicating is that White's actually spoiled for choice after queen a7. I think castle's kingside should not be ruled out here either. But after bishop takes e5, you can basically pre-move h5. And g5 runs into h6, very typical way to deal with doubled pawns. And g6, h7 is going to be checkmate. So that's a lovely little finesse that's obviously going to appear on the board because, you know, Fabi's in the practice of allowing middle game checkmates. But still, everything, all of the arrows seem to be pointing in the direction that Vidit might be knocking on the door of a huge rebound victory that will really, really shake up the tournament standings.
And I hate to disagree, Danya, but if not for queen g3, White's last move would have blundered a pawn, so I don't know. How can you miss queen g3 if White were to move the bishop? The e4 pawn would have fallen, so yeah. I mean, it's hard to explain. We'll have to...
Hard to say.
Hope Fabi tells us afterwards. Yeah. Okay, but we see the other game on our screens as well, Firouzja against Nakamura, and Firouzja did take your advice, Danya. He did play knight to b3, and definitely feels like Naka's trying to kind of hustle on board and clock. He's really sped up. We thought momentum on black's side on that left board on our screens. And yeah, it looks like my optimistic bet of 3 decisive results, it's still possible. It's still anything possible in all 4 of the games right now.
Very interesting move was played by Hikaru. After rook d1, queen a8.
Wow. Lining up on the long diagonal. And yeah, I mean, that one's so tense. Only a few pawns have disappeared. Still all the minor and major pieces on the board between Firouzja and Nakamura. I mean, if a time scramble does eventually happen, then yeah, it's much nicer to have the safer king. Black's king, safe as houses. White's king, you could definitely imagine, as you were pointing out earlier, Judith, something happening on this diagonal. Maybe the diagonal adjacent to it as well.
I'm not sure anything will happen on that diagonal because suddenly in the last 2 moves, I think Firouzja improved his position because after all, he can blockade the d5 pawn by playing knight d4. The only thing I don't know with which knight should I be playing. I would like to go from f3 to d4 and then later on the bishop will be going back to g2. And the a8 queen, I don't know whether it will ever get the open diagonal there.
Bishop g2.
Yeah, still very tense. Very tense, this game. You can tell both players really playing for the win. Yeah, desperate.
Yeah. I'm going to play devil's advocate. I'm flip-flopping myself between, liking black, liking white. And for some reason, I assumed that this d5 pawn was going to push to d4. It was an inevitability. And now I realize that's a remote possibility. And in fact, it's not a possibility at all. White's going to put a knight on d4 in the next move. And yeah, currently White's king looks safer than it's looked in the last 2 moves. And once knight d4 is played, the knight can jump to f5. Suddenly Black's position starting to look a little bit flimsy. strangely enough. So I really don't know what to think about who has the momentum in this position. It was Hikaru for sure. Maybe he missed an opportunity to play d4 a couple of moves ago. It didn't seem like a big deal at the moment, but now it seems to be potentially, if he ends up losing control over this game, that might have been a big moment when he chose not to push that pawn. It was on the, let's see, on which move was it? It was on, 25th move. He played bishop d7, choosing to complete his development. Maybe should have pushed the pawn. We will see knight c5 on the board.
Ooh, but Judith, you were talking about how beautiful that knight was on e6. It was an octopus just controlling all of the squares, but suddenly he's just willingly trading it off, and that move has been given a question mark by the computer. So maybe not a blunder, but at least a small step in the wrong direction. I guess the rationale is that he wants to open up his bishop, but you're liking white now.
I'm not even sure it's not a pawn which white can be winning. What about taking on c5 and knight d2, for example? But of course, knight d4 is also very tempting, because the e6 square, one day white can even maybe go e6. But after knight d4, also sometimes f4. So suddenly white has again the full harmony between his pieces after, let's say, capturing on c5 and knight d4, or maybe immediately knight d4. I don't know if that's also something to consider.
I have a crazy idea, but David, I want to give you the floor. I do knight takes c5 and rook takes d5, queen takes d5, knight g5. I'm sure it doesn't work, but just wanted to throw it out there because
you want to trap.
Off the top of my head, I couldn't see a refutation, but I'm sure it exists.
Maybe bishop f2?
Queen f2, queen d3. I thought queen f2 keeps the queen trapped. Well spotted, Judith. Yeah.
Devilishly tricky there, Danya, but I mean, this type of idea
I'll
might
save
work
that for
in
bullet.
some...
I'll save that for bullet.
Exactly. In some iteration, it might work.
But maybe you can start with knight c5, knight g5. What do you think about that?
Interesting. Same idea, different order. If the knight is captured, then...
The problem is that it does not have to be taken on g5.
Yeah, double attack, just to point out to everyone. I'm still wondering, still trying to work out what happens after bishop c6, but I guess queen takes c4 and white emerges a pawn to the good. Any tricks here? Tactics? Attacks? Oof, complicated position.
Buffering. No, but
buffering.
As Judith pointed out, knight d2 is it's nice to have this safe option in your pocket. And knight takes d2, rook takes d2, bishop c6. I mean, you don't have to play bishop c6, e6. So there's problems everywhere. There's enemies behind every corner. And Alirez made a decision. So let's see. He has taken, and bishop takes c5, knight d2 versus knight d4 versus knight g5 versus rook takes d5, blunder. Everything's possible. Everything's on the table.
How big do we think the role of the clock is going to be in the next 10 moves? We're at move 30 now. 10 more moves to go before the time control, especially in a sharp position like this. So many options, as you mentioned, Danya.
After bishop c5, by the way, knight e1 is also possible, with an idea if after bishop e6, knight d3 and f4.
Wow, I like it.
Another knight move, just what we needed. So 4 of them now.
Knight h4, I quite like. I mean, I don't know why, but...
I was also thinking about that, but after bishop e6, I didn't understand exactly what I want.
Yeah, it feels like both sides have a lot to think about as Nakamura recaptures the piece. Okay, maybe we zoom out of this one. We'll definitely check back in as move 40 looms. But Fabi, meanwhile, has played queen to a7. Nice symmetry. Nakamura's queen is also hanging out there around a7, a8. Fabiano trying to justify his earlier miss. Meanwhile, Gukesh against Abbasov. Looks really dodgy for black. Let's go to that bird's eye view. Here we see it. Things are evolving all over the place.
Well, Gukesh went down very much in time. That's the only problem he has. That probably he's trying to figure out so much. What is the best out of the different opportunities to improve his position, even though the black has the d4 pawn, which is quite weak. He's down to 8 minutes.
And look at the bottom left, that same position, which we couldn't get away from. Fabiano pushing his chips into the center of the table. It's desperation, but just consider the nerves, the clock situation. It might work. They have that position where we concluded that queen takes g7 might very well be possible, but easier said than done. And Gukesh with 8 minutes. The fact that he found the best moves, it could be a Pyrrhic victory because the time it took him to do it could set him up for a very difficult conversion as his rook drops back to e4. David, no matter where your eyes dart to, there's just action everywhere. It's so hard to choose which game to focus on when we've got so much going on before the first time control.
That's the dilemma as a commentator, where to go when there's action everywhere. The one thing we will mention is that we might put Pragg against Nepomniachtchi on the back burner for now. They've just reached move 40. They've reached the time control. They've got their extra minutes on the clock. Yeah, let's go to Vidit. And that's where, wow, the clock is ticking. He needs to be accurate. Sorry, not this one. Let's jump to this one. And rook takes a2.
Caruana would mind that position, that Bossov's position at this point. But let's be clear, 7 minutes for Vidit. This is the most tactical position. And Judith, I would be terrified. David, I would be terrified to have White's king in this situation. There's no threats, yes, but Queen A4 and Rook A1, 2 moves from mate.
What do you think about the move? I don't know. Bishop C3.
Okay. What's the idea behind that one? Just waiting.
What move can you make? I wanted to open up my rook line so you cannot go Queen A4. Because Daniel was pushing me so much that Queen A4 is coming. It's the B1 king is so weak. So I don't want you to be even thinking about Queen A4.
Whose king is weaker? That's the big question. Okay, Bishop C3. Maybe we put some moves
There's
on the board.
always an idea to castle with black. Never forget that.
Force me to blunder mate in one again.
Not such a bad idea, actually. Every time it's mentioned, I'm like, wait, why does it not work again? But wait a second. Rook A1, King C2, Queen A4, King D2 is a dead end, or even B3.
I wanted B3, of course.
Yes, but what if we start with? That also doesn't work. I was thinking of flicking in the move B4 for black and seeing how that changes the sequence, but I don't think it actually changes anything. B4, bishop takes B4, Rook A1. King C2.
King C2. I know.
Queen A4, B3. Yeah, there's nothing. But Rook takes D1 first, maybe. Rook takes D1 first and then Queen A4.
That's tricky.
But yeah.
Black wins a piece.
And stops.
So maybe that's exaggerating, too optimistic by me. So Queen G7 will have to be done.
He's about to make a move and he's taken.
Taking it.
Ice cold. Nerves of steel there from Vidit.
I have to. Alireza played a 5th knight move. He actually went for the only square we didn't consider. We're going to stay on this game, but just funny. He went knight H4. The least likely of like the 6 available knight moves. So funny. And here we go. More action. We're going to see a flurry of moves, presumably.
He comes back to E5, I guess.
Let's see.
You called it, Judith. But, okay. Objectively, at least, this might be a mistake. Very understandable move in human terms. And wow.
Queen A4.
Blue arrow appears.
Queen A4.
This was the threat.
That's all I can say this broadcast. For 3 hours, that's all I've been saying. It's Queen A4 and it's finally going to appear on the board.
But you know what's the problem? But White wanted to play maybe after Queen A4, B3 takes Bishop B2. But the problem is Black has F6.
Wow.
I mean, problem for white.
Get out of jail free card there for Fabi. He
Yeah.
might have just lucked out Queen A4, and he's going to play it. You can tell
He's
he's
gonna
itching.
play it because there's nothing else. That's one of the reasons. Apart from that, he is going to make the best move.
And this F6 idea is so nasty. If Queen A4, King C1, the problem isn't even checkmate anymore. It's that Black can give this check on A1, force the king to D2, and isolate the bishop on D4. And if Black
F6.
starts with F6, the queen is forced to lose contact with the bishop, and Black actually wins on the spot. So I can't believe what we're seeing. Another potential throw from Vidit. And just when he was knocking on the door, maybe 1 or 2 moves away from victory. But David, I mean, so understandable. The position remains tactical. And as long as it remains tactical, there will always be chances. Bobby, he sees it. He's just double checking, making sure that this isn't too good to be true. And it actually isn't in this case.
But white also sees it. I think Vidit also realized it, that it's Queen A4 and what am I going to be playing?
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. Even we were struggling to find White's winning move. We saw, of course, the evaluation bar, which only tells half the story. Obviously, computers kind of crunch the numbers. They find a way for White to win. White was 2 pawns up. White still is 2 pawns up after all. But this kind of race of attacks, when both kings are out in the open like this, when the clock is ticking down, the nerves are jangling, when you've just lost 2 games on the bounce, it's extremely hard. So yeah, Vidit might have fumbled it slightly. It might now kind of fizzle out to a logical draw after Black plays queen to A4. White gives a check on B8 with the white queen and drops back to E5, perpetual check, but understandable. Very, very chaotic position. Tough one to evaluate, tough one to calculate. And so, yeah, Vidit's just played it extremely well. Just unlucky.
My question is whether is it going to be a draw by queen B8, queen E5 after queen A4, or White can play for a win?
Well, David, I think you're shaking your head. I mean, queen A4, B3, queen takes B3, bishop B2, F6. The queen can drop back to C3, but that endgame, I cannot possibly see Vidit. Maybe he goes for that emotionally. It happens sometimes. Queen A4 on the board, and I think he's going to have to come to terms and pull out half a point out of this mess.
I also believe that the best he can do is queen B8, because after B3 takes, bishop B2, F6, and if queen C3, then queen takes and rook F2, and Black just collected back the 2 pawns and is more active. The C5 pawn is going to be weakness.
Wow. Yeah. What a turn of events, David.
Incredible.
What an escape.
What an escape. Let's show this Houdini-like escape from Fabiano quickly, unless Vidit's about to give the check. He might just repeat once and just get slightly closer to the time control. We see a check from the white queen indeed. The black bishop blocks. Fortunately, no way to sacrifice the white queen, no way to unblock the D file in time before Black's the one who delivers checkmate with rook A1 check. And poker face from Vidit. Maybe he just didn't realize that he was winning. Maybe that position with the black rook on A2, he just thought, okay, in practical terms, it's really tough. Maybe a draw is, better than nothing after all.
Can Black go king D7?
Asking for trouble, Judith. Queen D6. C8.
King C8. You know what I was thinking? Maybe after king D7 to go B3. Takes bishop B2 check. And after king C8, I still don't know what I want.
Maybe rook D6 or something to that effect.
That might be the case.
But Fabi's thinking, it tells us that he's aware of this option. He's not going to press his luck. Bishop E7 on the board. And
not yet.
Oh, what a heartbreaker for Vidit, David. I mean, I think he must have suspected that he's winning. You could tell in his body language. I try not to overemphasize it, but there's no way that he thinks this is a justified result given the situation on the board after he played the move Queen G3. That's the kind of move which raises the curtains, and the curtains are going to be raised most likely, but not in the way that Vidit was hoping.
No, and this could have put him back on track in the tournament. He would have leapt up back to a level score, 50%. But unfortunately, that's the hardest thing in chess. Again, we've all been there, putting away higher rated opponents, putting the finishing touches on. I mean, killer instinct is one thing, but when they defend so resolutely, it can be incredibly tough. And Fabiano, he defended actively here. He created counterplay. That's kind of, there's two ways to defend. You can go passive, you can just kind of knuckle down and try to hold the fort, or you can scare the opponent with an attack like this one, and big threats, of course, for black. And that's been enough to most likely, we think, repeat the position. But yeah, I think we can all sympathize here with Vidit. You can see the nerves. The clock's now down to 9 minutes. And he's going to make a move. It's another check.
Wow.
Whoa.
What a turn of events. And by the way, the Nepo Prag Nepo game is also heading very intensively in the direction of a draw. We're not going to go there. We're going to watch Vidit come to terms and repeat the position the third time. But wow, crazy flip-flops across the board today. You just feel for Vidit. He just can't catch a break these last 3 games. And this is going to be repetition and a draw.
Mm. And the last moment for Fabi, he could get super brave, move his king. If not, he can write down the move, stop the clocks, and declare his intention to play bishop e7. That would be the 3rd time we've seen that position now. So it's in Fabi's hands. Does he want the game to continue? Does he bluff? Kind of try his luck?
No.
No. He's a sensible guy. The tournament is still young.
But I'm sorry, guys, if we wouldn't see the bar on the side, wouldn't we want to play king d7 so much and look for a win for black?
Any
takers? Definitely, Judith.
Yeah, definitely in, bullet brawl, but I don't know. I mean, yeah. Fabi, though, doing the right thing, right? Taking his time. There's no reason to... The draw's not going anywhere. It's not going to grow a pair of licks. You've got the repetition in your pocket. So why not calculate the move and make sure that you're not missing a chance to turn this around in a 180 fashion?
So what happens on king d7, b3 reset, takes, bishop b2 check, king c8, and you said rook d6. And what's the big deal about rook d6? I go king b7.
d7, and he's going to play bishop e7, by the way, but maybe rook d7 there. It is complicated, I'll give you that.
Okay, and meanwhile, we do see Fabi, he has played bishop to e7, stops the clocks. And, okay, he didn't actually claim it in the way that we're taught to kind of stop the clocks, write down the move before playing it, and then call the arbiter.
But it's interesting that the arbiter is not saying that, well, you made the move, so you can't claim.
Yeah, I've had several of those throughout my career. Actually, the game should continue, technically. But maybe Vidit would be happy to claim the threefold. Look at Vidit. He's still calculating. He's still looking at the board because he knows Fabiano hasn't claimed in the kind of established way. He's wondering what happens if the game continues, but now he does look away. And yeah, interesting. The kind of contrasting demeanors here, despite the fact the game should end in a draw. But there we go. It is a handshake. And we have the first result of round 5.
It wasn't smooth. The claim wasn't smooth. The game wasn't smooth, but a draw improbably as Vidit, he makes that critical mistake in a winning position against Fabi. What resilience, what strength of mind for Fabiano to find the best practical defense, to pose challenges for Vidit until the very end. And the Indian Grandmaster suffers another frustrating result after 2 losses in a row, coming so close, oh, so close to rebounding to 50%, but not making it happen. Folks, we have time scrambles coming up on the other 3 boards. We don't want to miss any of them, so we're going to go to a quick break here in round 5 of the candidates. The other 3 games continue, and we'll have more action for you in just a couple of short minutes. See you in a bit.
Seriously, don't go and do that, please.
You do whatever you like.
We can't condone anything of the sort.
No, we can't live!
It's crazy.
Oh my God.
I don't feel it yet because there's so much spice already in my mouth. Turn the thermostat up. Please, no milk. No milk. No fucking milk, James. I'm gonna go to the ambulance.
What's up, everyone? Chess is hard as it is, but we're about to make it even harder by playing chili chess. For every type of piece we capture, we are gonna eat a chip with some hot sauce on it, starting with the pawns, knights, bishops, and rooks, a queen, and then the loser of the game is gonna eat this drenched chip over here.
Ready to go?
Yeah. Here we go.
And here we go.
Oh man, we battled a lot in the... It's like you letting me take it, bro? We get
Instant, you must be hungry, bro.
I'm too scared to capture.
Take it, bro.
No, because then we have to eat the...
You know what? Now you gotta eat the freaking chip.
All so big. Oh.
Yes.
Oh,
right.
man. Oh. It feels like I'm inhaling a barbecue. I hate that one.
That's pretty good.
God. That is the official.
Your turn, buddy. Beautiful.
That one's weird, man. It's like citrusy, but like...
Correct.
Kind of tastes like...
You know what? That's exactly what it would taste like.
I'm rolling up my... We got the end game of the chips. This is
hey,
torture.
which one do I want? Okay. None of you. I'm back.
I like a silent psychological battle. Nobody's drank milk yet.
Right.
We're like, okay. All right. Word looks different when you high on spice.
Oh man, I'm hitting different.
Oh,
shit's kind of hot to be chilling like that. It's definitely getting hot in this room, guys. You didn't turn the thermostat up?
Oh, I took a pawn, mister.
Oh, you took a pawn. You did. Damn, bro, you catching everything.
Ah! Oh!
Just check.
Oh my God, I lost on time. No!
Oh, that's not what?
Oh my God.
You know. Okay, so the problem is, I don't feel it yet because there's so much spice already in my mouth. So it's probably gonna be like how Magnus said, creeps up on you. Yep, now it's starting to creep up. I feel it. I feel it.
Oh man.
I'm gonna go to the ambulance. I'm gonna call them people right now.
On my head. Please, no milk.
No milk.
No milk. We're doing this with no milk. No fucking milk, James. So 2 brothers. We in a ditch somewhere.
Yep.
Explosions all around.
No milk. We asked them, I'm like, you need a Band-Aid? No, I need no milk. No milk. I'm gonna feel that for a few days, 2 hours.
Bro.
I did, bro. I did. But your brain don't work right with all the spices and stuff.
No, man. Bro, I can't feel my fingers.
Oh.
Same time next week?
Sure. It's a date.
We have time pressure, major time pressure across the board in 3 of our 4 remaining games here in round 5 of the 2024 candidates in Toronto. Improbably, the game between Vidit and Caruana has concluded in a draw, but we've got maximum tension on the board in this pivotal game between Gukesh, who's got the winning position against Abasov, but just 1 minute and 51 seconds on the clock. He wishes it was 51 minutes. No, it's a lot less than that. I hope I'm reading that right, because that is some incredibly major time pressure. He's got 6 moves to make. It's black to play after King H2. I have no clue what's going on here. Abasov has created some serious practical counterplay, but it appears that his knight on F5 is in quite the pickle now for a while. Whew.
Yeah, and I just want to point out one key tactic that Gukesh correctly identified and avoided as Abasov makes a move. Which move is it? Okay, we see them coming thick and fast now on the board. Pawn to G6, so he's defending his knight. Okay, no time to analyze. There was a moment that the black knight was edible. You could have taken it, but you would have fallen to a tactic and just very, very quickly on the clock as Gukesh ponders. I just wanted to go here. King h2, very clever move. If you had taken this knight, a really sneaky check on the back rank, hitting the white king, pawn to d2, trying to make a new queen, and also a double attack hitting this rook. So let's catch up with the game. We do see this position instead. So the knight has survived, but still a tricky position. Okay, a bit of a miss there, but Gukesh still with an advantage. He wants to replace the white rook on this square with his knight instead. Maybe just coming around to win this pawn. And we shouldn't forget that white is currently a pawn to the good. White did snatch a pawn on a4 earlier, so black is all in. Black's hopes rely purely on this passed d pawn.
Well, after having the king on h2, it means that once black queen can show up on c7, which can be unpleasant. But for now, I'm thinking for black to play rook d5, let's say, to control a little bit the e5 square. And the d3 pawn can be later on an attacker.
Rook e8 on the board. Look at Abasov. He's got 9 minutes and 42 seconds, but at this point, he's putting all of his chips in the basket of Gukesh's clock. Gukesh with 1 minute. There's no increment, and just physically, we're in territory where to make 4 moves in this position and not to blunder something with the d3 pawn is going to be a tall order. Total composure required from Gukesh. He's made a move, and for the moment, he's keeping control over the situation. So impressive, David. Rook fe4 is an excellent move. Super classy. And he's keeping the other rook on e1 so that d2 can always be met with a simple rook to d1. And the rook and the knight are going to surround and then pick off the d-pawn.
Yeah, really impressive play. It would have been easy to lose control there, maybe make the wrong trade, maybe allow black's rook into the e2 square. But no, slightly counterintuitive, but he moves his rook to block. And yeah, any endgame should be winning for white. Black's king also a bit vulnerable while the queens remain on the board. I was going to ask Daniel what you kind of made of Abasov's kind of strategy of trying to hustle on the clock. He had 9 minutes, but he was blitzing the last few moves. Is that something that you think is going to maximize his chances in this scramble?
Yes. I mean, I think my coach always told me that you don't want to play fast in your opponent's time pressure, with one exception. If you feel like your position is lost, oftentimes that's your only hope. Like if the position's equal and you have more time, you want to force yourself, don't succumb to the temptation to try to flag your opponent. I think Abasov knows that his position is in dire straits. He's down a pawn. That D pawn is not as strong as it looks. It's a questionable approach, but I think it makes a lot of sense. He's now down to 8 minutes. Judith, maybe it's more of a younger generation type of thing. I probably would have taken my time here with black. I actually can't find a satisfactory move right now. Rook takes e4, queen takes e4 doesn't look like it advances the causes of the position. So I don't know what he does.
Well, I think rook e4 was not expected by Abasov. That's very clear because it's not an easy move, to be honest. It's very important for white that he played queen b4 2 moves ago. It's not the main thing is not about attacking the b7 pawn, but to control the d2 square. So with the knight and the queen can stop the d-passed pawn. And the 2 rooks on the e file is very well actively placed, and it's very important for white to start exchanging rooks. And I think it benefits white to exchange at least 1 rook. The other rook will be, if there will be an exchange for the near future, maybe there won't. The important thing is whether the d3 pawn can be stopped and taken. That's the main question. But I think that's the best setup for white, to have 1 rook, queen and knight. I think the exchanges after that, it does not benefit white, but 1 rook of exchange, 1 pair of rook it does. And later on, I believe that there is a good chance that the king from h2 will go back to h1 because of the all kind of checks on c7, for example. But also it can happen that at some point white will be going to play g4. I'm still optimistic that once the queen would be moving away from f7, from the f file, that is also something black has to be taking count on. But Abasov started to think, because he realized that there was a very strong last move. And 50 seconds is the amount of time for Gukesh right now for the rest of the game, which is this is move 37, so he has to make 3 more moves. And 50 seconds is not much, let's face it. So if he can pull out something very unexpected and interesting, it can cause some trouble for Gukesh. But if he's going to be able to exchange the rooks and get along in the next two more moves, I think he will be able to convert his extra pawn advantage into victory. But this is a big game for Gukesh.
Oh, and he's recaptured with the rook. We're doing the bird's eye view because Firouzja versus Nakamura is also in a time scramble. It is currently, after queen f4, black's 37th move, Hikaru with 4.5 minutes, Ali Reza with 2 minutes, and Gukesh instantly recapturing with the rook. He's got just a couple of moves to make. David, I don't know where my eyes should be going because both games are right about at the same point, time pressure-wise. Hikaru has this move g5. And Ali Reza fans might be panicking, but that has been foreseen. Queen f4 up to f6 is going to hit the knight on b6. Hikaru can force a queen trade there with queen to d8. And I think that's the main topic of his decision as his clock now dwindles below 4 minutes. Maximum tension going into the 40th move.
Yeah, there's some crazy tactics there, Danya. After g5, queen f6, rook c6, white will play the move knight f5. But yeah, we'll come to that if and when it happens. Nakamura desperately trying to calculate. And yeah, I think for now, our eyes, they're going up, down, left, right, everywhere. But they should be focused on the Firouzja against Nakamura board because it does feel like Gukesh with 2 moves to make, in control, a pawn up, maybe soon to become 2 pawns. As long as he makes move 40, Gukesh will win. He's got 25 seconds per move pretty much for the next 2. But Gukesh, a massive favorite right now if he can physically make it. Firouzja, Nakamura, complicated. And meanwhile, Pragnananda against Nepomniachtchi, we won't touch until we've reached move 40 on the other boards. But that does look destined for a draw. Nakamura, okay, interesting. We talked about strategies under time pressure, just keeping the tension, not going for any forcing lines where the opponent's moves are obvious, instead just improving his rook. Firouzja, you saw a bit of panic there. He does improve his knight, but under 2 minutes, he's got 2 moves to make as well. Yeah, this could be crazy, but it does feel like they will reach move 40 on all boards now.
Yes, it's clear that Pragnananda against Nepo is going to be a draw because black just equalized completely. Actually, he's not worse at all. And Hikaru's game is extremely interesting now that he exchanged on f5, grabbed, he couldn't stand this knight, he didn't want it to go to d6 because that would be too strong. And queen c7 looking for counterplay on the e5 pawn, and I guess after the rook going to be protecting it, then knight c4 comes again into activity and tries to grab the pawn on e5.
And that would be the 40th move for both players. Rook e1, knight d7 could result in a major trade-off. Rook takes d5 there. We won't delve too deeply there because we're on the bird's eye view to catch all of the time scrambles. Knight back to g7. Abbasov desperately trying to complicate the game before Gukesh gets those 30 extra minutes, the sweet nectar of the time control. But I feel like Firouzja's game might be anticlimactic. Gukesh, he's got to keep an eye on his clock. 13 seconds, 2 moves to make. He's got to leave himself with just a couple seconds for the 40th move. 8 seconds, 7. He's moved. King g1.
Ooh.
I told you it's going to go back.
Oh, yeah.
That was his 40th move.
96 is nasty there. The c5 pawn's going to fall.
Ooh, but he's made time control at least, so he does get an extra 30 minutes to mull things over, to think. Ooh,
that was 40.
Job is to, that was 40.
40. I apologize. Go ahead, David.
He's going to calm himself down at least, try and slow his heart rate back down. But yeah, it feels like that last move 40, the magical number, might have been a slip. And look at that, the arbiter checking with Gukesh. Remember, players don't need to write down their moves when they're under 5 minutes because there was no increment in the build up to the time control. So he wasn't writing things down. Now he's catching up. But then he might realize he's blown a bit of his advantage. Abbasov there, just really tricky, really creative, causing some trouble. Game on again.
Well, we did not think that out of the 4 games, there is a chance that all 4 of them will be a draw. And now I see some chances that it can happen. because in the last few moves, Gukesh, in his huge time travel, he quite a lot destroyed his advantage. And look at the Black's active pieces. Suddenly, Black's standing on. Well, now we see the other game. If he can pick the Gukesh game, maybe.
Okay, let's go there. But maybe we just wait for Hikaru's 40th move.
Or it's still there's okay, that's the last move. 97 or knight d7 or knight c4.
Nepo and Pragg have drawn their game, by the way, as we expected. Nothing crazy there. They reached move 40 and agreed to a draw. A bit of a disappointment for Pragg, but we will break that down further when we have the time for it, as we see them on camera there. But look at Hikaru under a minute. He sees knight d7. He knows it's in his pocket, and I don't see another move. I wouldn't press his luck. I think he's about to grab the knight.
Yeah, going back with the knight would win the e5 pawn, but at the cost of his d pawn. So a bit of a trade-off there. And ultimately, he's reaching for it. He's got a few seconds left. 30 seconds now, Hikaru. One move to make.
And knight d7.
Wow, so finally everyone can breathe, the players most of all, and they can pick apart what's just happened in that really hectic time scramble. And Judith, will go to that Abasov game because you wanted to break it down there, but just to maybe one or two words on this one. Do you think it's going to fizzle out now towards equality?
Well, I think if Black can capture the e5, and I don't see anything why couldn't he, it means that I think he's just completely fine. And well, the game will be simplified, and it's pretty equalish after that, I believe.
Equalish indeed. And let's go to that other game, which we didn't think was equal, but did also have a bit of a time scramble. Gukesh, okay, we see him on camera now, eyes closed, looking down. Do you feel he's regretting his life choices in that time scramble, or is he just purely calculating right now?
No, I think after move 40, especially when you had such a tense last 8-10 moves, he knows that he had a much better position than now. I mean, now his pieces are not active anymore. Before, he had all the activity for his pieces. And suddenly, Black has a very strong passed pawn, which keeps up the white knight, which is blockading it. And the queen on b4 also stands kind of a little bit outside. And the problem is it blocks the b2 pawn in order to defend the c5 pawn, because that would be a very important possibility. And now Black is gaining back the extra pawn, or the c5 is falling off. So White will have to think about it, whether can he play for a win or in what form. I think the idea could be that if White can go, I don't know, I'm just thinking maybe queen a5 in order, if let's say knight c5, White can go queen a8 and maybe control the 8th rank. But White has to be very smart if he can at all play for really seriously for a win.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a very justified summary. And we should not forget that with this new time control, you only get 30 minutes after move 40. So it's not like Gukesh, he can take a breather, but he's already down to 26 minutes. So this situation even happens when you get a full hour, where the situation is so complicated that time passes without you noticing. And before you know it, you've got 10 minutes and you're in time pressure again. And this is not the kind of position I would want to have in time pressure. Yeah, the D pawn is now blockaded, but Black's pieces are ultra active. And if you didn't show me the eval bar, David, I wouldn't, it's not a given that I would actually take White in this position.
Yeah, fully agree. We talk about momentum a lot, and that's because we are lucky, we're privileged to see the start of the game, the middle, everything that's kind of going on. And we knew that White was doing very well. Gukesh would have known he was a pawn up and probably winning, but momentum has very much turned, and yeah, about to lose his material advantage. I mean, the clock situation was a worry, might be again soon. Yeah, all of these small things build up, and it's very hard to maintain your mental kind of balance, just knowing the opponent's outplayed you. Top players are perfectionists as well. He'll be kicking himself inside. So yeah, very much a case of not knowing who's better here. all three results possible, of course, while the queens remain on the board at least. And wow, despite all the fireworks we've seen today, we might even get a scenario of no decisive games. What a disappointment that would be, not least to Gukesh.
Well, some of the players indeed are very unfortunate or will feel very bad. And we can say that it's the three Indians who are actually had great opportunities. Vidit had a fantastic opportunity with a huge advantage versus Fabiano. Pragnananda had an incredible home preparation and had a huge plus and a great position, which he should have probably won. But I mean, incredible what Nepo did. I mean, the person who can defend in such a situation and make a draw, I have all respect and amazement. I mean, that was quite amazing. That was kind of the highlight for me, the way he defended. And Gukesh had a fantastic game. I would not give too much chance for Black to for Nijat to be able to save the game, but now it very much looks like that.
Yeah, it's crazy. You can just never predict the course of these games. There's still a lot of meat on the bone in the remaining two games. I could very much see Gukesh hunkering down, finding some way to keep the fire burning. Apparently, he still has a smidge of an advantage, but I wouldn't trust the computer too much here. And for Pragg, there's one way to spin it, which is that he threw the game, he blundered knight b7. Okay, but there's the other way to look at it, which is that Nepo set him up for it, and Nepo found knight b7 and then very confidently defended that really nasty endgame, even without the queens. We often take it for granted, but now there's two endgames that Nepo has defended with great confidence against Gukesh. We thought he was in huge trouble, and now against Pragg, down on the clock, bad position, and really defending it from a position of strength. So Pragg's going to be down on himself a little bit, David, but in this tournament, you have to be able to keep bouncing back up. You're going to get your share of frustrating results, and you just have to keep getting back on your feet and putting the same amount of effort and spirit into each of the games. It's clear that Pragg's approach is a very good one, and if he keeps up that opening preparation, keeps up that gumption and that zest, I think it's going to bear some fruit one way or the other eventually.
Yeah, that's definitely true. It's a cliche. They say it's a marathon, not a sprint, but it's true. Still plenty of time, still 9 rounds remaining, a whole tournament remaining pretty much after this game. But I know that Nepo, after surviving today, is going to be a relieved man, but he'll also be watching the remaining games with a lot of interest, especially Gukesh against Abbasov, because Gukesh, with a win, would have leapt up to join the lead. So just if he's unable now to finish this one off, White against the lower seed, on paper, that's one you really need to kind of bank on if you want to win the tournament. This could be a huge missed opportunity. It could unravel Gukesh's tournament if he's unable to win this one. That's how chess works. It's really unfortunate as well. Gukesh, I was just looking, move 40. That was where the advantage slipped. Just if he had the extra 30 minutes, one move ago, most likely he would have moved the white queen and been able to push the b pawn, or he would have found a way to solve his kind of problems there. But that's how chess works. If you don't leave yourself enough time, often there are consequences. So again, it'll be part of the learning experience. He's still got a great shot at winning this tournament, Gukesh, even if he doesn't win this game, but it will feel like a massive missed opportunity. In the meantime, Firouzja has pushed a pawn, and looks like queens are coming off in the game against Nakamura.
Yes, it seems that the simplification is leading to a pretty drawish, equalish position. Probably Black will be capturing the queen, Rook will be capturing back. Then Black has two options. Actually, Black can go immediately knight to f6. Very well standing over there, defending the d5 pawn, keeping the tension. But the other idea is just to capture the white pawn anyway, and once white captures it back, only then knight f6. And interestingly enough, in Pragnananda's game also, we had the white square bishop against the knight, and the black squares were very important. And in this game, it also seems that in this end game, the black square is going to be important. But I believe that White can try to simplify with yeah, in this position, maybe we can also set up some of the moves I mentioned. If queen takes f4, knight rook f4. So now knight f6 immediately is possible. I think it's quite sensible, because if I take on e6 first and after f takes e6, knight f6, then maybe just rook f5 and try to simplify with rook e5 and grab the pawn. So I think black can go, and queen f4 was played by Hikaru, rook f4, and I think he's not going to be capturing on e6. He's just going to be playing knight f6, and he does because he can keep the tension. And maybe he wants to play 4 more.
Yeah, Danya, do you think that's realistic here? Nakamura, can he hope for more here with black? He's got a very stable knight on f6 at least. Slightly better pawn structure, I guess.
I think a lot depends on Alirez's next move. I'm curious. And rook e5 is my instinct, just tying yourself to that d5 pawn, trying to prevent black from finding better spots for his pieces. Rook c4 maybe is a thought in some positions, although it's not really a threat here. Yeah, I think the likeliest result, 95%, with 95% certainty it's going to be a draw, but with these games today, you never know. There have been so many turnarounds, and just when we think we have the storyline pinned down, something crazy happens. And we know that even simple endgames can be very, very deceptive, and it can be easy to slide into a slightly worse position against someone like Hikaru, who's so good at exploiting small chances.
Yeah, if this were Blitz, he'd find a way to outplay most of us, but yeah, just not too many, not enough pieces left on the board. I really like your rook e5. I was getting carried away looking at like bishop f1, bishop b5, trying to play for a win with white, but you never break through the dark squares, even if black puts a king on f8, rook on e7 at the very least.
So let's say after rook e5, can I challenge you by playing king f8?
Rook to d4 maybe?
F takes e6?
Oh, actually, I just realized what's about to happen. Okay.
King e7.
Yep.
Wow.
And now I cannot take this pawn because actually maybe various moves. Just
Rook
rook d8, I
d8,
guess.
I was thinking.
Yeah, maybe king d6 as well, but rook d8. And, this bishop is pinned always to Sunday. So, yeah, okay. Maybe we need to be a bit sophisticated. King f8.
Maybe the damage is already done by my initial suggestion. Rook e5 is so natural, but it's this rook e5, rook d4 construction. If it is disarmed, then black is the one with the pass pawn, and black has the superior pawn structure. So those positional considerations are eventually going to get to the top of the water if white is not concrete. So maybe bishop f1. Maybe the more exotic approach is needed, David. I don't know.
Maybe, although I don't really, again, see what's happening, what could be so bad for black, even if the white bishop does land on this beautiful outpost on b5. Dark square strategy. Black's got everything blockaded. Again, I'm not sure what's next. Don't know how black improves.
Well, that's the thing, that black also does not have necessarily a good continuation, because now the rook is blocking on e7, though maybe you can go rook e7 to c7, or maybe capture on e6 first, and only after that to move away with the rook and bring the king. Yeah. I think knight f6 might have been blundered by Firuza or underestimated, because fe6 was kind of logical, but after that I think white has enough time to double the rooks on the 5th rank and capture the pawn on d5.
Yeah, feels like there were easier ways to kind of force the draw immediately. Now he's going to have to work for it at least. Of course, still manageable.
And it's very unpleasant. It's very unpleasant when you have a very equalish position and suddenly you realize that, hey, it's going to be something unpleasant. If I don't pay attention, then even something serious can happen.
Mm-hmm. Wow. That would be a shocking turn of events, David.
It would indeed. What if I'm just super boring here and play a move like rook d4? And if you play king f8, assuming then I'll just go rook d1 and try to do it by force.
F
Trade
takes,
everything
F
off.
takes, and rook d8.
Oh. Stop spoiling the fun, Judith.
Sorry, I'm here to do that.
Maybe,
Yeah,
I mean, I blundered that one, but I guess I go rook b1 to try and get in.
King e7, rook check, and you take on g7. Well,
but
even that
even
is not
this-
necessarily funny.
Yeah.
Rook, king e5, rook h4, right? I'm not sure.
Rook,
King
maybe
e5,
rook down also. Rook d1 maybe?
Yeah.
d4.
Yeah, bishop f1. But I'm not playing this because I like my position.
We can draw this, Daniel.
Depends
Maybe.
against who. Not against either of these commentators.
Yeah, but I mean, all of these show that the game's not over, and it shows that we're here for quite a lot longer, which is nice. More chess and rook somewhere from Faruja. He's hovering with his hand. Will it be rook d4 as we were just predicting there? The longer this game goes on, 19 minutes. You mentioned it in the other game, Daniel, but the clock could play an issue. Nakamura is so experienced in these situations, just prolonging the game. And okay, rook d4, as we highlighted in that last variation, is on the board. I'm not going to say this one's over. I'm still optimistic. One decisive result. Still possible today.
Yes, it is. And Gukesh actually made his move after a pretty long thing of 13 minutes.
Okay, maybe it's time to jump. That is definitely the more double-edged game right now. Let's switch over. I'm going to take an executive decision here. And okay, we see the bird's eye view actually. First of all, rook to e3. So giving up the c pawn. He had to anyway.
Well, not much of a choice, but now definitely is not a winning position. So Gukesh will have to try to win it again, or to create for himself great chances if he can.
Okay, so what's the plan? Assuming that black's on the board on your right there, everyone. Gukesh against Abbasov, knight takes c5. What will white reply with?
What's the crux of Gukesh's I mean, he's moving the rook away from the vulnerable square, so he's opening the fourth rank for the queen. So one obvious possibility would be queen somewhere to the king's side, queen g4, queen h4. But either of those moves, I'm not really sure without the knight on d2 that you can really accomplish that much. But queen h4, to me, that's the most concrete move because it threatens potentially rook e7 as well as not threatening queen takes h6, by the way, because of rook h5. So maybe that's important, maybe not. But at least that's some way to create some action on the board.
Yeah, that might be very relevant, actually, if I just play a move like knight to e6. I'm not sure I really want to give the white knight a square, but just to show your idea there, Daniel. Queen takes pawn. Whoops. Yeah, greed is not good here. You get trapped. But, yeah, I guess that's the idea.
But I like very much the idea of rook e3 opening up the road for the queen to g4 or h4.
Also,
but
rook
maybe
f3 might be annoying.
Yeah, maybe after rook's knight c5, let's say queen h4, and if knight e6, then queen e4. But then knight c5 again.
What about rook f3?
Yeah, rook f3, knight e4 coming.
But knight e4, you will always receive get d2.
Yes. Maybe. Queen g7, say?
Queen e4?
Oh, geometry. Getting dizzy. Knight g5.
I wasn't good at that. Yeah, knight g5. Oh, God. Queen e8, rook f8, rook e5. No, not rook f8. Rook e3, rook e3. Much more
rook e3, that's
prudent.
Classy. And black loses control.
It's very
Obviously,
difficult.
all forced.
Rook d7, h4.
Yeah. Trapped.
You can lose any position in like 5 moves.
Yes.
And knight c5 is on the board.
Okay. must be queen h4. What else? He's still got tricks up his sleeve, the youngster here. 16 minutes, though, against 27.
But
maybe we'll see.
One issue is queen h4, h5, rook e7. Maybe there you can defend tactically with like g5. I mean, I might be getting ahead of ourselves. Maybe we should wait for Gukesh to commit, because queen g4 also possible, but Abasov has options there. It's not terrifying yet.
I think we're pretty much guaranteed, though, that we will see a second round of time scramble, but this time Gukesh will have an extra 30 seconds after every move. The increment is going to be a lifesaver in any of those scenarios. There won't be the panic that we saw just before move 40, and that we're kind of getting used to seeing now in the candidates. Definitely the lack of increment in the first build-up, it has kind of claimed its victims.
Yeah, and as Gukesh, queen c4, and just like the Ali Reza situation, he makes like a third queen move on the fourth rank. We do, just as a quick interruption, as Abasov ponders the threat of b4, which will win the d3 pawn. We have Mike Klein live in the studio in Toronto with Pragg, who had a frustrating result, but nonetheless, let's hear Pragg's thoughts. He's standing live with Mike Klein in Toronto.
Thanks, everyone. We're here with Grandmaster Pragg, who played a draw today against the tournament leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi. You sacrificed 2 pawns today, then you sacrificed a piece. Did you know going into the day that you wanted to play so aggressively?
Yeah, this was the plan which we were preparing. Yeah, there were more crazy lines than this, but what I got in the game felt like I achieved the maximum in Petrov. Still, I couldn't put more pressure.
I sense some disappointment in your voice. Is that a good reflection of how you feel right now?
Yeah.
We had a rest day yesterday. Did you spend a lot of extra time preparing, more than you normally would?
Yeah, just in general, like maybe 1 hour or something. I looked at some stuff, but mostly resting is what I did.
After the game, there was one line that you were looking at where you would trade rooks, and each of you would get into a king and 2 pawn versus king and 2 pawn ending. You analyzed it for 5 minutes, and Jan still wasn't sure about the result. I think a lot of viewers at home appreciate that chess is so hard. Do you like studying endgames and studies in general?
Yeah, I do. There are a lot of studies which are fascinating, and pawn endings are really fun to analyze. But yeah, right now my mind is thinking about where I could have improved. So I don't know. Yeah.
I feel like as soon as you're done talking with me, you're going to go pick up a cell phone or a computer to check. Is that right?
Yeah, but I don't know if I could get a computer to check.
We can probably find one for you. Lastly, after 5 rounds, you have an even score of 2.5. Are you happy with where you stand in the tournament?
Yeah, not so much after today's game, because you don't get too many chances here, and you have to make use of the ones you get. So
Pragg had the tournament leader on the ropes, but settles for a draw. Those are his thoughts. He's going to go find a cell phone. I've got one if he uses the correct app, but back to you in the studio.
And Pragg there offering his thoughts with our very own Mike Klein. We appreciate the professionalism, especially on days like this where the disappointment shines through. Judith, you've had so much experience at the top level. I think it's a familiar situation. You draw a game like this, the first thing you want to do is run to your computer, see where the missed chances occurred, and then the regretting begins. You start constantly scolding yourself. How could I not have played that move? You start building the alternate scenarios, but it's so important to push all of that out of your mind. Same thing might happen to Gukesh, but he is still trying. Your thoughts on that interview, Judith, and on how Pragg handles those negative emotions coming from his draw with Jan?
Well, obviously he was very disappointed. It's very fresh after the game that Mike took the interview with him. You could see that what is his mind was about is where did he go wrong? How could he done better? He had the feeling that, I mean, these kind of opening preparations, especially against this kind of player like Nepo. You don't get it every day, especially not in the Petrov, right? So, I mean, there was just so many things happening on Pragnananda's way. But of course, experience took over because that's how Jan could escape in this game. I believe that he could keep himself very calm. But it's interesting what you said in the beginning that, well, the Pragnananda goes back to the room and checks it with the computer. Just some very short time ago, I had some training with very young kids of 13, 14, 15, and I told them that, can you imagine that in my time when I was a teenager, I mean, I played the game. I was frustrated after a winning game like this, and I went back to my room and I had no idea where did I go wrong. I started to analyze it, and without an engine, you have to look after your thoughts, and you're discussing it with other grandmasters or your opponent or whatever. So sometimes you cannot figure out so easily. These days, this is much easier, though maybe it's much more painful as well.
Yeah, definitely disappointment. It's one of the hardest things to overcome. But Pragg, what's impressed me the most is his maturity, both on and off the chessboard. So, yeah, it's just one of those days. He'll be back in action tomorrow. In the meantime, it is Basov who's deep in thought here. He hasn't actually moved during that whole interview. It's 5.5 minutes in the tank now. On this critical moment, Gukesh surprising us with his last move, but some threats, potentially pawn to b4. Black's very strong advanced d pawn is about to come under fire. And yeah, how do we perceive this position? How impressed are we by Gukesh, his last move? Unexpected.
Well, I think the queen on c4 is the last move which Gukesh played. It's a full provocation to the opponent. And of course, they are exhausted. I mean, they are deeply in the fifth hour that they are playing, right? And there were many things happening in this game, even though it started out with a very solid, very slow Petrov opening, and actually Black was pretty fine. So Abbasov must have been very happy, contrary to Gukesh. And then somehow in the middle game, Gukesh outplayed his opponent and got control over the e-file, and it was very close to have almost a winning position. But then Gukesh went down in time so much that he gave away much of his advantage. And now he tries to build up again. And queen c4, I think it was a provocation that Black might be playing b5. But after b5, the c6 pawn could be in trouble. But now, what is that double question mark? Giving up the pawn.
96 voluntarily, David. Go ahead.
Yeah.
What?
Je ne comprends pas, as they say in French. I do not understand. Rook takes d3. Why is he giving up his pride and joy? Can't calculate. I don't see it. Is he hoping to play rook c5 and try and get in behind White's camp? But that doesn't look too scary. White can block the check first of all with the White knight. White's king might even be able to run. Surely. I mean, I joked earlier about greed not being good, but here, I mean, this is the pawn you want to grab, if any. And he played it. He's still got 20 plus minutes on his clock, Abbasov. Feels like a big kind of speculation here, big kind of gamble on his part.
Yeah, I'm confused, especially because actually b4 was not a threat. That's the ironic thing. He was so scared of this b4 move that he actually just is like, no, I'm going to move the knight immediately. b4, knight d7 keeps the pawn protected tactically because of knight e5. So this is tangent to the course of the game, because maybe he wants to give up the pawn and has this idea of rook c5. But I'm shocked at kind of potentially a big overreaction by Abbasov. At the very least, he could have bought himself a tempo. The only explanation in my eyes is maybe he missed knight d7 and wants that c5 square available before White plays b4. No pun intended. So rook takes d3, rook c5. Maybe we could look more concretely at how White rejects this attack. I mean, quote-unquote attack is queen g4, rook c1, knight f1. At a minimum, Judith looks like a total dead end for Black.
I could imagine also that white had played king queen e4. I think that's also quite a nice spot for the queen.
Mm-hmm.
And knight f1, as you pointed out. And then knight c5 is nothing because of rook d8 check, and then I move away with my queen.
Wow.
It's just a
White is spoiled for choice, David.
Yeah. I mean, also it's kind of famous that in knight endgames, the side with the extra pawn normally wins. The side with the outside pass pawn, I mean, white's a pawn. Any endgame, white is just winning now. Rook takes d3. Yeah, I'm almost speechless, lost for words. It reminds me a bit of Abbasov, how he kind of, I don't want to be harsh, but self-destructed against Caruana. He played a quick move, kind of forced his opponent to play well, and eventually went down in his only previous black game in this tournament so far. Yeah, it was unnecessary. Knight e6. I said he was spending a bit of time, but 5 minutes, 6 minutes on this decision when you still have 20 plus left. I mean, it's so committal, and unless you're sure, unless you've seen something, which I'm struggling to see. I mean, b5, does he want to solve it tactically, maybe? Where's the white queen going? Is this the idea?
I think I might be taking us to a quick break before we find out the idea. While Gukesh is trying to figure out what on earth Abbasov has in mind. I think Abbasov's figuring what on earth Abbasov has in mind. But there might be some ideas. Of course, even in the event of a rook trade, some major accurate technique will be required. Will Gukesh play rook takes d3? Will he trust himself? He's down to 11 minutes with increment this time, but he's definitely not out of the woods. We will keep an eye on this fascinating game, and we've got another one still in the works between Firouzja and Nakamura. More candidates action. Don't go anywhere. Round 5 continues on the other side of this short break.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
I'm International Master Alex Banza, and I'll be presenting you Silman's complete endgame course from beginner to master. Besides what you will see from Mr. Silman, I'm gonna try to do my best and share with you some of the insights that I managed to steal from my coach. Trust me, you have never really imagined something like this could be compared to chess. You will notice that the difficulty of these positions will kind of increase exponentially as long as we progress with the series. Let the games begin. Knight takes on a3, bishop takes on a3, knight b5, targeting your bishop, targeting the pawn. You have to keep the bishop on the diagonal. Knight takes on c3, defending my pawn. Knight e2, but after the stunning knight to b1, threatening pawn to a3, pawn to c3, threatening b2, threatening a2, there is just no way to stop. Improve your endgames and start crushing your opponents with this very evil playstyle.
Do you want to add to your resume and earn up to $1,000 too? Chessable Research Awards are for you. Head to chessable.com/research_awards and apply today. The application is 10 questions long, and some questions are easy, like what is your name and what is your email address? Application questions also ask you to tell Chessable about a chess-themed research project that you want to begin, or about chess-themed research you're already doing. Past winners' topics include scuba diving and chess, and detecting chess cheaters.
Applications are due by May 15th, and winners will be announced on June 15th. If you win, you will work with a faculty member on your research, then submit a blog post about what you accomplished. So what are you waiting for? Start your application today.
This April, intergenerational rivalries spill over to the chessboard. Face off against the boomers. Grapple with Gen X and the millennials. Or take on the young guns of Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and Gen Beta. And then the mighty Martin? Play them all on chess.com.
Back at the 2024 Candidates in Toronto, round 5 is underway. 2 games have concluded both peaceful results, although the games were anything but peaceful, and the 2 remaining positions are anything but peaceful. On the right, we have Gukesh still pondering his move against Abasov, still has not decided on capturing that pawn on d3, now with 6.5 minutes. And of course, there is increment, but nevertheless, Ali Reza on the left looked like that game was sure to fizzle out. And all of a sudden, Ali Reza confronted with very serious problems in that bishop versus knight endgame. Another insane turn of events, potentially on both boards. And we don't know which game is going to explode first, but I can't believe anything I'm seeing this round. Things just swinging and swinging, and still swinging going into the 5th hour of the game, David.
Yeah, it's the round that keeps on giving. And actually at move 40, we were saying maybe all draws across the board, but no, that looks far from likely at this very moment. But the one thing that is very likely is a time scramble. Gukesh down to 5 minutes plus now. Firouzja down to 8 minutes. I think we jump in and show the Gukesh game just very briefly, because I think during the break I was chatting to Judith and we have finally stumbled across the reason Abasov has gambled and given up this d-pawn. I just wanted to put this on the board just to show it's not as simple as we previously thought. After rook takes d3, b5 is what he's banking on. So this is what Gukesh has been calculating for the last 10, 11 minutes, spending a good chunk of his time. The white queen lacks good squares. She has to defend her rook. If she uses e4, she walks into a nasty fork. White loses. If she uses b3, likewise, same fork, white loses. And Judith pointed out a really nice variation in the break. Queen c2 loses to a nasty pin. White's rook can sidestep, dodge. But after a queen trade, the rook is trapped.
That's cruel.
Devilish. If the white rook moves, no matter where it moves, it will be lost to a knight fork. So Gukesh, he's calculating this variation. As far as I can tell, the only move to avoid defeat in this position would be queen to c3. But now you have to recce with knight to f4. And when the white rook moves, remember there's a knight fork incoming, knight e2 check, so you have to block. Suddenly there's all these ideas like rook to g5. It is a bit chaotic. Knight d5 in the air as well, another fork. We see the bar shoot the whole way up, but of course that's not representative of how complicated this position is.
Probably in this position, what about queen c6?
Mm-hmm.
When you would think already that white is in trouble, I just give up and king f1.
I want to throw this knight off the board, pick it up, throw it away so I can give checkmate, but unfortunately not possible. If I go rook h2, trying to hope someday, it's covered at the moment, the h1 square, but someday for a checkmate.
Giving up Vidit Caruana vibes slightly.
Yeah.
But okay, rook e8 and then rook. No. That's probably. mean, it's
Yeah, I just
terrifying to
thought
play
about
this.
that. Rook e8, king g7, or king h7, rook
Yeah.
d8. No, king g7, queen c3, so you have to go there. But rook d8 does not work, but rook b8 might work.
In the meantime, Gukesh has played rook takes d3, so we could actually be heading in this direction. This is very relevant suddenly. Who's mating who?
Knight takes h3, rook b7, and the king escapes through the center. Rook f2, rook king e1, and finally, Black's resources have been extinguished. But okay, again, try finding this after 5 hours of play, and good catch to realize that b5, it must be Abbasov's idea. There is just nothing else.
Yeah, and Abbasov, I'm 100% sure now he's going to play b5, but he just wants to calculate as far into the future as possible so that he can get a quick flurry of moves down on the board to really hustle on time on the clock. And you can see Abbasov there peering over the top of his glasses, just trying to break down things. Maybe queen takes c6 was what he missed in that variation. Maybe he just got excited about the attack on white's king, and so easy to misevaluate or just kind of miss one move. And Gukesh,
Yes,
credit to him.
I think it is very easy to blunder that. If we go again after b5, queen c3 only move. And of course, when you're not so sharp anymore in the 5th hour of play, knight f4, you might easily just stop your calculation after rook e3. I have rook g5, I'm threatening rook g2, I'm threatening knight d5, and even I might be even getting a good position. And it's easy to blunder that queen c6, not to calculate longer and further. You just say, okay, this is going to be good. So white cannot capture the d3 pawn, right? And Gukesh made the calculation, went under 5 minutes and calculated as much as he could. And he decided that this is possible and is the best move to capture the pawn. So now it's very stressful, though Abbasov has the time because he just went under 20 minutes. But after b5, we have the move queen c3 on the board.
Wow.
Yeah. This is where increment's so important, Daniel. We said it earlier, but suddenly Gukesh, every move he makes, and because he's calculated it like 5-6 moves into the future, every move he makes, he gains 30 seconds, and that's kind of essential right now. He doesn't need to panic like he was doing just in the build up to move 40. And knight f4, are we expecting that? Rook c5, I guess.
This might be the last chance to get off the highway to hell and take on d3 or play something more milquetoast. But you're not. I mean, again, with the increment, I think Gukesh is going to convert that endgame, and you're basically on a different highway to hell. So knight f4, I think, will happen. Maybe after rook e3, maybe that is the moment where Abbasov can find an improvement, a way to keep the fire burning. It's going to be a terrible moment when he realizes that queen takes c6 just puts a very, very sudden end to Black's ambitious designs. I think it's an only move, so it's not like Abbasov completely misevaluated the position. His train of thought makes perfect sense, but these top guys, they never trust anybody other than themselves. They will always put faith in their calculation over anyone else's, and that is why it's so dangerous to try to bluff them.
Well, now I think Abbasov has realized that things are not as simple as it seemed at first when he decided to give up the d3 pawn. Also, there is another option for Black to go rook c5 now.
But even rook d8.
Okay, rook d8. Your tricky move.
Nice deflection, a way of trading off rooks for white. And that would, I'm not going to say instantly end the game, but that would definitely give a decisive advantage. He plays knight f4.
Rook e3, rook d3 is a possibility to consider.
Oof. It's a tricky one.
Then queen a5.
Have a check.
Queen a5.
Then rook takes e3, knight e2, and queen f2, right?
Although I can there put my queen on c7 with check and then try to put my knight on f2.
Knight f3.
I think we need to jump in, show this on the board. Some crazy variations still available. Rook d3, nice spot, Dania. Yeah, why not? Rook to d3.
Please take me.
In this position.
Queen takes c6. Oh no, queen
Nope.
c6,
Rook
rook d2.
g5 played. He's made the
Rook
losing
g5.
move.
Yeah, he couldn't resist
Wow.
being
Rook
active in
g5.
this game.
And it's on the board. And queen takes c6 Judith. There's no chance that Gukesh calculated to this point and did not see queen takes c6. Now, I'm sure Abasov sees it as well. Maybe just still hoping that something will materialize after rook takes g2, king f1. But this rook, which move was it? Rook b8. Such a cold-blooded shot, using the entire length of the board to maneuver the rook to the 7th rank. Gukesh is at this point just double-checking.
Yes, because if we go to that line, queen takes c6, rook takes g2, king f1, rook h2, rook e8,
check,
king h7. And now at first I wanted to go rook d8, but after rook d8 you have rook f2 check. And the idea is that after king f2, knight e6.
Wow. What a detail. Knight e6, another retreating knight move, picking up the rook.
And the thing is, if you go not rook d8 but rook c8, I think that's also maybe not perfect, because then knight d5 or knight e6, blocking the c7 possibility. If instead of rook d8 check, after rook e8 check, king h7, rook c8.
Yeah.
Then knight d5.
Knight d5,
knight
much
e6.
better than knight e6.
So rook b8 seems to be the win.
And rook a8 does not actually threaten anything. So by process of elimination, you choose the furthest square from all the action. And it's amazing that black cannot create anything with these three pieces. And knight d3 also doesn't do anything because the king runs the other way. What's the hero in all of this? It's this knight on t2, which is controlling some very important squares. And that queen on c6, defending and attacking at the same time. 3 minutes for Gukesh, and let's go to the live board and wait for queen takes c6.
Gukesh went down to 3 minutes. He does receive after every move 30 seconds, but sometimes when you go down so much, he went knight e4.
Whoa!
Which seems to be also quite strong.
But David, not nearly as strong as queen c6. That was ending the game immediately.
Yeah.
Yes, but rook b8 was not an easy move.
I was actually going to say my first instinct, kind of a mile away before Judith pointed out, queen takes c6 was knight e4, even knight to f3. I think maybe just having these slightly tempting moves is what put him off there, what threw him off. Now rook takes g2 is pretty much forced. And I guess he wants to hide out in the corner. He might feel that this is a safer square, safer location. And the black rook is totally stuck on g2, so I totally understand the attraction here. Knight f6 a big threat.
And what happens after knight d5?
Knight f6
Knight
anyway.
d5.
Oh, and I take it and I go back.
And I take c6, and we get an endgame, and we get another 2 hours of play. Fight is up a pawn.
This is the point.
Wow.
But this is winning, or should be winning, right?
Queen f5.
Open king. I've seen stranger positions drawn in chess. Queen f5.
Stranger things.
I've seen that too, but yeah, this.
I have not.
Yeah, okay, it's all going to happen on the board. Rotates immediately king h1 from Gukesh, and knight e5 is forced. Strictly nothing else.
Nice tactics, knight f6.
Yeah, it's so tempting, but maybe that's why he kind of went down this line. It looks so attractive. Like knight f6, it's such a flashy move. Who can resist? But ultimately, he's kind of bought himself an extra 2 hours of play, as you said, Danya. I think we need to settle in now, get comfy, get the popcorn out, because we're going to be here for the long haul.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be, well, I mean, 4 minutes for Gukesh. At the same time, he's not going to be able to settle in. He's playing a blitz game. But with increment, it feels quite luxurious considering the time pressure he was in previously. But I was already kind of mentally preparing to deliver this whole speech. Queen takes c6, Gukesh with the win, and now he's got some major converting to do. It's a 50-50 queen endgame, I think. Just first impressions, at least, assuming they follow this line.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there is not too much else what black can do, right?
White's threatening knight f6 check anyway with some with a deadly attack.
Rook e8. Yeah.
Yeah. You have to play knight d5. I could tell he was itching. He wanted to play. Look at that. Abbasov just kind of, he keeps checking out the clock. He knows that his best bet is to make things, or at least it was earlier, his best bet to make things a bit tricky on the clock. But now he just has to play objectively the correct moves. And that's the one downside with the queen endgame. I'm very experienced at 100 plus move games. And in queen endgames, when you have increment, white will give like 20 checks, gain 10 minutes on the clock. And black's going to be suffering for a long time. So he's just looking for alternatives here. But ultimately,
I have a question. What do you play on queen a2?
Ooh. Full board awareness, Judith. I didn't even see that one.
Whoa.
Well, the board has 64 squares, as my coach told me when I was 6 years old.
But knight f6 and knight g4?
Let's show this. Worst comes to worst, I play rook e1, maybe, but okay. Check.
Oh man, but it's no, because I have sort of winning, kind of winning.
Looks convincing to me.
Yeah, maybe it's good.
For white. Just to point out, a check can be blocked on the first rank. And
rook g1, rook takes g1, by the way, not king takes g1, knight e2. One less trick.
But what about queen a2, knight f6, king f8, knight d7, right? Or no?
Feels like a naked king like this should get checkmated.
Yeah.
Okay, so queen a2, very flashy, but got to be knight d5.
Yeah.
Has to be. Does white have any alternatives here to keep the game as complicated as possible? I don't see any. Knight f6 check.
Yeah.
Looks
queen
like the way.
Takes c6, knight takes c3. Queen c5. Queen c... No, I mean, what's the point? Yeah. Wait.
So we would see a check. Nope.
Queen d4. Knight takes c3. I mean, the rook is trapped, actually, so I'm just trying to make this work. Queen takes c3. But black has rook g5. Forget it.
Yeah. So close to the Danya magic there. But...
Don't overthink it if you're a boss. Or if you're both of them, don't overthink it.
What do you think, to go to a little bit what's going on with Hikaru and Alireza? Because we haven't looked at that for some time. Here maybe we are going to see quite a few minutes of more think by Nijat.
Let's jump over. Let's go and check out the encounter between Firouzja and Nakamura, where we thought Hikaru here, Nakamura was just turning things in his favor, but suddenly white's pawn is going to connect just in time. It's the tournament of pawns on e6. Every time every round pretty much, it feels like there's a strong white pawn on e6. Somehow this one is surviving. I thought it was going to drop, but knight takes a4, I guess not an issue here.
Well, it's a nice move f4. Not only is going to be defending the e6, but also there is a new opportunity for white, not only rook b7, but rook g2, and counterattack or attack on the g5. Very unexpected.
e4 by Nakamura. I mean, we were expecting this move in the middle game in what seems like a different lifetime. He's finally played it. Finally, that pawn has moved past the Rubicon. And f5 in rook g2. Now that Judith pointed it out, I'm the world's biggest advocate of rook g2. Maybe g5 is being prepared. Nakamura does something very similar. He opens the lateral power of the rook on c5. So now the g7 to g5 is a possibility. It does allow the connected passers, but those are safely blockaded. Go ahead, Judith.
There is an interesting line after rook g2, g5.
h4.
Ooh.
And after h4, knight d5.
Mm-hmm. Let's jump in. I think let's show some variations.
We can go and show it also.
Basov still thinking in the other game, so that gives us the perfect opportunity. Judith, you're pointing out rook g2, lovely attacking move. If you can get to this pawn, it might be decisive in white's favor, but g5, h4, trying to again get through to the 7th rank, and now knight d5, really clever move. And yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, and fg, knight f4, rook g3.
Well, hg and rook g5 maybe at a minimum.
Rook c3 I had in mind also.
c3. Oof. This is turning in black's favor. Tricky knights.
Rook d1, knight e2. Wow. So many tactics everywhere. The other game is following the line we set out. They're going to have that queen endgame, so we're definitely in for the long haul here.
Yeah, and meanwhile, if not rook g2, maybe pawn to f5 first, threaten the idea of swinging across. Now g5 is much less attractive due to en passant. What's black's idea? Is it knight d5 into f4 anyway?
Well, knight f5, rook g2. You cannot go knight f4 because check and rook f7. Mm-hmm. But after knight d5, rook g2, rook g8. I understand that it's not the most tempting, but we cannot give up the g7.
Actually, g5 anyway could be a possibility. I know it sounds crazy, but fg still Judith's idea. Knight f4, rook g5. I mean, rook c3 again.
Yeah, these tricky, pesky knights. And I wouldn't be surprised if Nakamura's actually calculated this line, and if it's what Farouz is also looking at. Clearly his plan is f5, but this new avenue for the black knight is a bit annoying. And he's shaking his head there on the camera, Farouzja. Maybe annoyed at Ooh. Maybe annoyed at himself that he's kind of hesitating 4 minutes. Very slow.
Yes, and again his time, right? Mm-hmm. His time is a problem again.
Especially when you play someone like Hikaru, a speed demon, who you know he's got all the tricks up his sleeve. I mean, yeah, he's beaten me enough at Blitz, Danya, just to know that he's always going to be looking for resources, winning chances, Hikaru here. So that's going to be at the back of Farouzja's mind, surely.
Yeah, I mean, he better find something good, because 3.5 minutes, increment, yes, that's great, but you're really setting yourself up for a calamity if you think that you can play an endgame of this complexity solely on increment. We should point out rook b7 check can always be met with rook c7. So that's the reason we haven't been excited at that possibility. Rook g2 is on the board, and unreal, g5. That has to be Hikaru's big idea. h4 met with knight to d5. Knights are so good at accessing those weak squares and whipping up tactics just when it seems like all tactical potential is extinguished. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, but do you know after g5, f takes g5?
Mm-hmm.
Because after rook g5, takes rook e5.
He's played f5.
f5.
What a bold move.
Wow.
Wow. He's
and
not
what does he
playing for the
want
draw.
to? What does he want to play on knight d5?
Maybe rook e4 and exchange sack by taking on d4. But Hikaru can take on f5 there, by the way. He doesn't have to take the rook. I'm talking about knight e3, rook takes d4. No, but that's... I mean, why? Why go for this? Bold or maybe just bad?
Yeah, bit of both, definitely. Are possibilities here.
But now there is an option also to play king f6. isn't it?
And e7.
King f7.
F6.
Wow. These pawns, they're either very strong or they're very weak in the ensuing positions. I mean, surely he's calculating this one first just because it's the most forcing. It kind of, comes with massive threats. Knight d5 into e3 or f4, as you mentioned, Danya. The forcing moves now, the calculation, it's all coming to the fore. Firouzja, though, taking massive risks here with white. He didn't need to. Is there enough of an upside here? Is there enough of a potential payoff? I'm not so sure. It feels like black's got the dark squared covered. As long as you cover f6 and e7.
Well, knight d5 now, and on rook e4, I go knight e3. Because I'm afraid that after knight f4, you take rook f4 and rook g7.
This would be scary for black. A check, and these white pawns might roll. Although, still a lot to calculate here. And he's only got 4 minutes, so it's impossible to calculate everything. He's kind of playing on intuition, but knight e3 looks...
Yeah, and rook d4?
Knight f5.
Exactly.
And probably a draw somehow in this ensuing endgame.
Yeah, rook c7. But what is the next move?
Rook e d2 maybe?
Well, even if you just go king g2, right? I cannot go rook f6, rook d5, so...
This starts to resemble the end of the Pragg against Nepo game from a bit earlier, but yeah, still a long way before that fizzles out. This one is so hard to evaluate. It's so hard to calculate. Whose position do you think is easier to play? Is it Nakamura's? He's got 3 extra minutes on the clock at least.
Well, I would like to play rather with black.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. It's, definitely tough for white. But,
maybe there is a move, or white's threatening to play rook g4, yeah? And also h4 kind of things. Because I was thinking to go king f6. But after king f6, you go rook g4, I believe.
with serious threats, and maybe white could turn things in his favor. Okay, Nakamura, it looks like he's getting ready to move. Glance over at the clock. He's very aware as well. It might become a bit hectic yet again. I think he's going to play knight d5. I think
And
it's just
hold
the cleanest.
on, white is threatening to play maybe f6. If it's white to move, then it's dangerous for black. f6 takes e7.
Mm-hmm. And there's also going to be
Rook
all sorts of
e8,
rook
rook
checks.
f2, and rook
Rook
e6.
Mm-hmm.
Rooks
So
and bishops
actually-
combined. Dangerous.
Yeah, knight d5, cemento. I mean, I wouldn't be able to resist such a move just because you control the squares, get the knight into the action, and knight d5 on the board. And I'm very curious, rook e4. Well done by Ali Reza. I mean, at this point, he's walking a tightrope, and we might see that line. Knight e3, rook d4, knight f5. That line is beckoning.
And how about knight f4? I mean, we were thinking we sacrifice the rook for it just to get a check, but that looks double-edged, if anything. Still very unclear. Four minutes against 6 now, or just under 6. How big does he gamble here, Nakamura? How hard does he press for the win? That's the big question.
Knight f4, rook takes d4 also, by the way, might be a better version of that sacrifice. And we're going to get the same position if black takes the rook as after knight e3, rook takes d4, knight takes g2, which looks way too scary to me. That there's that intermediate check on d7. And, I mean, still a lot to calculate there. I'm very happy. I'm staying far, far away from that. You could play knight f4, rook takes d4, knight takes d3. So it's like a game of chicken. Knight f4 provokes white into playing rook takes f4. So if Nakamura believes that's an unsound sacrifice, he might play that move. But I mean, I would be way too scared. I would just go knight e3 and get to one of those Toronto restaurants before they all close for the night.
Well, if he wants to go take the bishop, then he goes knight b4.
Wow.
That's the professional move. I agree, Judith. Just
Though
eliminate the bishop.
f6 might be a move. f6, king f6, rook f2, but maybe rook f5 is possible there.
Or king g6, maybe.
Ah.
Oh.
Very likely a draw here, but Hikaru with a few more decisions to make. You can see that kind of acceptance. Okay, it's going to likely fizzle out, but we will take one last break as the games enter their 6th hour. We still have a queen end game that will likely go on for another while. So stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll have the conclusion of round 5 of the 2024 candidates very, very shortly. Stay tuned.
Students, did you know that you can get a discount on any chess.com premium membership? If you're enrolled in a college, university, or high school in a participating country, you can get 50% off any yearly or monthly premium plan, diamond, platinum, or gold. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads. All at 50% off. Go to chess.com/students and get your discount today.
But the goal is get you to a comfortable spot in those first 10 opening moves and just have you hitting that gas. That's all, folks. Thanks so much for checking out my E4 course here on Chessable. I do hope you enjoy. I got introduced to chess because my family is, obviously both my mom and dad's side is from former Soviet Union, and it's kind of part of the culture there. So I was playing with my grandfather when I was about 5, and I think what attracted me when I was younger is I just got the game. I got the game probably on the level how most modern-day grandmasters got the game. I could see something once and I could just go demolish adults, kids. And for most talented players, that's how it is for a long time. They just obsess over the game. I hate to compare it to art, but in many ways it is. I find it fascinating. Every day I can teach myself something. I've played it for 20 years, and there's still so much I don't know. I can play blitz games, and I can make Masterpiece or Chaos with white, with black. What a time to be alive, because I still have insecure chess teacher syndrome from 2019 when I was just going to private lessons, and nobody knew who I was, and I still remember those days. And I very easily just think about them, and I'm completely the same guy. I just happen to do it on camera now. Last World Championship, I was looking at 5 streams at the same time, getting all the information, trying to understand the position more, keeping in mind what I'm going to say in the recap a couple hours later, who said what. That's the stuff that I really get excited by, just knowing that it was a good recording, it was funny, I presented everything I want to present. That stuff, I guess, is like a cycle that gets me more energy. I really enjoy making a high-quality piece of content. It is very natural for me to do the presenting. I'm not fake at all. I think that's one of the reasons I can stream and stay sane. But sometimes even I'm exhausted, and after I record a video, I have more energy, which doesn't make sense. feel good about the current career. I don't spend a huge amount of time being introspective about the current career. I'm just working as hard as possible. With me, it's just me and the camera, which is even, I don't know, I wouldn't even argue it's more weird that it's just me in a room. From 2020 until now, I'm still just some dude who likes to talk about chess, and I just so happen to do it in an exciting way for a lot of people. And obviously, okay, my confidence has grown in presenting and knowing that what I put out will get watched, which is, you don't have that guarantee when you start. It's very nice, and it's not something I take lightly, but at the end of the day, if you really break it down, I'm just a dude who talks about chess.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another video. I've taken an approach in this course where I will happily enter the main lines of certain openings for the first 5 or 10 moves before deviating into something that's aggressive, interesting, and will definitely make people
Students,
Two more games in round 5 of the 2024 candidates. We've got 2 games already concluding in a draw, and Ali Reza, Firouzja, and Hikaru are blitzing out what seems to be the conclusion of their game. But more tactics in Firouzja versus Nakamura. That's the top left of your screen. Gukesh has an extra pawn and a queen endgame that he is trying to torture Abbasov into ultimately blundering. But let's zero in on Firouzja versus Nakamura. Firouzja has promoted a pawn. He's now up in exchange, but Nakamura with 2 pawns for that exchange. I think that as exciting as those tactics were, as crazy as that tactical skirmish looked, it seems to me that both players still have this game firmly under control. Or do they?
Well, this is a big question because suddenly we had these few moves which we were discussing, and but we were not expecting that Black has to or wants to give up the exchange. Now the big question is, I think, where the knight would be moving for Black, or is he ready to go king f4, or I would rather play maybe knight e5. Of course, knight, all the knight moves is possible, as David pointed out. Knight c5, I don't know whether how much I want, because I would be afraid of maybe rook a8. I would rather play knight e5 and quickly d3 and king e4 and somehow pose some trouble for white with the passed pawn. But it's still a tough game, and the players have both of them under 4 minutes, but they get 30 seconds after every move. And I don't know, what can we think about Hikaru? Does he like his position, or he doesn't like it anymore?
David,
Daniel, you know him better.
I mean, knight b2, I'm just trying to work out whether knight b2, rook a8, d3 is good for Black, because if it is, then knight b2 is a way to eliminate the a pawn. Now, that's not still the end of the world, because even if you take on a4, I can then play rook a8. But yeah, I mean, Hikaru, I think, is relieved. I think he's out of danger here, I would surmise, but I'm not really calculating, David, and both sides are under 3 minutes. So we're sitting here, seeing the eval bar. The players have no idea what the evaluation is, and Hikaru might very well be looking for a way to play for a win here.
Yeah, quite certainly a possibility, especially if you can get this pawn motoring. I like your knight b2. It feels like a halfway house between kind of straddles kind of safety first. If you can get rid of this white a pawn, I don't think you will ever lose the game. But it also has kind of sneaky intentions of shepherding this pawn forward Knight c5, yeah, it feels like a step in the wrong direction, although I was going to point out knight c5, rook a8. You can still play d3 there because rook takes a5. There would have been d2 and the game goes on. But okay, he's playing knight f4, going for this pawn instead. And okay, the d pawn running. It just depends whether, I don't know here the answer, but rook a8, whether that's a possibility or whether that's just too much risk for white in this position.
Well, after
Vidit,
rook
what do you think of
a8,
this?
d3 is possible, and white cannot take the pawn because king e4, and nobody can stop the pawn, right?
Aha. Black knight covers the e2 square, so white's king cannot actually journey over to block this pawn. Knight f4, I like it. Very good move from Nakamura. 3 minutes against 2. How is Firouzja going to react? Because white's not entirely safe either right now, especially if this pawn drops.
Absolutely not. It's a very double-edged position.
If it wasn't for these a-pawns, then the kind of short-range black knight might actually be the favorite, especially if this pawn were to drop off. But okay, can white use the presence of those pawns to his advantage? King f1 maybe? Just to
Oh my
try
gosh.
and be sneaky.
Nice move.
Okay. Yep, prophylaxis.
Nice move, and not an easy move to find. You find it by using elimination.
Maybe not the only one, but safe
But
one.
you can lose this. You can lose control of this game so easily if you're white. That d pawn is really menacing. Originally, I thought white was in the driver's seat. Now, yeah, I'm a little bit biased, but knowing Hikaru's ability to just like create chances out of nowhere, now I feel like it's Firouzja who has to balance on the tightrope. When king f1 has been found, d3 immediately. Hikaru putting pressure on Firouzja's clock. Oh my gosh.
King e1.
Oh, and king e1 looks very likely just to stop the d pawn, and
At
when
the
it becomes a
same
race,
time,
white will go for
probably knight h3, rook a8, knight f4, or g4. There are too many pawns for.
yeah. Good luck calculating this to anyone with 1-2 minutes on their clock. Yeah, I agree, Drew. It looks like too many pawns. It looks like black should be quick enough.
Unreal. Are we going to see another turnaround in this game? And by the way, Gukesh still probably winning against Savasov, but there's nothing crazy has happened on that board. I'm sort of keeping an eye on it. Let's stay here. Let's stay here because, oh my gosh, 90 seconds for Alireza. We've been commentating for 6 hours or so. I mean, I can't calculate a single variation. I can't imagine how Firouzja must feel after such a complicated game. Oh.
Anything could happen. This is still 3 results on the table. I don't even know where to start calculating. King e1 was one we mentioned. Rook a8 still possible here, although the black king will start walking in.
Well,
I think I
no,
would rather
white
take
has
that.
to go rook d8 or king e1.
But
no, rook a8, d2 does not work. I'm sorry. Yeah, rook a8, king e4.
King e1, if I take on h3, you go rook a8. Your pawn is actually really slow, and he's gone king f2. Trying to get to e3. He thinks that's the ideal square. Hikaru continuing to play instantly. He takes on h3, and I assume he's going to come back to f4. Is that his idea? And start pushing that h-pawn?
And what
Terrifying.
about knight f4, rook a8? No, he goes g4.
Wow. Can't take the pawn on d3 because g3, rook g8, g2. And knight f4 with a fork. How tricky this knight is. And it's not done yet. Firouzja. He has to move his rook, I assume. Rook g8 maybe?
But even that's a draw, I think.
How?
No. Sorry. No, I thought the a5 pawn is gone already.
I think Firouzja might lose this. He's got a minute. He has to find an indefinite number of accurate moves.
So scary. I was
Under a
always taught,
minute.
when in doubt, give a check. Give a check, gain 30 seconds.
Probably the best move. Force that king. off of its ideal square and then decide based on where the king goes whether you take the pawn or not.
Yeah, rook
30
f8 is
seconds
a good move.
again. But will he keep his nerves under control? 30 seconds again. This is what Hikaru does so well in his blitz career. And now he's doing it in the candidates.
Wow. 20-something seconds. He looks so stressed. Understandably here, Firouzja. Things are turning. Another look at the clock. Oh, it's so easy to blunder. That's the problem. These tricky knights, we've said it throughout the day. That's been one of the themes of the round. All these knight forks all
10
over the
seconds.
place.
He doesn't know what to do. He's got to give a check. Maybe rook a8. 5 seconds on the clock. Got to make a move. 3 seconds, 2. Okay, and he's made it. He's taken on d3. He's losing. He's blundered.
Oh my gosh.
That's it. g3 and the game is over. Hikaru will win. No way.
Wow.
No way.
You see it on the camera immediately. He reacts, Firouzja. He just forgot he's walking into a knight fork. It's unstoppable. White will lose his rook for the g-pawn. 20 seconds, and he can just resign. It's gone in one move. Nothing to do now. Even Nakamura looks shocked. Naka by the developments there. A check.
King
Black King just
e6.
moves.
Get out of there. Go as far away from that pawn as possible. The knight will handle it.
What a drama.
Yeah.
Candidates. Wow. It just always brings out these unexpected moves, results. Always dramatic. No matter when. Oof. Heartbreak for Firouzja. You got to feel for him. It was equal the whole game, pretty much. Just one slip.
Much like Nepo yesterday, Hikaru, he doesn't want to spoil this. He knows this is a golden opportunity. What this will do, not just to his tournament standing, back to 50%, but to his confidence, kind of a Magnus Carlsen-esque performance. And rook g8, Ali Reza with just a second on the clock, forgetting about this tactic, g2. And look at that multi-purpose knight on h3. It's controlling the two most important squares in the position. f4, that's the forking square, and g1, that's the promotion square. And Hikaru has one pawn left on the king side. Resignation, Ali Reza Firouzja. His heartbreak continues. There's just something about the candidates. Hikaru Nakamura, what a victory. A game with just endless swings and endless drama to the very last second, literally.
Well, it is going to be not an easy evening for Firouzja. I mean, this was and is a very crucial game for him. With the white pieces, it was complicated, interesting, but I mean, it was just a balanced, interesting, complicated game. And then I don't think after move 40 he had given any much percentage of the fact that he may even lose this game. We understood that it's not so easy for white, and probably he also didn't feel comfortable, but he thought, okay, this is the least he has to be able to do to make a draw out of that end game. It's going to be a little unpleasant, but some accurate moves and then it's a draw. But this blunder, unfortunately, he has serious problem with the time management. This is what we can say, I believe, because that's how he's making very serious blunders and mistakes.
In the meantime, we still have one game remaining. It's a queen ending, and the only thing I know about queen endings is that nobody knows anything about queen endings. They're so hard. It's pure calculation. White is a pawn up. Gukesh is the only player who can win, but the white king is open to a barrage of checks here, and it's going to be hard to escape them. Black has some counterplay with the h-pawn. Black's king is actually in the perfect position. Stalemating ideas quite often will become relevant, but yeah, in practical terms, despite the eval bar saying it's level, this is a nightmare to defend. Basov here with just under 5 minutes now, Daniel.
If you can just get rid of that pawn on h4, capture your own pawn, it would be an immediate draw. That queen on g6, that king on h8 immediately makes you think of stalemate ideas, but that's off the table. You'd like the pawn to be off the table. Instead, it's the stalemate idea. So Black has to try to give that barrage of checks, but I don't see it because queen h2, king e3, basically the king can hide in many, many different places. It can hide kind of around the pawns, and it may seem like checks are an inevitability, but they're not. And Abasov might have to at some point play a quieter move to set himself up for more checks, but white is threatening a7. Typically, in my experience, these positions might be drawn objectively, but when you've got under 5 minutes, you've been playing for 6 hours, to not blunder a queen trade, to not allow the pawn to slip forward, and a second queen to appear will require absolutely just a Herculean effort, which Abasov has been showing so far. But what on earth does he do in this position? Because another check on h3 might allow the king to run into the center, and I don't think you want to allow that with black. But like you, David, I have no idea what the correct strategy is in this position.
Yeah, it's move by move. You just have to keep trying to survive, give the right checks, keep your king on the right square. It's so many things, Judith. So hard.
I'm not sure that you have to give checks. What about playing queen a2?
And he does give a
but
check.
It was not played.
Maybe just asking the white king where it's going. Maybe driving the white king further away from the black pawn and then playing queen a3. I like your idea, Judith, just kind of stepping behind this pawn at the right time.
King f4? Because often when you have the winning side, the side with the advantage, you want to chart a course. You don't just want to aimlessly run around the board. You want to know where you're going. Is there a target square? And h6 is an interesting target square. When you hide next to your queen, you open up the possibility of interposing the check with your queen. And any queen trade, any pawn race is going to be lost for black because white will promote with check. So king f4 versus king d4 is a very tough decision. That's why Gukesh is investing quite a bit of time. He's got a minute remaining, but there's that increment. Helps him out tremendously in an endgame like this. He goes back, maybe gaining some time.
Of course.
Very good.
Or,
very practical.
Or going to d3, but I don't really see the benefit of that.
I was once told, I was actually told off by Sam Shankland. I played against him. It was a queen endgame, and he was like, why did you not just give me 50 checks, gain 25 minutes on the clock, and then stop to think instead of actually stopping every move? And I was like, wait, that's a very good point. Often you just move your king around for 20 moves, and then you try to do something a bit different. But it's easy to get confused. It's easy to kind of get carried away in the details. And there's no right or wrong, of course. No good strategy. Otherwise, everyone would employ it in these queen endgames. Just has to choose where to run with this king. That's step one. Step two will be trying to push his pawns, if that's possible. But Abasov, very tenacious so far. And king d3, you're right, Daniel. He's going the other way.
Oh, queen h3, though. King c4, queen f1. And I'm saying it's hard to deliver a perpetual. I'm not saying it's not possible. And there's a lot of tactics. Like if you imagine the white king on d5, black can give this very nasty check on b5. And suddenly you can't cross the 6th rank because you're going to drop the a pawn. So the pawns offer shelter, but they're also liabilities. And it's a peculiar construction. The white queen on g6 is actually not doing a lot to prevent key checking squares. And maybe it's the case that there is ultimately no way to escape the checks, but boy, is Gukesh going to try his very, very best.
I would still like to go queen a2. Though queen f2 is also interesting.
Another square. Yeah, I just wonder whether white would then get enough time to somehow zigzag kind of the queen over to e8, d7, c8, b7 and push, but I guess the black king would move up the board. In the meantime, he keeps his strategy consistent. Abasov here, just all the checks.
Ooh, back.
Back with a check.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, he's going for something similar to what you mentioned, Daniel. Just he's going to try and hit the pawns while checking, make it hard for white to block. Judith, did you have a lot of queen endgames back when you were playing actively?
I don't know. I think I didn't have too many. I mean, rook end games I had the most, I believe. I had some knight end games, quite a few. Queen end games, not so much, but I had. But I was never optimistic to play it perfectly because it's kind of hopeless hope to do so. You know that there are like you give check, 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 or you're trying to escape with your king, and how to gain time, how to win the position, not necessarily winning position, maybe it's a drawish position. But with the queen end game, it was always a problem that even if I know it, I'm not sure I can make a draw. Even if it's a draw, you might be winning because you're going to be outplaying your opponent. That you go on, and obviously when you end up in a queen's end game, it means that you are in the fifth or the sixth hour already. So you had a lot of adventures happenings during the game, so it can be very annoying for the defensive side.
Yeah, and it's annoying for both sides because there Shurov Abdusatorov comes to mind, where Alexei Shurov was totally winning. It can be so hard at the last when you're knocking on the door to actually get out of the checks. And by the way, Abasov could push h3 at some point. He has to choose the moment, and you could get a queen trade, and then the A and H punts could promote, and you could get another queen endgame. So this often happens and actually further lengthens these endgames. So it's not just like blindly checking anybody could do it kind of thing. You actually have to. There's an art to it. Now you have to check in the right places, and you have to know when to not give the check, when to either make a quiet move or to push a pawn. And just imagine the tension as well as the fatigue that the players are battling in addition to this incredibly complicated endgame, David. I'm very, very happy that we're in the commentator's chair. We're tired enough. I can't even imagine what the players are up against.
Exactly. Everyone hates queen endgames. Actually, you mentioned the name Abdusatorov. He's beaten Magnus Carlsen in 2 queen endgames, which is extremely impressive. Magnus, I kind of regard as the best queen endgame player. But yeah, this is tough. And I mean, give me a rook endgame any day where there's 1 or 2 logical moves that you can work out. But queen endgames, the problem is you have 20 candidate moves on every turn. It's just a guessing game. So this one's tough. You mentioned h3, Dania. Maybe now. I'm not sure if a7's a threat because there'll always be queen to a8 check, picking up this pawn. So you
terrifying.
Might have a tempo. Push your own pawn. It's either that or a check.
Yeah.
Who knows?
But Nijat is also going under 2 minutes, just in a few seconds. h3 seems to be a very good move. I mean, the players also have to look at this all the time, where the pawns are standing, and of course, White is ahead, one move ahead, having his pawn on a6, and Black is only on the 4th rank, so one more move. And the problem can be if, let's say, there is a queen exchange, it would be possible even then Black plays h3, but the king is on the 8th rank, so White would reach the 8th rank first if there would be an exchange of queens. So that's why I like very much your Daniel, your h3, because in that case, no matter where and how White would like to make exchange, Black is just fine and makes the draw.
Yeah, h3. Okay, he's given a check on d8, and at some point, Gukesh could involve his queen d6. I think this is a big step forward for Gukesh. Once the queen enters the center, you get a lot more hiding spaces for your king. Queen a5 check, Abasov keeps it going. He could still play h3 at some point, but this feels a lot scarier to me. There's no stalemate concepts. We'll see. King e6 probably? Yes, on the board.
Yeah. Well, now maybe h3 again is possible.
Now it's a pure race, though. Because firstly, the queens might come off in some variations, but you can also go queen b8, a7 instantly, and
good luck.
And yeah, good luck. I mean, it's so scary. Queen e5 check is a massive threat right now, purely because, as Judith mentioned, the white pawn is closer than the black pawn. Okay, he does push. Wow. 1 minute against 2. It's more important that Abbasov actually keeps some time on his clock because it's harder to defend here than it is to kind of play the side with the extra pawn where you can give all the checks in the world. But he's defending well, so well right now. Hanging by a thread.
And black is threatening queen a2 check with h2. King f6.
Playing for checkmate.
King f6, queen queen c3 or queen a1.
Some checks.
King
So
up
easy
to
lose
f7.
control here, but
Woo, queen h5, queen g6. Maybe he wants back to home base. Abbasov surprised.
Queen a2, queen d5.
Oh god.
Ooh.
Queen f2.
Queen f5. No, queen
h7.
f2.
Jeez.
Queen f2.
Oh, I take it. Queen f5, I take it and go h2 and black wins.
Oops.
Let's quickly put that one on the board because it is a trick. Queen a2 check we think is the best move here. White can block. Don't take this because actually in this position white would win. We see simultaneous promotions and ultimately it's white who delivers checkmate. But yeah, just to point out the other trick. A few moves ago, black of course won't trade queens on white's terms.
Hey,
instead he'll
we've
hope
seen
for
everything.
queen f5. And
We've seen everything this round. Why not this? Why won't we get a black victory in this position? That's what we're
this
missing.
reminds me of the film Searching for Bobby Fischer.
Exactly.
With, these
exactly.
H1, A8 promotions. But yeah, queen a2 on the board. So well played there from Abbasov in this position.
So what do you think? Is this going to be a draw? Or white wins? Or black
I'll
wins?
say yes. I think he's doing it all right.
A draw,
I'll
yeah?
say yes to all three results, but I think
Yes.
Abbasov is going to hold.
I mean, it's like the Uber driver tells you, have a nice flight. Yes. I mean, I feel like it would be consistent. It would be beneficial for my prediction because this is exactly how I thought it would happen. I thought that Firouzja would lose with white. Abbasov would hold the completely lost position he had. Nepo would hold the lost position he had. And Caruana would hold the lost position he had. And Abbasov is taken. So exactly what I said. Queen endgame number 1 has been retired. And let's pour some new wine into old bottles, or old wine into new bottles. And more queens appearing on the board momentarily. A pawn endgame that lasts about 2 seconds. Literally.
And we will be treated to another 50 moves, most likely.
Yep.
We're at move 80 now. But this one should be, I'm not going to say relatively straightforward because
but
queen endgame's never
how
on, but
easy is
should
it
be a
to
draw.
blunder a queen trade or to blunder a discovery? I mean, after this long of play. But you're right. I think Abbasov, he should hold unless he blunders something big.
It's move 80. What a tough
could
game.
see. I'm hoping secretly for 49 moves, and then white pushes the pawn, then another 49, then he pushes the pawn to e6, then another 49 to e7. We could get to move 300. Easy. Easy. I think the world record is 269 moves, so they can beat it. They can do it.
This isn't easy.
Yeah.
This is not easy. Where do you go?
See the blue
No,
arrow
actually,
up
the
here,
king
h6.
is not in a very good place for black, I believe.
Is that the only move? Surely not. Surely
Okay.
king h8 should be.
King h6.
What's he plays the best one. Abbasov keeping his king nice and safe, only vulnerable to one check.
Uh-oh.
Go back.
Where now?
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Oh,
Uh-oh.
king f. Apparently a mistake. King f5,
Wow.
queen f1.
King f5 and queen f4.
Oh my gosh.
Queen h3.
Oh, wow.
King f6, but black plays queen b5.
But we shouldn't forget, maybe it's table base and winning in 98 moves.
158,000 moves. Yeah.
Exactly. And then we think, oh, maybe king f5.
Queen c5, the king goes back to h6. Someone was saying in the chat, but queen c5, king h6, queen f8, king h7, and the king does manage back to home base.
Queen f5 check there, though.
Wait, queen c5, king h6, and then you can move your king maybe to f7. No, but
Queen
then black takes the
f3,
pawn.
queen f5, and queen e6.
But black can take the pawn.
Oh.
I was a bit naughty there. I did check. Queen c5 is the only winning move. It's not obvious at all.
And how many moves it's winning?
That I don't know, but queen c5.
I think I got it. I think queen c5, king h6, queen f8, king h7, queen f5, king h8, and king f7. And there's no stalemate. Queen c5 to f8 to f5.
Wow.
That's the key square.
And the queen on h1 is just standing on the only place where it's losing.
What a pattern. Is he going to find it?
But there's no way.
It's Gukesh.
Minimal chance here. If he does, he deserves this win and more. He will join the lead, remember, Gukesh, with a victory, but he'll need to earn it the hard way. Queen c5 to f5. This is why queens are so bad in the corner. I've had it multiple times as one side promotes, but they can never get their queen out of the corner because it's so poorly placed.
He has played king f5. Oof, back to a draw.
It's still winning.
Queen to
queen f1 though.
Maybe not.
One check.
Queen f1.
The blue arrow appears yet again. The computer sharing its thoughts. Queen g2 apparently.
Queen g2. What a cold-blooded move.
That's the only way.
Queen g2 e5, queen g6, king f4, queen g4, mate.
Wow,
Sorry.
and he gives a check. He doesn't find the draw.
But it's also a draw.
G2. Apparently not.
Sorry? No?
Apparently queen
Queen
f4
d5?
and white is winning again. Is it
e5?
Queen e5.
e5.
Oh, queen e5, and he's going to move the king with check and force the queen trade. And that's it.
And it's, yeah.
It's a queen trade that white is going for, not checkmate, not pushing the pawn. Queen f1, king e6, and then queen f5 check or queen f6 check.
Wow.
Gukesh gets up. He knows it. That's it.
Oh.
Gets up with 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Alpha move.
And Abbasov just realizing the problem.
You can see it on his face there on the camera, shake of the head. He missed this last move. He had time, he had 3 minutes, but queen g2 there was extremely hard to find. Queen endgames are extremely hard in general. And wow, what drama. It's going to be huge for the tournament standings.
Yeah, and the narrative is going to be Abbasov makes the blunder in a drawn position, but let's be real. Queen g2, queen e5. Would Abbasov have drawn that and made another 50 accurate moves? My guess is probably not. So, you know, the reactive headline is, yeah, it was a draw until the very end. In reality, the true texture of the game was a lot more subtle than that. It was a back and forth game, Gukesh missing that earlier win. And it was a heroic defense by Abbasov until really the very end. Queen endgames, the bane of our existence collectively.
Yeah, what a boss move though, just standing up, pacing around, just showing your opponent that you know what's about to happen. And poor Abbasov after defending so well. But as you say, Dania, he's been under pressure pretty much since just after the opening, and deep exhale of breath, he gives a check. But
yeah, king f6.
Queens are coming off. It'll be game over. 2 more moves and the queens will be traded. Gukesh will not miss this chance.
Wow, we've seen players do this. Jan was doing this yesterday. They see the winning move, but they compose themselves for those extra 15 seconds, just making sure You're not hallucinating, and that fearsome look said it all. King h6, queen h2 mate, king g4. There is a check on f5. Abbasov, you can't hide your emotions after 6 hours of defense, only to see it all come crashing down. Queen g5 and queen f5 is going to bring the curtains down one last time.
What a disaster for Abbasov. He could have saved the game, but from practical point of view, it was almost impossible to do so, I believe.
Yeah, and congratulations to Gukesh for perseverance and showing great stamina there. Earning it the hard way, 87 moves. Long marathon, that one.
Wow. And I think Judith's prediction of 2 decisive games, exactly the way we thought it was going to happen, move for move, really. We do have 2 decisive games. Gukesh, the youngest participant, what a way to win, and what a heartbreaker for Nijat Abbasov. That concludes the games from the longest round of the 2024 candidates. The round after the rest day, it always tends to be one of the bloodiest, one of the most hotly contested. And our coverage does not end here. We are going to go on a short break, and when we return, we will offer our concluding thoughts, summary, perhaps even a quick game review. Stay tuned. We'll wrap up our coverage on the other side of this short break.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to round 5 of the 2024 FIDE Candidates tournament. It's been a dramatic day. We did end up seeing 2 decisive results there, deep into the 6th hour of play after some marathon games. But first of all, we're going to do a bit of a deep dive into one game that did finish a bit earlier, the encounter between Pragg and Nepomniachtchi. And this game was important in the standings, of course. Nepomniachtchi, before this round, was the sole leader, and he was up against a determined opponent. Nepomniachtchi, with black, faced one e4, and he met it with his favorite opening, the Petrov defense. Pragg did pause a lot in the early stages, maybe trying to lure Nepomniachtchi into a false sense of security, but as we'll soon find out, Pragg did have a opening bomb up his sleeve, some fantastic preparation and a novelty soon to come. But first, the Petrov defense. This is one of the main lines. Black temporarily giving up a pawn and winning back the pawn on e4. We saw a bit of symmetry now after the pawn structure kind of declared itself, d4, d5. Very normal developing moves, very mainline theory here, something that Nepomniachtchi has employed before. And during the commentary with Danya and Judith earlier, we were saying this is mainline, this has all been seen before. Where is the surprise going to be? It's got to be something big, and it was indeed in this very normal looking position. First, bishop g5, the start of impressive tempo play by Pragg, and next move, knight to h4. And here we were discussing various ideas, but bishop e6 still the main move, forcing a trade of pieces. The white bishop on c4 attacked, the white bishop on g5 also attacked, and opposite color bishops did ensue. White's knight forced to retreat to defend itself. The black queen hit, and she slid across to a5. And here, the only move I'd ever seen before was bishop back to b3, sitting on a nice long diagonal, staring down at the black king. But this would allow the black knight to join action on d7. The d7 square, a key square for the knight's dreams. Later on, the knight needs to come over to defend the king side. Pragg here introduced a very rare move after queen to a5, bishop to h3. And this is one Judith mentioned in passing. It immediately was played on the board, and it did immediately throw Nepomniachtchi off his stride. Here he did capture a pawn on c3, and after rook to b1, b6, we saw a couple more moves, and now d5, a second pawn sacrifice. Pragg's trademark, Pragg throwing pawns off the board left, right, and center throughout all of the rounds so far in the candidates. And this is based on a short, sharp tactic here. Queen takes d5, runs into rook to d3 with a skewer. The black bishop drops off on d6. But the other point is to sideline this black queen. She's now struggling to get back in the game, and queens are great defenders. If she's so far distanced, divorced from her own king, then there might be problems ahead, and we saw those problems in a moment. C takes d5, played in this position, taking the bait. 2 pawns up now for black, but that is irrelevant. Knight g5, and black's king suddenly feeling the heat. One attacker, this white knight. The queen soon to join. The bishop may be joining as well, and the rook. 4 potential attackers, and the black king lacking defenders. We saw pawn to h6, maybe questioned by the computer, but very concrete play, allowing a knight sacrifice. Double exclamation point here for this knight jump, but clearly part of Pragg's preparation. He barely spent any time by this moment. And obviously this is based on the fact that rook takes would walk into a nasty, devastating pin. But king takes knight, which was played, not necessarily guiding black to safety either. Now, various moves available for white. Pragg continued to blitz out. He played rook to d3. Let's ignore that question mark. Very good move here. Multiple threats, including the simple rook takes d5. And knight d7, a very creative defense from Nepomniachtchi, who was by now already 30-40 minutes behind on the clock, giving up the knight, but just trying to get time to develop, especially this black rook in the corner, which in various kind of lines could have been trapped. The white bishop was at some point threatening to deliver a check and trap this rook in the corner. So Nepomniachtchi tries to give the piece back. But after rook takes d5, we saw the first real mistake of the game. Bishop takes h2 was pointed out, a very difficult move, but it was pointed out by the computer based on the fact that after king takes knight to c5, we would reach a very similar position to the one we saw in the game, but with black having won a pawn and having lured the white king out to a potentially vulnerable square. Instead, we saw knight to c5, and given a question mark, rook takes d6, winning the piece back, level material now, and after king to g8, a check. And this is where Pragg, maybe the most critical moment of the game, he missed a winning continuation. It was difficult, it wasn't obvious, but ultimately this is where the point slipped away. And queen to e5 was potentially the winning move. A pin and a big threat of rook takes h6 now. We were unsure at first what white would do after queen takes pawn on a2, but if white were to resist temptation of taking this pawn with a check and to first build up with bishop f5, something Pragg tried in the game, just in the wrong order, then white would have obtained a winning attack. Rook takes h6 is now a devastating check, followed by bishop h7 check ideas. The black king, if it moves, would have walked into the incredible bishop to b1. A really difficult retreat. Retreats are the most tricky to spot in chess, especially when you're attacking, focused, zeroed in on the opponent's king. But this would have opened up new avenues towards the black king. Now, no matter where the black queen goes, there are downsides. If the black queen retreats, for example, to the f7 square, then one of maybe multiple winning moves here for white would be queen back to b2. Really tricky, hard to see from afar, and really understandable that Pragg would miss this. This sets up a killer threat of bishop a2 with a devastating win of the black queen, pin, skewer, whatever you want to call it. And the problem for black is that there's no safe haven for this king. It wants to step into the corner, but the queen along this diagonal now allows rook takes h6 check, again winning. Just the x-ray vision, the long range kind of power of these pieces would have been decisive. Instead, however, Pragg, he played this idea in the wrong order, as we mentioned, bishop to f5 first, and allowing a counter tactic, a counter shot, knight to b7, the only move found by Nepomniachtchi, and this is based on a X-ray vision attack on the white bishop along the 5th rank. White can't keep the minor pieces on the board unless a queen trade happens, and that is indeed what occurred. Queen takes a5, knight takes, pawn to g4, and yes, white has an advantage here. The bishop superior to the black knight for now. Yes, white's rook is more active than any of its counterparts, and yes, there's a plan of pushing the pawns forward, but ultimately these things don't add up to enough. And we saw over the course of the next few moves, Nepomniachtchi defend in really, really impressive fashion. First, he centralized his knight. He brought his rook into the game, finally. And after pawn to h3, maybe a bit of a hesitant move, losing some more of the advantage. We saw the knight centralize, and now this move, pawn to g6 and pawn to g5. Based on a really nice tactic, rook to e1 now, which looks like it would be really annoying for the black knight, would walk into knight to d3. Loose pieces drop off, as they say. This white rook undefended, and after rook takes rook, an intermediate move, a Zwischenzug, a check, and next move, a capture, level material again, and black's knight would have improved itself. Ultimately, the dark squared bind here allowed black to save himself, and if we continue along the game continuation, we saw Nepomniachtchi, look at this, everything, pawns, pieces, everything on dark squares, and no way forward for white with the light squared bishop. Eventually, we saw pieces disappear from the board. We saw a trade of bishop for knight, and here, this attack on the bishop, gaining black enough time to save his pawns. Ultimately, Nepomniachtchi, throughout the rest of the game, guided it to safety. And not much else to discuss here. Pragg, he knew he'd missed his chance. We saw it on the camera, head in hands, and Nepomniachtchi. Candidates might be his favorite tournament, but he did have a bit of luck in this game. A draw, and Nepomniachtchi maintains the shared lead after round 5.
Wow. David, that was so impressively delivered. I can attest to the fact that that isn't easy after 6 hours of commentary. It's late for both of you, so we'll wrap up pretty soon, but some very important final conclusions to draw before this epic round comes to an official close. Here are the results. We end up with 2 draws between Pragg and Jan, the game that you just so nicely went over, and of course Vidit misses a golden opportunity against Fabi, who escapes with a draw. Hikaru Nakamura wins with some endgame magic against Firouzja. And speaking of endgame magic. We saw more where that came from the youngest participant. 17-year-old Gukesh jumps into the shared leadership position together with Jan Nepomniachtchi. What a shakeup, what a round. 6 hours of nonstop entertainment. And that sets us up for yet another incredible round tomorrow. Judith, I mean, I don't know how the players are going to deal with the fatigue, these marathon rounds. As we look at the standings, what jumps out at you from this incredible shakeup?
Well, it's unbelievable that the youngest participant, Gukesh, is on the top of the list. And, well, we can say that he deserves it, as today he was fighting all the way until the very, very, very end. 87 moves, he was better, he was much better, he was winning. Then the time control, the time treble made him to give away the winning opportunity. And then he had to win again, and Abasa was making mistakes. So it was a very exciting game, but it was a very crucial victory for him, I believe, to catch Nepomniachtchi in points. And generally speaking, it was quite an amazing day, I think. For me, I have to tell you that it was quite amazing to see Nepomniachtchi with the defending skills and the nerves he had today. That was very, very much impressive. And for me, the big question will be how Vidit is going to be recovering. And what about Ali Reza? Because it's something very similar is happening to him as it happened the last candidates in Madrid. So I hope he can recover and bounce back and show his real skills.
Indeed. Well, one look at the pairings tomorrow tells us that we're in for yet another epic round. David, you've just done a lot of talking. We all have. So nothing, I think we're all talked out, but nonetheless, any final thoughts looking at these mouth-watering matchups? Gukesh versus Nakamura. Hikaru has double black tomorrow, but clearly very confident with the black pieces this tournament. Vidit versus Firouzja. Pragg faces off against Abasov, and huge game there at the bottom. Huge game between Nepo and Fabiano Caruana, 2 world champion contenders.
Yeah, all of them are big, huge stakes, as you mentioned there, Danya. We're also closing in slowly on the halfway mark, so the players, they'll be jockeying for position. I mean, we see the 2 winners from today face off tomorrow, Gukesh and Nakamura. That is going to be huge. Gukesh, he's on a roll. He's a very streaky player. We all know that. He's capable of these massive winning streaks. So if he can continue that, then he'll really stamp his authority on the tournament. But of course, Nakamura now finally clicked into gear. He'll be hoping that he is able to strike. I'm also looking at the bottom. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Fabiano Caruana. I think before the tournament, both of those 2 players will have circled this pairing. It's one that neither will want to lose, but if there is a winner, it will be huge and it will shake things up totally. So yeah, a lot to look forward to for tomorrow.
Indeed. Circle the pairing in red ink, circle the time in red ink. Tomorrow, round 5, round 6, that is, same time as usual, 2:30 in Toronto, in New York, and 8:30 p.m. Nice and late Central European Standard Time. The next rest day not coming until April the 12th. So 2 more big rounds yet to be played by these exhausted players before they get to rest one more time. Judith, before we wrap up for good, your final thoughts on today's round of action and on tomorrow's big round.
Well, I just wish for the players that they can recover all the challenges and ups and downs what they had to deal with in round 5 in the candidates, because there are a lot of excitement was going on. Of course, the biggest upset was Ali Reza. I believe that even in move 61, he was having a draw endgame. It was basically Nakamura just tried it. He wanted to play until the very end, as he always likes to play. Very interesting, entertaining for his fans. And basically there was a huge mistake in one move, a blunder. So this will be the big question, how that will be taken for Ali Reza. Tomorrow we'll have all the interesting stuff, and from day to day it's going to be more fire on the boards, I believe, and for surely it's going to be at least 1 or 2 decisive game as well. That's what I'm expecting. So I'm very much looking forward for the next round.
Well, Gukesh Nakamura, Caruana versus Nepomniachtchi, and other interesting matchups coming your way tomorrow in under 18 hours, ladies and gentlemen. So you won't have to wait for long, but this has been a great pleasure. The longest round of the candidates comes to an end. Round 5 concludes with 2 draws and 2 decisive results. Well, we hope to see you tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Grandmaster Judith Polgar, Grandmaster David Howell, a great pleasure commentating with you both. Judith, first time commentating with you, and definitely not the last. It was an honor. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. We hope to see you for round 6 tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See ya. Get some rest. See you tomorrow.